me, Mario.
It's me, Captain Dietrich.
And Gemini96.
So good to see you. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. Welcome back, Gemini96. I was going to say originally that it had been a couple years since you were here for EarthBound, but then I realized, wait, you were on the show last week. As it turned out, we had a great time as far as, the surprise party. I can't thank you enough for that. And the edit for that will come eventually, just to indicate that, but tonight we got a job to do. Because it's your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. We are kicking off 2026 with a bang. We are covering 30 years of Nintendo 64 this year. You're also showing something pretty nice of the game that Gemini96 is next on your list you want to play. What is it?
Super Mario 64.
It came out 30 years ago. Can you believe it? It came out at the launch of the Nintendo 64 in Japan on June 23rd of 1996 and in the US on September 29th of 1996. Europe and Australia got in 1997 on March 1st. It was one of two games at the launch of the console, the other one being, if you remember,
I don't know.
Pilotwings 64, the game I played like crazy. He knows I love it. I love this game too, like everybody does. And to be fair, I bought this game with the system and we got it at launch. I mean, that sold about 1 million units, not bad. This, on the other hand, sold about 11 point... I have the actual number on this. It's like 11 something million units that this game sold. 11.91 million units. It was the best-selling game of 1996. It was developed by Nintendo and Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development. It was led by Shigeru Miyamoto, who directed the game. And it was a case of quite an interesting thing because it was Nintendo launching with this system, saying, what do we have? And their emphasis was 3D. That was where gaming was kind of seen as going. And their thought was saying, we can take Mario into 3D. And it was a question of what they were going to do. In fact, I mentioned this, we started Yoshi's Island last month. It was something where the reason they went to the direction they went with that game is they thought maybe they'd exhausted everything they had with 2D Mario, which was kind of surprising to me thinking that. Saying, really, they think that there's not much left to go by on that. But I guess so, which is why they said we're going Yoshi's direction. And then a year after that, they released this, which they were developing for about 3 years, saying they want to bring this into 3D. And at the time, I don't know what your experience with early 3D games was. What was that was going to look like? I think there were a lot of people who had a lot of questions. I don't know how your case was as far as early 3D gaming for you, like 3D platforms or anything.
Yeah, well, this was the first game I ever played.
Really?
Right here, yeah.
Right, which is also the reason why he's going to be involved in this one, as far as it. So, yeah, feel free to tell that story and also to lead us as it goes, because he's the one playing this one as it is. I'll have stuff on notes as we go along, as we have our 4 save files on the cartridge. It is a case where I have one that is completed from years ago at 120. He's going 120 as well. He might be doing way shorter than I did back in the day. We have everything going on. You can copy and erase files. You can have the audio in stereo, mono, and headset if you desire, and with your score of your file. Yep. But in that case, Gemini96, you want to take us away? Take us away.
Alrighty, here we go.
I guess the Mario case of okie dokie. I'll talk about voice of him and also voice of Princess Peach.
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
This is worth pointing out the first game in the US that you went by this name of Peach. She initially was not called Princess Peach for us. I don't know why they changed it to Princess Toadstool, but it was with this one. They said, okay, it's Princess Peach. Actually, the Sonic game sort of did the same thing. Yeah. Sort of. Sonic Drift 2 on Game Gear did have Robotnik indicated as Eggman, but then when Sonic Adventure came out on the Dreamcast, also 3D debut of that franchise, they said, hey, he's Dr. Eggman, and it fell in. In this case, you have this great opening with the Kidu as our cameraman, and out comes Mario. It's a good case. Okay, so, Gemini96, feel free to lead us on this one, and do whatever you want, explain anything you want, go in your memories, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's all yours.
Yeah, this game is very important to me for a few reasons. It's the first game I ever played. I think I was maybe 4 or 5, and my mom bought this for me, and we played it together almost every day until we beat it.
Yeah. How long did it take you?
I don't remember, maybe a few months. Yeah.
As we're also seeing the idea of Lakitu as our cameraman telling you how does the camera system of this game work.
Yeah.
As we're going to be going into the castle, because plot, as we indicated, is Peach says, I baked a cake for you, come by for a tea party. He's like, no, nobody's here. Now get that laugh? That is also Charles Martinet voicing Bowser, apparently, as far as that sound of him, also the booze. And he's Mario. We'll go on aspects of that as we're going to go to our first stage. Not wasting any time going to Bob-omb Battlefield.
Bob-omb on the summit.
Yeah, but here's the other question. As we're seeing, yeah, we're in the middle of the battlefield with this amazing music, which is by Koji Kondo. We've heard him on the show before for a lot of the Mario games and Zelda games from prior and later. But the thing is that I don't know how you're going to do this, because I played Super Mario Sunshine, as far as it. I don't know. Jay, did I steal that game from you, technically?
No.
As far as how it was? Because I don't know if... Because it was one of those cases I was doing a viewer request on that one, saying, hey, I'm going to handle it. But also in your case, you said, you know that game well, but you also know this one really well, as is the case, honestly, from what I understood. And it was all yours. But I was saying also, you have the choice, unlike Super Mario Sunshine, where that one, they set the courses up based around the scenarios you're going around. But this one, it seems like it's a little more open. Am I right about that?
Yeah, you can do, I think except for a few exceptions, you can do any star you want in a world.
Okay.
As soon as you get to it.
How do you tend to play this then? Because the first is saying, yeah, you're seeing King Bob-omb on the summit. Big Bob-omb on the summit as far as number one. You can go in any order you want. How do you tend to play this?
Yeah, I usually just do whatever I want to do first.
Mm-hmm.
So I did star 6 there behind Chain Chomp's gate.
As you mentioned, it's usually a case where you're not going to have to necessarily select a specific star all the time in order to do basically anything you want. I guess also, since I did Mario Sunshine solo, I don't know, what do you think about that? Do you think there's a preferable perspective saying, hey, with Mario Sunshine being able to run the courses any way you want in this, or to say that, oh, you like the way they're set up in that one for specifically, or I guess, what do you think?
I think I like this setup better. And you can just kind of explore and do the stars in any order.
Mm-hmm. It is an interesting case, and you're also showing, in particular, one thing. Well, okay, we're not on camera for this, but what's the thing you're controlling this with, by the way?
The N64 controller.
And it's analog stick in the center. The control stick is the indicate. You're seeing King Bob-omb, saying, yeah, don't get on a mountain, and if you're going to do that, throw him in real turf. How's this boss work?
Alright, so for this guy, you gotta get behind him, pick him up, and just throw him onto the ground. Don't throw him off, which is what I did the first time.
Me too.
I think probably everyone did that the first time.
I think so, because that was my thought. I said, well, I'll throw him off. What happens if you throw him off is, he says, you have no honor, you have to fight with honor. I don't remember this. If you don't have to try this if you don't want to, but since you throw him 3 times on this, you win. But if you throw him twice here and then you throw him off, do you have to restart the battle again from the first toss?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the cycle starts over or if you just...
Because it's one of those weird cases also, I guess, of a Mario game that in some way maybe, I don't know, semi-openly chides the player. Am I right about that? Because I'm thinking, well, I don't know if the 2D game... Well, what 2D games explicitly did that? I mean, Mario 2 Japan doesn't explicitly do that, it's just insanely hard, as we're at our next challenge.
Yes, this is a star that you have to complete on the... You have to select the star to do it. Foot race with Koopa the Quick. So we beat Big Bob-omb, you must be strong and pretty fast, so how fast are you anyway? Fast enough to beat me, Koopa the Quick? I don't think so, just try me. Alright, so we're gonna race him to the mountaintop. There we go.
And you get the great sliding race music. Well, it's most races, really, as far as how this is. And you do have to race them up at the summits.
Yep.
Now, you can cheat for this.
Yeah.
But, okay. If you do, actually, I guess the cheat way is it's using the warps, right?
Yeah.
Because there was the warp you showed earlier where you basically went in the cave, you stand there, and he warps up to the mountain.
Right.
Because then he says, you're like, hey, you're cheating.
Right.
Although, I read something, one thing we're gonna get, I think, when it comes to this play is, along with stuff on notes, which maybe is not as much as I thought, it's a case where this is a game that after 30 years has been so well documented and so many interesting tricks have been found, including by Gemini 96 here, as far as showing what he knows of this game. I read in Nintendo Power once, apparently there's a way to beat this without time on the clock, and apparently you can shoot out of a cannon, and it I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know if it doesn't count as a cheat.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, whatever you know as far as any weird exploits on this game. Because I know there's a lot.
Yeah.
And you're also seeing there is, based on how the camera was set, if he's far away, it's like, yeah, you beat me fair and square, so here's your star. When you're far away, his model is different. I think from what I understand, they said the model was originally... They basically reduced the textures on the model that's further away, and I think that was what the model was when it was originally set, when they were doing the development. Because as I mentioned, this game was developed over a 3-year period. They were developing The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time at the same time they're making this. So some of the assets are sort of shared between them, although that one came out way later. We also have the Bob-omb buddies.
Yeah. Open up the cannon here.
And shoot yourself off. I've always had trouble shooting out the cannon sometimes because you have to angle it in particular. It's also interesting to think this is that actually both the launch games on this console have the idea of shooting out of cannons. And they both have you sort of screaming out, although, because in Pilotwings 64, which I've shown so many times, as I mentioned, it's a game I could probably... I could probably marry that game, honestly, how much I've put my life to that game. Or as Nikki said, like, 30 years of that game is more of a commitment than most relationships. Like, yeah, but I made it. Well, banging you 30 years. Because actually, you said you played this when it came out, or when did you play it?
Let's see. Probably around 2000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know as far as what it was when you came to this. But just like that one, you're basically shooting out of a cannon. And also, you're seeing there.
Yeah, so we'll take a break from the battlefield because we can't quite get all the stars there yet. So we could try this world. Requires 3 stars to enter. Cool mountain.
Yeah, you get this nice snowy perspective. It doesn't tell you to enter the cottage. You can, but it's like, yeah, it's Gemini 96's decision. Does he want to enter the cottage or not? Yeah. The choice is his, really. And that's something kind of coming back to this game years later. I think maybe I appreciate the most, but maybe I didn't really know I liked at the time. It sounds weird. You think, oh, I like this game as far as when it came out. You think, oh, I know what it was. But honestly, I guess my opinions of why I love this game maybe have changed over the years. Just for, I don't know, for maybe different reasons. You can really kind of dig into this, you know? I don't know how you've been as far as what that was, because you said this game means a lot to you.
Yeah.
As far as, I don't know how what your take on it when it came out was, and also now that we're 30 years of it, how that's looking.
Yeah, I think this game will always be, you know, it's one of those special games that I always come back to.
Okay. I think it's kind of like with EarthBound as far as what you played on the show before. Or fine, let's put it this way, what you've played fully on the show before. Because he was on the show last week. As you have the penguin who, according to Nintendo Powers, you're taking a massive shortcut to get... Wow, look at that.
There you go.
Okay, yeah. According to Nintendo Power, I don't know if this has been confirmed, aside from them. Or if it's actually something that is indicated. Apparently Tuxie is the name of the baby penguin. Although, whether that's something that's been canonically indicated or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard that.
I know there's one aspect we're going to see in Course 6 that they did indicate that. Actually, I'll tell you, as you're going in here and seeing, hey, this penguin racer dude. Actually, wait, he also says you cheat, right?
Right, if you take the shortcut through the wall.
Right, okay. Actually, I think actually they did canonize, I know they canonized some of the names of the enemies from this game in, of all places, I don't know, do you ever play Mario Party 3?
Yeah.
Okay, because actually there are mini games that are named after some of the characters in this, and I don't know if even this game goes into what they're named until maybe that one. Of course, 5, I know there's a case. I didn't know the name was, actually, I'll tell you, I was on my vacation a few weeks ago. I had my Switch 2 with me. I was playing that on the plane. I was remembering how bullshit the AI in that game was, by the way, when we were playing single player. Okay, guys, I don't know, what's your take on Mario Party 3?
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, that was my first Mario Party.
Was it?
I played the single player mode a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have maybe better luck than I did when it comes to how something I can go?
Oh wait, you know what? I think when I first played that, like I never read anything in games. Like I just wanted to just get through all the text and play the game.
Okay.
And so when I went to play the single player mode, I would always just play the tutorial because it asks you when you start.
Oh right, you want to test the board?
You want to test the board, and that was what I always just did because I never read it. And I was like, why is this the same every time?
Okay. That actually, it's also the interesting thing I think about the tutorial of actually those Nintendo 64 Mario Party games and maybe some of the other ones, although particularly those first couple. It's a case where they go really long, they explain everything you need to know, but it's also something that it's rare that I'll usually go through them, although I guess the purpose of show when we get to Mario Party is probably a case where I probably should show just the idea of what it is. But I guess the idea of saying going through that tutorial, getting a sense of what some of the unique things are in that. Although I don't know, I mean, I was like, I was gonna make it. I was like, yeah, I'm questioning Gemini 96. That's a terrible decision to be doing when it comes to Super Mario 64. He clearly knows what he's doing. But I was saying with Mario Party 3, it was something where... Okay, I'd played the other ones beforehand, and that... I don't think I've shown you Sonic Shuffle yet, have I?
No.
Okay, that came out on the Dreamcast in 2000. It was like November of 2000 that came out. It is the same people who made Mario Party who made it, but they don't really... I don't know, Hudson Soft does not necessarily explicitly indicate that a lot of people who made Mario Party worked on that. You'd think, looking at the screenshots, they say it's a ripoff of Mario Party. Bizarrely enough, it isn't. You kind of are running cards. You basically have cards in your hand, and you pick them as far as doing movement. You have to use it for battles with enemies. And in the case of its single-player story mode, the AI, even on easy, is so insanely cheap where you press a button to shuffle your cards around. They always will tend to get the right card they need, even when they're pulling from you and they can't see it. Yeah. And a case where, like with some of the other cases, you have to get to the end of it and win, and if you don't, you have to do the board again. So that was the case, I think maybe with Mario Party 3, it was a case where it was running the AI of Sonic Shuffle a little bit. It's better than that a little bit,
Yeah.
but it was also something where I was like, wait, I took hours, thank God I was on a transatlantic flight, being able to play that game for like 4 hours straight. Oh, sorry, the flight was longer, but I played that game like 4 hours straight. I did beat A board, and then I did the battle mode, or the duel mode.
Okay.
Which was an interesting case, was like, yeah, I was getting my ass kicked by Wario all the time. I was like, I gotta figure what I'm doing on this, but it seemed like, I don't know, I felt like it was a massive disadvantage. And I hit those, okay, that's the other thing. You remember those Game Guy minigames out of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that bastard. I don't want to take away from Super Mario 64, but, we'll get to that when we get to Mario Party in any case, particularly that one, because it's a case where he takes all your coins, and then you have a game that usually is a coin flip.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think I remember that.
And it's a case where I constantly losing coins, but when I was doing I think I was playing on, I don't remember if I was playing on normal or easy as far as what that was for the story. I was doing that a few weeks ago. I actually used the rewind, because now you can do rewinding on Nintendo 64 games on Switch Online. I think you have to switch to in order to do that. As using the air draft. I love that. In order to come up here. I think he won it every time. I said, let me rewind it to see, like, does he ever miss it? He never missed it. So the AI was always hitting and, like, tripling his coins. I can't do it once. So it was something that was kind of, yeah, it was interesting. It's not a bad game. It's just a case where it's like, maybe play it with people, I guess. Oh, you're going all the way. Oh!
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, because it was lower as far as how that was.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as what are you doing on Mario 64, I went off into that. We'll go to that later when we get to the enemy names, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, so for this one, I'm gonna try to get the 100 coins start at the same time.
Okay.
That's what I usually do for the red coins.
Yeah, smart idea. You also say, like, yeah, I want to race it. No, I don't. I'd rather go get coins. Yeah, because, and this is the case with the 3D Mario games, starting with this one, and then for everyone until Super Mario Odyssey on Switch, I believe it was, where when you get a star, you were thrown out of the level and you have to go back in, with the exception of getting the coin star, at least in this one.
Yeah.
Because I think Mario Sunshine, the Mario Sunshine you leave the level on the 100 coin shine as well. I should remember I did that 2 years ago. I think that was right. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you do. Yeah.
Right. I mean, to be fair though, I didn't have as much trouble actually going the 100 coin case because I had you. Thank you, by the way. I want to give an indication of that because you know that game really well, and you said go this way as far as what it was. Here's the mission pick for 100 coins. Actually, the only case I really had a time where I showed it didn't work was actually your favorite level, Serena Beach. That was your favorite level in the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember you mentioned that, but I just wanted to make sure I got that right. I did the first mission when it's a case we have to get the hotel up from the ground. Now, you can get 100 coins off of that, but it's a case where you have to hit into the candles or like the fire outside of the hotel and pop it up.
Okay.
But it's a case where when I did it, I scoured the entire beach. I watered the entire beach like it was a garden. And it was a case where I did get all the coins I needed, but that's a case where I think I missed one when it was out of there, and I think you need like 100 or 101 coins as far as what they give you on that one mission going in, and I missed one because it faded away. Because of that, I was at 99, and it was like, no, I wanted to get that. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It was still a case of saying like, okay, that's the one case where I show like I just missed it because it was also admittingly my fault because I said, well, I missed that one coin, but you could get it on that. But we showed as far as how to get it the way I went, and thank you also for all the help on the prep on that game. Because that was my case as far as running the 3D Mario. In fact, actually, I don't know. We'll get to this later as far as who's gonna run the other 3D Mario games because that one is this, and some of the others. As far as which ones people really like the most. But I'm glad we're getting to this one as well because we gotta celebrate this. And I also promised a few weeks ago. I said we went 2 years without playing a Nintendo 64 game. Until a couple weeks ago we did Magical Tetris Challenge, so we gotta change that. And 30 years of this console, I think that's the time to change it.
Yeah.
Just like you're changing the system, I'm changing that aspect as well, so you can get the blue coin switch, hit that, and you get the blue coins that give you 5 points each.
There you go.
So it's not the currency case that was in Mario Sunshine, although even then, it wasn't too bad. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there's 8 stars, so we can open the first Bowser door.
Okay.
The first star door.
Okay. Actually, I don't know if I ever saw... In all honesty, I don't know if I ever saw you got the coins for the Bowser door appear in the stage before. But as he showed there, because he got 100 coins, the star pops up wherever you are, for better or worse. And when you get it, you get a free save, and you're able to keep continuing the stage. And until Mario Odyssey, that would be every other Mario game, basically. But in this case, you have to race the snow. This was always a hard one for me. I don't know about for you.
Yeah, this one, I think as long as you just stay on this path and then just wait behind the head, it should roll into it.
Because that's the idea. You're saying, hey, I'm ahead and I need a body, or I want a body. What am I going to do? Here's how, because he'll follow you.
Yeah.
And that is the easy way to do it. Perfect. And this is sure to warm you up. Good job. Although I never really noticed, I guess it's like Shy Guy faces on the base of that thing.
Yeah.
And... Okay, there... we'll get that later. After there are Shy Guys being sort of... I'll walk it toward.
There's a trick to this one.
You probably know it, I'm gonna assume, right?
I'll try it.
It's your choice. You would play this game however you want, as far as how it is. And already I'm having a blast, just, sitting here, and I guess... Just kind of, just relaxing as far as how this is. All right, so what's the trick to that then?
Yeah, if you fall off the edge, but at like a certain angle, you can kind of land on one of the platforms down there.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that's a speedrun method. Although I guess then, I guess for speedrun method of this game, I'll say this: is it something where I guess that's speedrun if you're going if you're going 100%, or some people think this is an easy one to do for an 80% on this?
I think that's what they do in every category.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess because they figure it's one you can instantly jump on. Yeah, and that is a warp point to bring you down here.
Yeah.
Have you ever speedrun this game?
No.
Okay. Because I know you did twice, thrice with EarthBound? How many times did you do it with us?
Yeah, I did,
Twice, I think you did.
twice, yeah.
Because I know you've done it before as far as it, and did you say with Super Mario Sunshine you had as well?
No, I haven't.
You hadn't, okay. I think it was the case with both of those, and this one as well, you know. Fine, with EarthBound you've done it, with this one, you know the strategy. Actually, so what are the games you sped run? Just remind me on that one.
The only one is Dungeons of Daggerith.
Right, I loved seeing that, because I know you streamed that last August, I think.
Yeah.
As far as it, I really liked the look as far as that game you showing that, because it's one of those cases where I'd never seen it, and I always say this, I don't know everything about games despite what it might sound like, and I always say, don't think I know everything about games. Last week showed that as far as certain cases we were showing. As you also be careful because you have ice physics, but yeah, ice physics are no problem to Gemini 96 for sure. But I love seeing that as far as that game. I guess another game that, like with this one, really means a lot to you. And a case where I do love the fact that sometimes games that other people haven't mentioned, and even games I don't know, I always get excited about that, saying, oh, people know this game. I love hearing that idea. And when you get 10 stars, is it?
Yeah. Then you have the light coming down from here. If you look up, you go to the wing cap stage.
Alright, so yeah, keep flying as far as how that is. Okay, so for this one, you're basically going to be flying around and grabbing... What is this?
Yeah.
Got points.
8 coins.
I always had trouble doing this one, I'll say, because this is the first time you get the wing cap. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, the wing cap can be kind of tricky.
What particularly is it for you?
Yeah, sometimes when you fly down too fast, it's easy to lose control.
Because I guess in some ways it almost looks like maybe like a plane. Am I right about that? Because the idea is that you have to kind of go downwards and you pull upwards.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe the ninjas is a better way of thinking about that, as far as to indicate that. Feel free to go into that as is. And I guess also because this was such an early case as far as a 3D game. Oh, you're going from Secret Star here first. Yeah, you backflip. Yeah, right. Mario's more acrobatic. If you want to talk about his moves, and also swimming cases, he has amazing music. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I know people know this game, but yeah, in that case, go ahead as far as anyone want to go into it.
Yeah, there's a wide array of moves. You got your long jump, backflip, triple jump. So there's a lot of different techniques you can use. And if you've ever seen a speed run, like the way that they use all the different techniques is really amazing.
Yeah. And also the surprise to me as well is that a decent amount of these moves were also present in a game when they put it on Switch Online last year. I was going nuts. I'm trying to remember if you were there when they put it out. Donkey Kong for Game Boy.
Oh yeah.
You ever play that?
No.
Oh my god, so good. It might be the best game on the Game Boy. But it was a case where Mario does have a lot of acrobatic moves, as far as I think he kind of has the backflip sort of, or the side flip.
Yeah.
And some other stuff. And also some other ones that are kind of unique. He has like a breakdance kick, and you hit the Z button and hit the B button. And it's like a leg kick slide, as far as how that is. I think because Nintendo said, hey, we have this controller for Nintendo 64 going to Jolly Roger Bay. And we want to give a sense of seeing all these different things that Mario could do. In fact, I think, let me look about that. Because I think they said what some ideas about this game were. You're hearing the amazing music in the water. Oh my god, one of the best pieces of music in this game. And maybe one of the most emotional pieces of music in the game. And honestly, one where I think maybe the emotional pull of this has gotten stronger for me over the years as we're seeing Unagi over there as well. And also the fact that it's changing when you go underwater. It doesn't have the strings until you dive deep down. Oh, you got him out already. Shit.
Yeah, you gotta go down, get close to him, and then I think once you swim past the top of the ship is when he comes out.
Okay, I was maybe under the impression you always had to be right in front of him.
And we got the chests we got open.
Which do give you air, thank god.
Yeah.
I never remember the pattern on this one. And if you do hit the wrong one, you get electrocuted and get yourself hurt.
Yeah. if you're fast enough, you can skip all this platforming by just swimming up
Right.
the doors. Yeah.
I also think. Oh damn! Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Look at that. That's one way to do it. I think you can also crawl up. Am I right about that?
Maybe, yeah.
I think I might have done that. Yeah, you hit the Z button and you hold the Z button down and you move the left or the only analog stick, the control stick as they call it on this console. You do the crawl, which I'll tell you, I did miss that when Mario Sunshine for some of those things. Although, because when we did Poison River, it was a case of I wish I could have done that as far as it, but then again. As you showed when we played it, but also when we did the practice on that, I was saying, just move very slowly. Don't make any sudden movements. There's also a star down there.
Let's see if I can get this one here.
Okay.
Because normally for this one you need the metal cap.
Right.
But if you swim with this at just the right angle, you can just kind of break through the vortex and get it.
So there are a lot of kind of little neat tricks that if you play around with this game, and I guess be what the physics set of this game. What would you say maybe contributes to the idea of the idea of this game being sequence broken as it can be?
Let's see.
If anything. There you go. Got it. Fantastic. Yeah, you don't need the metal cap. Like, actually, what do you think would contributes to that as far as the idea that this game has so many sequence breakable elements?
I think it's just years of people, testing things and trying to see what works, what you can do, like without doing stuff the intended way.
Okay. I'm also wondering this, because since this was such an early game as far as 3D platforming, if that has something to do with, like, hey, I guess they understood, as you mentioned, over the years, people have understood. It's funny, I've sometimes talked about this when we play games where sometimes they've not necessarily been as well documented as you might think. I know Bomberman World was a case like that. It's like where not many people knew anything about this. Even the elements in the instruction manual don't explain certain things, or anywhere on the internet, which I appreciate. Sometimes we play some games like this and we find some of these answers out. But for this one, people kind of understood. Pretty much, I don't know. I get the sense that they pretty much, if they haven't been able to dive into the source code for this, they would play around with it enough to basically understand everything that makes this game tick.
Yeah.
Which I think is fascinating. And I don't know if there's even any other game on this console that they've done that with. Okay, but yeah, you're seeing your power down there, it's doing the beeping. If we get down to Mario will drown, and he does actually have the drowning animation, which is surprisingly realistic for the idea of Mario. He goes like, whoop, 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 and then he just starts floating up as far as how it is.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it goes to the idea of, we're gonna get this, the horror direction of this game. Which honestly, not much of it necessarily was that horrific to me, although that was the case where I always was like that with Sonic, even the case where when you're drowning in Sonic, not just that music, but also the case that Sonic has the open mouth animation. Tails didn't have it, but then Sonic Mania came out and they added one for Tails, like, oh my god, they added one for Tails, it's horrible. And then when they did Sonic Origins Plus and they added Amy Rose there, they gave her a drowning animation. I was like, that's even more messed up. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just because they seem, I don't know, maybe it's the case that they seem like the more innocent characters, perhaps. I don't know if that's the reason. But in that case, maybe I was more, I guess, sensitive to that in this one. But also the case that it was surprisingly realistic. Because they wanted to go that realism, saying like, fine, you want to watch Mario drown this way, we're gonna show you how that is, I guess. I mean, I guess toughen up kids that way. First off, the saying you're cheating when it comes to doing stuff wrong, and saying like, hey, if you don't go up to the surface, as far as that case, you're gonna drown, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah.
But either way.
Alright, so we got some more red coins to get here.
Yeah, this is probably one of the hardest levels to 100 coin.
Yeah.
Because they don't give you a whole lot.
Yeah, you got just enough to get it.
There's a maximum of 104, and it's one thing I know I asked you when you were doing practice. I said, did you ever get in cases where you went through these courses and got every single coin? And I think you said no, generally speaking.
No, I haven't.
This one, though, honestly, is only 104.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad to do that. There were cases where I did. In fact, when we were doing the audio test earlier, we, you were running my 120 save, my 120 star file, and when you did that, when you went to Big Boo's Haunt, I did get everyone out of it. Actually, I think the reason honestly I ran into that was because, actually Nintendo Power, they had, for their segment, The Arena, they would have cases where, hey, you know, they have challenges for games saying, hey, can you do these things? And if you can, at the time, Prove You did it by, I mean, it seems funny, back then I could never have imagined that there'd be a case where people could stream games online, or that we'd ever do it, number one. And number two, the case of saying, well, what was it going to look like to prove your skill at a game? But they said, okay, take a picture of the screen showing you did it with your Nintendo 64 in the shots.
Yeah.
Actually, I have one I never sent in for something for Jet Force Gemini, but basically said, oh, by the way, these are the maximum number of coins that are in this stage. Can you get them all? In fact, what'd you get hit by?
The pillar that fell there.
It didn't look like it even fell there. I'm gonna have a picture when that happens, when I edit, saying it didn't look like there was anything over there. There you go, getting those blue coin things. Yeah, and you do have a timer when it comes down on that, but it's usually not too bad.
Yeah.
And if the music, if you don't hear that ticking going anymore, you got everything.
Yeah.
And those are amazing for the purpose of getting the 100 coin thing. Because actually, one thing we forgot to mention is the fact that in this game, the different colored coins have different values. Right?
Yeah, yellows are worth 1, red is worth 2, and the blues are worth 5.
Yeah. Which, yeah, Mario Sunshine didn't do that. Actually, did any of the other 3D Mario games do that? I don't know if the Galaxy games did that. I don't even know if Odyssey had red and blue coins.
Yeah. Are there red coins in Galaxy?
They're the purple coins in Galaxy.
Yeah.
I know when it comes to the co-op, it's something that the co-star mode, you can really easily collect those. That might be a case we get this Galaxy, whether that might be a co-op method or not. And also, I guess, which one we run. Because I mean, for myself personally, I have, actually, I have every version of Galaxy 1. Because I have it on Wii, I have the collection that was on Switch, the 3D All-Stars collection, and I have the Galaxy 1 too that came on Switch last year. But Galaxy 2, I only have that Switch version, as far as it, so, yeah, that might be, actually, yeah, I don't know. What's your experience then with Mario Galaxy? Either of them?
Oh yeah, those are great. I played both of them.
You played through both? Did you 100% both of those?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I've never 100% of those. Not, actually, it's one of those weird cases. It's one of those, to quote Crusader 64 in particular, put on your list. Yeah, he's right. It's one of those cases where I guess I got it, I loved it, although I didn't have Wii when it first came out. I got it years later when I got the Wii. And at that point, it was something where I just didn't go back and complete it. This case, yeah, I should. It was really, really good. Yeah, you're pretty good as far as how we're at. And you haven't gotten, oh, there, those, right, those around the color. I'm not gonna forget those. And I think, didn't you have another, okay, there you go, you got all you need for that. But what, the red coins, did you get all the red coins, or is there another one you gotta grab?
There's 2 more I gotta get.
Oh, then you're gonna get all the coins.
That'll be all the coins, yeah.
So you are gonna actually get all the coins on this level.
Here you go.
There we go. Good job. Actually, good lord, in like 40 minutes you have like 18 of these things, 19 of these things. Okay. But then again, as like, yeah, you know this game clearly. As you mentioned, you clearly had a massive case of that, saying, you know, you played through this as far as growing up and saying going through. So in this case, you probably know everything about it, and especially that idea of first video game. And we can go on that discussion as well. As okay, yeah, the star is shifting upwards, but you did get it. I guess first game. Actually, I can't remember if I think I might have mentioned this when we played Super Mario Brothers last year. I think that was my first game, because I mentioned I rented the NES growing up. I played Super Mario Brothers. My brother rented Dr. Mario, and I also rented at one point. I rented Chippendale Rescue Rangers, which we played on the show, and the game based on Jeopardy, because I'm a big one of my game show games. Is this oh?
I just missed it.
Oh, right, you're going up there. Right, for that one, which I think they might have redesigned that star for the DS version. I'm not completely sure. I think I remember seeing something before that. But also because the way that game runs with different characters is going to change it anyway. But yeah, that was the case where I played those, although I didn't own NES as far as first case. Actually, was Nintendo 64 the first console you owned?
Yeah.
It was? Okay. Yeah, so I guess in my case, the first console I owned was, nice catch, was actually Sega Genesis. I got an NES later. So, and it came with Sonic the Hedgehog, so that was not my first game, although Sonic the Hedgehog is, I guess, the game that kind of made me realize I want to get into games, I guess.
Yeah.
That was one. What would you say? Was it this one that made you say, oh my god, I want to get into gaming, or was it something else?
Yeah, it was this one.
Okay. Wait, did you get them all on that already?
Yep.
Okay, wow.
So it's Jolly Roger and Cool Cool Mountain done.
Okay, I didn't know you got Koopa Run completely done.
Go ahead and do the slide.
Okay, yeah, Princess Secret Slide is behind this one. And there are 2 to get in here, and it's just a little bit of a hint, a little bit of a secret to get in here. But yeah, jump in there.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay. Alright, so how are you gonna do this?
So for this one, I'm gonna bounce off here. Or well, let's go this way first.
Yeah, because what the method on the 2 of them, you were going, I guess, for the time one, yes.
Yeah, for one of them, I think if you clear it in under 20 seconds, you get a star. And then there's another one at the end. Right
In the
here.
box. Although, if you do get that one, I think it's 20 or 21 seconds as far as how it is, you have to pick just one.
Yeah.
But then again, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to take a master shortcut, which I've never been able to do that shortcut. Honestly, my thought is usually kind of initially thinking, well, jump off the side and then go down, but also being able to do that without taking damage.
Yeah.
Because if you do take too much damage from the fall, he'll basically be stuck. Or he'll be stuck in an animation that way and he'll be in trouble. Ooh, that was inches away, man.
Yeah.
But you do not die when you fall out of the Princess Secret Slide, so that's a good... Actually, you don't for any of the... Well... Yeah, you don't for any of the Castle Secret Stars, but the punishment for one of them that you did your first try on the test, we'll get to that way later. You wish you died, comparatively. Yeah, you got it. And even with that, he'll be fine. Yeah, good job grabbing that. Also, for some reason, I don't know why, the floor here is slippery.
Yeah, I think it's just something to do with coming off the slide.
Okay, so they still have, I guess... Okay, so I guess here's the thing. It comes with a slide. You're right about that. But also, is it a case necessarily where... Because it's almost like ice physics then. So I guess how do they program slopes in this game? We talked about the Mario Sunshine.
I think that goes for like all slopes in the game. Like when you slide off of one,
yeah.
If you hold the control stick in a direction, you'll slip.
Okay.
But if you don't touch the control stick, you should just land without slipping.
Okay.
I'll see if I can like show that on a slope.
Either way, yeah, your choice as far as how that is. Because I thought that, because I mean, I said I constantly played Super Mario Sunshine. I said, hey, the way this game handles slopes is different and unique and kind of weird. But in case you wouldn't, I did it. It's something that I was stressing the ever-living hell out of Castle 22 with that one for it. But then you were like, oh no, I don't know. Whenever I show this weird stuff, or anything really, do you ever get a case of being stressed out watching it? Or it's a case where you know some of the stuff well enough it doesn't make a difference?
I don't know, I guess maybe sometime.
I'm trying to, what's the most stressful case I've shown you of a game? What comes to play of?
I don't know, ton of trouble.
Is that for the game or is that for how I played it?
I think just the game.
Maybe that's a really good answer. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if I was necessarily stressed out by this, but you going through Zelda 2. But then again, that's... I don't know, you might have maybe... Okay, I'm not going to say you have to be the one to play it now, because you beat it and here we are at 1. He's mad, by the way, saying, hey, we are the pavement for you, and yes, you can use that exploit. You basically jump and do the ground plane, jump and hit the Z button. You basically go right through him. Yeah, basically the idea is if he's mad that you use us for your pavement and all this stuff, and you walk over us and you don't give us any credits. He's like, I'll do it. He's like, I won't grovel. So in that case, alright, I'll also say, alright, I'll accept my death. Although, I guess then question, what Womp is this? Because Womp is then in the Mario Party games, and I think he's in... Aren't there other mainline Mario games he's in? Or is this the Mario Party games?
Wasn't he in, No, I was gonna say Paper Mario somewhere, but I don't think he is.
I think, yeah, maybe. And I don't know where in line some of the Paper Mario games go. I think you're right. No, I think you're right. I think he is in one of the Paper Mario games. I'll indicate below which one. Let's find out where Womp is. I know he's in the Mario Party games. I know he's in 1. Oh, he's in 2. There's also, yeah, the Bullet Bill's sort of in this game, but I don't actually recognize that he was in it really enough for years. As you're climbing to the tower, which I think is on every start to the first one. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, that's kind of a case where you do need to be a specific, or you have to be on not a specific one.
Yeah.
Because the first one is a case where Womp, Womp is. Everyone's like, wait, no, it is Womp. No, but I get that idea of saying, like, the weird case of tonic trouble, just as far as that, but also we get the owl who... Oh, he's over there. It's like, yeah, going in the water. Yeah, be sure to grab on me. Well, actually, are you going to even use him for this? I mean, you can, I guess, as far as how it's going to go. You do have the cannon. Right, let me get the Womp thingy. I think this is the... I think he made... There are a lot of characters that make their debut in this game. I believe Womp is one of them. He's related to Thwomps, apparently. And the Thwomps are in here. As far as how they are. Let's see. He's also related then to Wimp in Super Mario World, which I know is on your... That's on your digits as well. Let's see, what else is in there? Like every one of the Mario parties. Like everyone. Let's see. New Super Mario... Right, he is in New Super Mario Brothers. Galaxy 2, apparently. New Super Mario Brothers 2. He is in a couple of the RPGs. He's in... Paper Jam, he's in Mario & Luigi Paper Jam, he's in the remake of Bowser's Inside Story that, unless you hack your 3DS, is forever broken now if you didn't get the patch for it. And, well, I'll let you get this, and I'll mention the other game he's in. Because, you were right, he is in one of the Paper Mario games, although you're gonna wait, so hold on, that doesn't drop in. Right, he's in, well... He's in the Paper Mario game that people don't like, and I know you don't like. You know what it is.
Sticker Star.
Right. I don't have it. I think you even openly said, please don't buy it. I was surprised hearing that out of you, just because I said, well... Okay, I'm gonna make you have to make a Sophie's Choice 3 ways. You have to play one of these 3 games. You have to play Sticker Star again, or you have to play Tonic Trouble, or Power Rush Simulator. What's the choice?
Oh, no.
Or is it the Crusader 64 choice of Shoot Me? But then if Shoot Me is the answer, then it's Bubsy. I know, I'm sorry.
I would rather play... Out of those 3, I'd rather play Sticker Star.
Okay. What is in particular that... Hey, you want to load on Sticker Star, because I don't have a method to show it yet, number 1. Number 2, we wouldn't show it until we go through the other ones. Which would mean... go on.
It's not horrible. It's okay. It's pretty.
Really?
Fun. I mean,
you think it's okay? I thought you said that it's one of the worst games you ever played.
Well, when I first played it, I hated it, because it wasn't what I was expecting.
But you said there was issues with the way it runs with RPG. Oh, fine. Go on. I'm stepping up for you.
Well, yeah. The whole battle system is not really great because basically you have these stickers that you have to use for your commands in battle. But the thing is, there's really no experience system.
Right.
And so the only thing you get from battles is coins to get more stickers.
Okay.
And so there's like no, real point to, like, there's no leveling system or anything like that most RPGs would have.
Right, but even, I know one of your favorite games of all time, wait, hold on. Is it Final Fantasy VIII that doesn't have a leveling system either? Wait, does it, or how's that work?
Yeah, there is a leveling system. But in that game, the enemies will level with you.
Okay.
And so in that game, it's better to use the junction system
to
increase your stats instead of just grinding like normally, grinding levels.
Mm-hmm. That or exploiting, what's the name of the card game in that?
Triple Triad.
Triple Triad. I was gonna say Queen's Blood, no, that's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Actually, wasn't there some RPG you played that didn't have a leveling system that wasn't Secret Star? And it wasn't Color Splash, which was the Paper Mario game after that. Apparently it's like Secret Star, but sort of better. I thought there was something.
Maybe.
God, it's blanking my mind. Maybe it was something Crusader 64 mentioned. Yeah, because I think you said also with Sticker Star, the case of a lot of cases is random, so you don't have much recompense if you don't get stickers that are going to help you. I mean, it's not like, I don't know, Mega Man Battle Network where you can kind of mitigate that by... Oh, actually, no. No, I think that's a case where, based on how your deck is, you can sort of mitigate that for that game. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, you can also sort of mitigate that by handling stuff, how the cards are going to go, and we've done that in a few months. Well... I'm trying to remember if Chain of Memory, or any of the Chain of Memories games, the original or the rechanging version, if they have a level system. We'll find in a few months, but I do think there was something. But okay, we got on that because Womp's in Sticker Star. I mean, I thought the story stuff seemed interesting in Sticker Star as far as the way the characterizations and the dialogue went, but then again, gameplay. But also the fact that I was basically able to get you a sense, like, compared to Power Wash Simulator, which I'm with you, here's the thing. I appreciate that game just spinning away. I appreciate what that game does as far as how it looks, sounds, and plays, and it's also insanely boring. I agree with you on that. Bubsy, I've only shown you the first one because they will put the first one on Switch Online, and the collection of it is out next month as far as its physical release. What was the other one I said?
Was it Tonic?
Tonic Trouble, right. Tonic Trouble, I don't know if I can defend that one, necessarily. Although, I don't know if, okay, I would not say Tonic Trouble is the worst game on this console. Okay, let me ask you this. Would you say this is the best game on 64 for you, or is there other stuff? Or what would you do? Oh god, don't pin it down to one. Do the same thing that Nikki said last week, pick like a couple.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess the best games on this console would be this one, Paper Mario, and Banjo-Kazooie.
Those are good choices. I'd probably say... I have a soft spot on Pilotwings, which I know, I don't know if other people don't, but in fact, that game is usually going to hit the wall. Like, this seems like it's dangerous, but don't worry, he's doing this for a good reason. But the star underneath, you do have to get hurt.
Yeah, he's adapted and used to hitting bricks
That's
with
true.
his head, so...
Yeah, you're right, although, is he hitting with his head or hitting with his hands? And sometimes I guess he does both.
Yeah.
So he's got a head and hands of steel. I guess as far as my three favorites on Nintendo 64, I guess to not pick the ones you picked, I'll say, just as far as that, I guess I would say probably Perfect Dark. I'll say Pilotwings, why not? And, think about that. Honestly, I would say, I really love Wave Race 64. It's kind of an unorthodox triple there, as far as it, but still, like, there's a lot of great cases as far as certain things. And as far as worst for you, what would you say is worst on this console? What you play?
Worst?
I don't know how vast is your experience with the Nintendo 64's library?
Yeah, I played a good amount.
I can imagine that if you're saying this is your first console. I guess the case of probably renting games, I would think.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a bad experience on the N64.
Really?
Out of all the games I've played.
That's a good case as far as it, because I mean, and honestly, I'll say this, as far as Nintendo 64, it is sometimes a little bit of a weird case. We'll show this when we do our compilation show in May, because the compilation we're showing is going to not have enough games really for me to be satisfied. So I'm picking out a bunch of Nintendo 64 Midway ports. Even some of the games on this console that you could say are not very good. It's a case where they have some value to them, although there's also other ones that maybe seem obvious. And even as far as just picking up Tonic Trouble, in the chat, if you love Tonic Trouble out there, yeah, no offense meant. I also haven't played it enough to know. It's so weird. Maybe it's the idea that it's so off-putting. Is that the thought?
Yeah, I guess.
Even in my case, like, what the hell am I looking at? At first they said, it's not one of those cases where I'm nervous showing it at work saying something bad's gonna happen if I show this. It's just a case of saying, I don't know, what did I get everybody involved in? But I mean, okay, I have what is seen as the worst game on the console. And I don't even think it is. Superman.
Ah, Superman, yeah.
Have you played it?
No, I haven't played it.
Okay, it's an experience. Although apparently when I played it, it was a case where I rented it years later, and people said, "Oh, it's awful." I said, "Okay, let's take a look." I didn't like it, and I didn't play it much after. But then I was at MagFest a couple years ago, which that's happening this weekend, by the way. They had games as far as like you go to the front of like where it is, and it's like, hey, they have a page surrounding the console, and they'll put a game into play. They have none less. So you know what? I want to show some people this. I want to show what this game is because they've never seen this. Let's see it. And then someone came up to me and said, "Wow, you're playing this game maybe the most competently I've ever seen you play." And I'll tell you, in all honesty, when you kind of understand certain things which are not clear, for sure, it was something where I was able to adapt to it. Not a case where it's it has a lot of problems with graphics in terms of aspects of controls, idea of it not explaining things with text well, or cases where if you make a mistake, you're going to have to go back a level to go back flying through rings, which is always the meme of the game, which is true. You do that a lot, more than I think you should. And also the way the graphics are, where the draw distance is not very good, and they basically turn them into stories and saying it's kryptonite fog. Which sort of makes sense in the sense of saying, okay, Superman is weak to it, and it's why he can die in the bizarre world that Lex Luthor puts him in. But then as far as the graphics perspective, I don't know if I'm going to buy that. And apparently also I understand there's like some back and forth as far as how maybe Warner Bros. Wanted the game. The idea was sort of a torture production, little sort of... Actually, I'd say, for me, the worst game on the console is actually, believe it or not, one of the last games. That is the Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction. Okay. Have you ever seen that one?
Yeah.
Okay, because it was on the PlayStation, where it's a 3D fighting game. It's Power Stone. It sucks. But at least on the PlayStation, it has a CG recreation of the TV show's intro with all the music and all the voices, and it has story going on because they build. Basically, the idea is that the girls they make a pie, and they say it's missing that extra something. They put in Chemical X. I don't know why they put that in, but they say, let's use that. Maybe because they figure, okay, it's gonna be for our own use. But then Mojo Jojo, he finds it on the side of the sill, and he takes it, everybody eats it, they get the power of Chemical X and fighting. But they have cutscenes for that. On Nintendo 64, there are no cutscenes, it's just text dialogue, like white text and black background. There's one piece of music that plays the entire game, which is not the case on the PlayStation. As this came out after a game I know you also called dibs on, Conker's Bad Fur Day. It is a game that's on 64 megabytes, the biggest size on this console, along with Resident Evil 2. And it's a case where that game is fully voiced for hours of material on that. And you're telling me that they could not port that PlayStation game with all its voice stuff, or even its audio or music, to this console. And it plays like crap. So that's the other case. I'm saying, like, there's something worse than Superman and Instant Force. Yeah, this. I couldn't believe it either. Which is why when we get to showing that, I'll show it on the PlayStation, just because at least it gets that, and in that case we represent it twice. And I can also use it in the case of saying, hey, let's play it for our annual representation of that game Thursday, the April Fool's Day program. Well, this year we're doing something that I don't know if it's bad. When I played it, it seems like, okay, Digimon Racing is really good advance. It's okay, as far as it. Well, actually, as far as games I know people say are not so hot on this console, I find I'm getting the... Shit, you're doing that really quick. Oh wait, no, that's the 100 coin star.
Yeah.
Although because it appeared there, he has to fly into it. Oh, and it's up there. Yeah, you can get that. Because I know of the games, I know people sometimes say on this. I haven't played this one. I know you have it. You got 30 stars for another door.
You got the message you got in the stage.
Oh, perfect.
For the star door.
Yeah, how are you doing? He's doing great. No question. Because I know you played EarthBound Gym 3D. That's another one that's... I don't know. What did you do that? I don't know if I asked you directly.
Oh, yeah, that game? Yeah, I don't remember much about it. Yeah, I don't think it was that good, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you own that still, yes?
Yeah.
Hold on to that. That game has gone up in price. Not massively, but it is still something where it's It's up there as far as how it is. Oh, no, sort of up there. Fine. I have Play Fighter Sculptor Cup. That's the rarest game in the system. The fact that I came to that as I did was kind of a miracle. Because I think it was Kazum22 was also asking me, he said, don't you have every game on this console? No, I don't. What do you not have? And that's where you ended up going into the dregs. Oh, okay, not in the dregs, in the, what are these things? Look, any case of a console, you'll run into it, and I don't, you've mentioned this. Games you play on this, of course, maybe underrated games. I don't know what's some underrated games on this system. In case you're like, maybe people don't know this.
I think all the games I have are well known.
Really?
Yeah. Banjo, Jet Force Gemini.
Yeah, I don't know. I tossed maybe Jet Force Gemini and that. I don't know if people know that one as well. But okay, fair enough.
I've heard of this one game that's supposed to be really bad. It's called Quest 64.
Yeah, I played it. It's... I know Medix had some choice words. Actually, he... he got... Actually, he told us when we played Parasite Eve. He... when he was in grade school, he bought the game. He loves RPGs, but it's a case where he had N64. There were not a whole lot of cases of RPGs in the system. And he got that. It is a case where it was positioned as initially thought like after Final Fantasy VII, people were saying this is what Nintendo 64 is going to have as far as this. It was apparently also sort of a torch production, but also a case where there were a lot of questions on what it was going to be like. The story was not fully fleshed out, the battle system wasn't fleshed out. I honestly played it when I hadn't played a whole lot of RPGs, so I might not be the right person to ask as far as how is this. But it's also something that it was something that was indicated, even Nintendo Power, which usually sometimes they'd say, okay, they said about Superman 64, quote, players may have mixed feelings on the final product, which is an understatement. But on that one, they said, quote, it was more like taking a trip to the dentist than going on a quest. But, Medix, he traded it for Final Fantasy VI for somebody. They gave it to him as far as that.
Wow.
They got so mad, they actually stole his Game Boy Color. And then he learned that years later. He says, like, wait, that looks exactly like the Game Boy Color that I lost. It's like, what? Well, although, and he said, like, I probably deserve that. So it's like, I don't know if you deserve that, because, like, it's probably not a case where you told, because, like, did you tell him this is a great game and Final Fantasy VI sucks? Like, no, I didn't do that. But of course, I would never do that. Especially would never do that in front of you, because you're going to be running Final Fantasy VI. But, and because I know you love that game, I love it too. But still, a case that, well, that ended up happening, and so kind of going to that game. But yeah, you're right, it's not very good, although I would be curious to kind of look at it again. It doesn't cost much, and also just because, I don't know, maybe it's one of those things of seeing with the limited RPG landscape. You have the best one. You have Paper Mario. That's absolutely the best RPG in the system. Although,
aside from those two, are there any others?
yeah, there's Alien Chronicles: The First Mage. That was it was THQ published that. I heard that was not good. That was late era. There is one I've not really sunk my teeth into this one. It's Ogre Battle 64 Person of Lordly Caliber. It is a entry. Are you familiar with the Ogre Battle franchise?
No.
Yeah, I bought these when they were on virtual consoles because they cost money. I bought the Super Nintendo one, March of the Black Queen, and then there's the Nintendo 64 one, which Atlas published. And they did a really good job on the translation, including the fact that basically they said, well, we're gonna let this be maybe more adult in terms of some of its dialogue. It's kind of a strategy RPG. I don't know if it's necessarily the same way with something like Fire Emblem exactly, but it is, it's got some interesting cases. I think I played it very little, but that's one that seems to be held up as something pretty good. As far as like a traditional RPG, it's really, it's those four. I thought there was another one. Actually, it's interesting because even Shigeru Miyamoto was asked in interviews after this saying, the Nintendo 64 apparently was a bigger success in the US than it was in Japan. Not that it was bad, but he openly said the reason he thinks that is because there aren't enough RPGs in the system. And that was early in the system's life. As far as other ones, I think there was something, I'm trying to remember as far as like Japanese exclusives. There was like an exclusive RPG for them. Okay, there's one that sort of, kind of is, but I don't know how much of the element of this. I don't know if you ever played this, Hybrid Heaven.
No.
It's from Konami. Apparently, like with Quest, 64 was kind of maybe positioned as Nintendo's towards answer to Metal Gear Solid, but it's not like Metal Gear Solid at all. It's kind of like a 3D exploration game that also has fighting. That kind of looks like an RPG with a little bit of a case of itself. Okay, yeah, we're gonna fight Bowser. Yeah, feel free to go into him.
Yeah. So the Bowser fight, you have to grab his tail and throw him into one of the bombs. Over there.
Okay. He needs to pick his tail up and rotate the control stick.
Closer.
And then he says, "So long, gay Bowser," which he doesn't in... Damn.
Point blank.
Yeah, yo, that was savage. And he only takes one hit. He's like, yeah, he was careless. But by killing him, as you did, you get... Yeah, the Shindo version does not have that. Have you played the Shindo version?
No. No.
That was the one that initially was Japan only. They added Rumble Pack support for it, and then they ported that into the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection. And actually, weirdly enough, whenever they do Virtual Console or even Switch Online ports for Japan of this game, they always emulate that one.
Okay.
They never emulated the original release for Japan without it, which is weird. But also with that one, there's yeah, we'll get to that as far as speedrun methods that it cuts out.
So the first area is done. Now we're gonna go out here to Big Boo's mansion, or
Well, it is a mansion.
Yeah.
We'll see. His haunt.
Big Boo's haunt.
But either way, yeah, you find this dude because yeah, you see the what is it? You see the booze. You look away. It's the same case as the other one where you're gonna go on a ghost hunt here. At the house, he's like, yeah, come in the house. Like, yeah, that doesn't sound at all sketchy. We're fine. Yeah, but the same case, they'll look away and then you punch him in the back. Or you can just jump and ground pound him, or you can also do that, which you did on the test play with practice, saying, hey, use your wall kick as far as that, because I don't know if you want to go anything on the wall kick. I think this first game had it.
Yeah. You walk like, jump toward the wall, hold the controls like toward that in the direction that you're jumping, and then you press A. And there are I think 3 different windows where if you press A, you will kick off and you'll get a different amount of distance or speed.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, like there's like one where you press A right before you touch the wall, then as you touch the wall, and then slightly after, and you can get like different jumps off of it.
Okay. Maybe that's how you're getting those jumps, because honestly, I did not know that until you mentioned that, because my thought was like, you have to kind of hit it, he goes, ugh, and then you hit A afterwards. You're right, I guess, then, as far as how you time it.
I was trying to do a sequence break there.
Yeah, either way, I mean, it's serving you well so far. As you get this great atmosphere going on in the mansion here. And I don't know, they didn't say, as far as I could tell, that they came up with this idea as far as how Luigi's Mansion went, but maybe a thought. I don't know. They haven't said, hey, we were thinking Luigi's Mansion for this.
I was curious about something out here.
Sure, was it?
But you can fight him, okay. Because normally this is like the 3rd time that you fight Big Boo. But you can still get up here and fight him.
Right, because the idea is that since you were able to do that wall kick, usually the idea is when you beat him down on the floor, it basically gives you like the stepping stool to get up there and steps to go.
Yeah.
And also, how do you... Okay, I want to ask you, how do you do this outside of going this way? Is this usually the way you've done it?
Yeah, I usually just kind of long jump to one of the sides there, and then just slide down and then jump over to the middle.
In all honesty, it took me forever to figure out how is the best way to do this. I guess that's probably the best way. The other way is that the way I tended to figure to do it is sort of, again, the crawl, but you do have to make that jump over to the side there where you can kind of stand without sliding down. But it's also a case where, I guess people figured out, and you've definitely figured out, different ways to run this. Also, I guess I know something. I don't know, is that intended, since you went and killed Big Boo up there, he's not saying come in the house anymore on this.
Oh, yeah.
As you're also getting, yeah, that scare as far as the piano. Yeah, but but also the thing about the booze here is they usually all have blue coins. Also, they don't die, so
Yeah.
I love that as far as how they go. Say, ghosts don't die. Okay, that's the one enemy I was mentioning from Mario Party 3, Mr. I. So they called him that. I didn't know he had a name until I actually looked at that game. It's actually Mario Party 3. I don't actually own that, so when I play it on Switch Online, that's the only method of playing it I have. So I have the other two, and then I have 4, and then I don't think that's it. Yeah, it is it. I don't have the other ones. Yeah, I don't. I just realized that. Wait, all intents is 4 and 1 on GameCube. Okay, there you go. Since you did kill all the boos there, Big Boo will come out and we'll kill him again. It's like, yeah, didn't I see you just up on the roof? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. We have video evidence, my friend. We know what's going on. Boom. But still, making quick work. Yeah, to go back to that thing with the RPGs, I mean, I also was thinking Custom Robo, but Custom Robo is not really an RPG. Because they put that on Switch Online, I know there's a GameCube version of that. The only other ones I noticed as far as, I mentioned all the ones that US got, as far as ones Japan got, apparently, was it? Robot Kokotsu 64 Nanatsu no Umi no Caramel? It's Hudson Soft, and it's Red Entertainment, the people behind, wait a minute, Red Entertainment, Red Company. The people behind, Bonk's Adventure on TurboGrafx. Oh, wow. Oh. And they made the Sakura Tyson game on the Wii. I did not know that they made that. That was... Actually, they did a lot of Sega involved. Actually, also speaking of rare games. Blood Will Tell Osamu Tezuka's Dororo, which is on the PS2, which is a game that it's like $4. I think it's like the rarest Sega game on that system. And joined to the great, merry-go-round going on here. But there's Big Boo again. It's like, yeah, we've seen you like 3 times before. It's like, yeah, either way, you're dying in quick succession each time. Boom. It's interesting, you're not playing this game like it's a speedrun, but it still seems like it kind of is in terms of how you operate the game.
Yeah. There's a few stars that I'll try to like really speedrun.
Okay.
And then there's also like a few tricks throughout where like when you grab a star, if you ground pound under a star, you'll collect it faster instead of just jumping up to it.
True.
So there's little things like that.
Okay. Is that how you tend to play with your mother when you're growing up on this one, or how do you tend to run that as far as how she played it too?
Yeah, we just kind of played casually. Yeah, we never knew what speedruns were at that time. Yeah.
Was there cases of games that you play quickly, whether you knew it was a speedrun or not?
Yeah, sometimes. I used to try to speedrun Banjo-Kazooie.
Okay.
Before I like knew what any like good strategies or anything.
You want to see how fast you go, and since you do have that timer saying, hey, how fast can you go? I guess it puts in your mind saying, what's the method to go? I mean, I kind of did that too, as far as that game, because of that respect. I guess also growing up with Sonic, in case of saying, hey, how fast can you go? Or I guess it almost is like the racing case, or as I mentioned, like with the arena out of Nintendo Power. Because some cases, like, hey, you know, like for this game, saying in order to do collect, one of them was actually collect 151 points, or just the max. Where they basically say, hey, if you do it quickly enough, we'll give you those power stamps as far as like the first however many people do it. But in other cases, because it's based on a time element, they say, hey, you know, that's how you do it.
I just like wall jumped off the railing.
There you go, so you got another shot. Yeah, it seems like it's tight. Also, because of the way the triple jump works.
Yeah.
You have to be running enough on that, but it seems like you're able to make it go without running much.
There's like just enough room to get it.
Uh-huh.
I'll try it one more time.
Yeah, because you do the run, you have to run and jump. You basically jump on the ground each time as you come down, and you can do a third jump. Yeah, but it's interesting to kind of think about that as far as mentioned all these different methods about how to run this. I also like the camera angle they put in here, saying, hey, you know, what's going on with this. There's also a case I think you have to hit it in order, right?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I just realized something. You hit that. It's the first one, the second one, the third one. No, the second one, the third one, and the first. I wondered, maybe they had that also in their mind when they made Ocarina of Time. Remember, 23 is number 1. I just realized that. And it was also interesting, I think, at some point, that's the idea. Hey everyone, hi Mario, hi Dollyfin, so good to see you tonight. Joe996 is here, he's playing Super Mario 64, and Jesus Christ, you've already... Okay, are you gonna 100% this in one show?
Maybe.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, he's already was a third of the way done with the power stars in this game. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to the show. If you're looking at Mary Swan Mario, Super Mario 64, or any other case as far as game you got, as we're in Big Boost Haunt. Nice. Oh wow, as far as Dolphin's concerned. Okay, well, then again, I guess it's like, as I said, I mentioned this before. When it comes to games you love and you know them, you love and know them clearly. That's anybody. But especially as far as this thing. Oh yeah, I mentioned this is the as just Davin just indicate this. We were talking here as far as first games you ever played, because this is the first game you ever played. Yeah, you want to go in that discussion as well, and also discussions on the Nintendo 64 and maybe weird stuff on it, or either weird stuff, good stuff, bad stuff. Celebrating the system's 30 years this year. Go ahead on that as well. And then I guess also is some of the other stuff. And that's, I guess, what I've realized now when it's come to the system. Because I said, yeah, if you have all the big stuff, or a lot of big stuff as far as, like, what's the other stuff that's there? And sometimes you just find something. For better or worse, you might find, like, a Tonic Trouble, or, well, okay, the one I mentioned we played EarthBound, Body Harvest.
Body Harvest.
But actually, Body Harvest is a really interesting game. As far as how it is, and there was also a case where I found that too many games I bought. I just flashed in front of all of you, and said, "Remember this?" Like, what? Like, yeah, it's that. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a case where there's so many games out on the system. As far as like, what are the other ones? In fact, Chasm22. I'll go back to this. You're saying, "Hey, what other games in the system that you don't have?" Like, well, let me figure it. And I looked. I said, "I'll try this on you." I don't think I ever told you about this game. Rat Attack. Okay, this was... I don't even know completely what this is. It kind of plays like Kicks, the old arcade game of Taitos, I should say, where you're a mouse... you're a cat, and you have to collect all the mice as far in a house. It's this very weird cartoon. I was a late one of the system of 2000. Yeah, I think it came on the PlayStation in Europe. With this very weird design as far as the characters. It's like $100-something now. It was one of those cases I showed him this, like, what is this game? He's like, let me show you. I was like, I've never played this either. He's like, what is this? Like, I don't know if I have the answers. I mean, it is almost like a Tonic Trouble in a way of saying, what is this? I don't know, maybe they put that on Switch Online. That'd be hilarious. I mean, since Ubisoft saying, hey, they do it, I think it was Mindscape who published this one. Yeah, that one, I should say. I don't think they did much on this console. So, I don't know where the license on that one lies. But that's another... It was a bizarre one. Sometimes it's one of those cases where I sometimes say these, like, either I'm making it up, or you hear it and you think, like, it sounds like something horrible. Because I always tell the story. When I mentioned Body Harvest, I said it without any context. I just said, you ever play Body Harvest? At first, like, it just kind of sounds like absolutely wrong.
Excuse me?
Exactly. That's exactly it. I mean, I don't know. I didn't necessarily think as you're getting those bouncy boxes, you grab on them and they bounce you thrice, and then the coins come out. There's one level I'm gonna hate that. But sometimes it gets just that name. I don't. Is it the name? Is that it? Was that it as far as the name? Or was it?
It's just like, what could that be?
You're right. You're almost afraid to ask, I guess. I don't know. Because I guess compared to something, it doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue like Super Mario 64, although Nintendo was gonna publish that originally. It was developed for 3 years. Nintendo was gonna publish it. They then passed on it, and then Midway picked it up. Yeah. And it was DMA design. It doesn't mean anything design. The people would want to make Grand Theft Auto 3 when they rebranded themselves. No, they rebranded themselves after Grand Theft Auto 3 to Rockstar North. but it was a case where looking at that game, it is kind of an open world thing. You basically have to get into a vehicle to drive, but also it's kind of a shooter where you're shooting bugs, almost like the Starship Troopers movie had come out. There's a game based on that, and also another one I never played. This Armory's Project Swarm. You ever heard of that?
No.
It's from Acclaim. It's a first-person shooter. Apparently very choppy on this console, even worse on the PlayStation, from what I understand. Because you're going around shooting bugs and things, but yeah, that's a game I've never played. But I've heard it's not that great. And also, it's one of those games where you have these large levels and there's no checkpoints for them. So if you die, you're going all the way back. Like, all the way back. It's Fighting Force 2 argument, which is a case where you have levels that go for like an hour, and if you die at the end, you're going back all the way at that hour again.
Okay.
I don't even know if, as you mentioned, EarthBound in 3D. As we're seeing Mips, the bunny,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know if he admitted that. God, damn, that was fast. Yeah, he's late for a very important date. He also, it's worth pointing out, I was curious as far as Mips, what that came from. Do you know the idea of what the concept of the was?
No.
Okay, because I did look this up. Apparently the idea is that when they were demoing this game, and they were doing testing, that apparently, the idea of Mips bouncing around, that was apparently the first thing they showed, as far as a proof of concept when they're going this incoming shifting sandline. This level, I'm hitting that thing because getting 100 coins on this level is hell for me. Absolute hell for me. I don't know if what's your case, if you fly guy.
Yeah, this one is a bit rough.
And honestly, it's also something where it's not even a case where you have, okay, you don't have a whole lot of coins to run, but it's a little more than Jolly Roger Banks. It just seems harder for a lot of the other things to go along.
Yeah, because you gotta get in the pyramid. When you go in the pyramid, you can't come back out.
Right, that's true. But yeah, the idea of MIPS, it was named after the microprocessor without interlock pipeline. Oh, what is it? Microprocessor without interlock pipeline stages architecture. And you can klepto the bird, knock them off, and get that. You can also steal your hat and you take double damage when you get hit by that. But anyway, they used that as far as what they were using for the hardware for this console. So they said, when they showed that and they had the rabbit, they said, yeah, there's calling them MIPS.
Oh, cool.
That's the idea as far as how it was. And the boos, actually going back since we're in Big Boo's Haunt, apparently, from what I understand, they were based on the angry outbursts of the wife of Takashi Tezuka, who was the assistant director of this game, because Shigeru Miyamoto said this in an interview. He was saying that she usually is very calm and collected, but he was often in cases, especially with this game, he was working a lot, and then she came home as far as, and she was kind of so frustrated that she couldn't, she couldn't handle it. It was like, well, why are you working too much for it? And even in the case of sometimes when it comes to Japan, the idea that they've indicated this of saying, hey, the pride in work, but also them saying, like, wait, when it's too much, and that was the case where they said, well, the boos, they kind of went to that degree, weirdly enough, which I did not know looking into this. Because I was like, what? This is a game I think is very well documented, but even then, it was something where I didn't necessarily find a whole lot on this as I thought. Not like there's nothing, there's definitely stuff, but I was like, oh, I'd have to write, okay, this book, notebook, I would thought I would have been able to fill this entire book with this game, although, yes, I would if I was like, I don't know, if I was like the Matt McMuscles take of saying, like, being an investigative journalist, saying, hey, I have these connections because I work in the industry, because he did. He worked in testing, and then he also made that game, The Takeover, which is on the Switch. So in that case, he does it. And that red coin, and you got it like nothing. Because, yeah, the slope thing, that's the problem.
Yeah.
If you go in that sand, you're dying.
Yeah, I think about slopes, if you jump on a slope on the second of your 3 jumps, you can jump again to get a triple.
Right.
So like if I just jump on this with my first jump,
it's not gonna work.
It won't work. But
if you stop
if you can get the second jump on there, then you see there I got the third.
It's, I guess, because of the speed you go?
I don't think it's the speed. I think just for some reason, when you land on the second jump, it just doesn't take the slope physics into account, and it lets you get the third jump.
Okay. You also have the wind as far as that, but you also have the other thing, which is that this is one of the few levels you don't have fall damage.
Right, because you just fall in the sand and get stuck for a second.
Actually, I guess there's a quick way to get out of it. I didn't know there was a quick way to get out of it.
I usually just if you mash it pretty
Oh,
quick.
you mash the button.
Yeah.
I did not know that actually. All the years I've been playing this game, I never knew you could do that. The other levels you can do that in are, well, the other level we saw so far is Koopa Mountain.
If I fall from here, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. I love that touch. Like, hey, you know, it shows he's able to go head first into that.
There you go.
So they showed both aspects, saying, hey, you know, he goes that way. And then there is the Pokey from Super Mario.
Oh, I got my hat.
Okay, it's not like Super Mario Sunshine, at least, where if you don't have the hat, you die.
Right.
You keep dying as far as if you have that hat. Yeah, you gotta jump at 96. Don't let him take your hat. It's also pointing out, you could technically leave this level. Oh, you got it.
There you go.
You put it back on.
Yeah, I got it as soon as I hit him.
That's gonna be a feet thingy, as far as it, and also a twitch side cutout. Yeah, because he takes your hat, but unlike Super Mario Sunshine, he keeps losing health as he has. In this one, it's just a case where you just have to go get it again. And just don't leave. So don't leave the level without it, I guess.
Yeah.
Or I guess do leave the level without it if you want to go a challenge method this game. Although there are only a couple levels you can lose your hat. It's this one, and I think it's
Mountain.
Pilotwings Mountain. That's true.
Steal it.
Yeah, so because I was gonna say, could somebody do a 100% run of this game without your cap, only for parts of it? Basically, you'd have to. Yeah, because you can't get it. You can't get that after. I'm trying to think about this. There's no level you can get your hat lost until this one. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, you have to go through at least the first. You have to get 8 stars first. And, no, right. You have to get 8 stars first, and you have to beat Bowser in the Dark World, and then come down here.
Yeah.
So in that case, you can only get 112. I was trying to get through. And yeah, these cubes. Yeah, they have a little hole in the center, so if you have them going right, you can not get crushed. It's really hard to do. It's rare I have that happen as far as me.
So I'm going for 100 coins. I think I'm about ready to go in the pyramid.
Right.
Might want to just get the rest of the 8 red coins.
Out here?
Yeah. But I won't be able to get the star because I have to go in the pyramid.
Yeah, I think. Honestly, I think this might have been the last star, as far as the star for the 8 red coins here. It's either this one or the one in the 8 red coins in Tick-Tock Clock, who were the last one we got.
Yeah.
It was because of the wing cap perspective. I was having a lot of trouble doing that, so when it came to that, I had trouble getting this. And well, I have that as far as Tick-Tock Clock as well, because that was another one where it took me some time. No, not the red coin one. No, it was this one. I would say, no, the red coin one in Tick-Tock Clock is easy. Well, it's easy if you know what you're doing, or you realize what to do, which honestly isn't too bad. It's other ones. I don't remember what one. We'll see, because he's going the whole way. Yeah, just be careful with the fly guy. Although in that case, you also showed a little earlier, he's able to fly off it and bounce off and goes boing. Alright. Okay, there you go.
No, not again.
I was gonna say, good job. Actually, also, one other question. I've heard, I think I saw this. This is, I think, something in Nintendo Power 2. Apparently, a way that Mario could fly on the wing cap with the wing cap while holding his hand.
Fly. Wait, fly with holding his hat?
Apparently. From what I understand. Let me think about this. Apparently, it's on this level. They say, I don't know. I think the idea is that. What is it? Let me look this up, because I remember they said something about that, where it's on this level. I think you use the warp that's outside, because by the Oasis, there's a warp point.
Okay.
But I've never been able to make it go. Like, let me see that. Let me see if I can find anything about that, and also fly holding wing cap. As well as in this great remix of the underground music from Mario Brothers. know. It seems like most of the things I'm finding are saying about. Okay, there is something for it, but all right, I'll have an indication also into this as well, for what it is, and I'll also see if I can't find something archived from the Nintendo Power Sheet did. Basically, I think the idea is they're saying that you hit the wing cap. Okay, right. I think what you do is you hit one of the wing cap blocks. The wing cap stays out. I don't think it disappears. Is that right? Until you like leave the level.
Yeah.
Okay, I think what happens is that you get it out of the box. You leave it on the ground. You go backwards through. You go use the warp a couple times. I guess apparently you're cloning it, and then you go and get it. Oh no, I think. Wait a minute. I think what you have to do is I think you do that, and then you have to get another one from. Is there 2 boxes for wing cap out there?
Yes.
I think you go to the other one. You get the wing cap. You fly to where the other one is. You go pick it up, and apparently, I don't know if you have to still be in the air to do that as it goes. You're able to apparently then hold it in your hand as you fly. I'll see if I can find something about this. I never was able to do it. I think if there's anybody who can do it, it's you. But I wasn't sure if you'd heard of it, or I know they said you could do this, but as it also they said the thing about the thing with Koopa the Quick on Bob-omb Battlefield saying you can win with 0 on the clock. I was like, okay. I never figured that one out either. That was another Nintendo Power case. I guess going into another thing, which is all the secrets and all the thoughts of what can you do in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go to any cases of things that you were kind of questioning, it's like maybe you heard through the grapevine of something, or cases where things you either found that were unique that nobody else saw, or whatever that might be, or whatever the case of the year for that.
Yeah, I remember when I first played this, when I first discovered the shortcut on the ice slide. That was such a big revelation. I was like, wow, you could do that?
Right. Actually, it took me some time to figure that out. I didn't actually see it, even though there's the coin path there. I didn't actually think, oh yeah, I could use that. I didn't even know there was something on the wall. You're right, nice secrets. I mean, I guess those, because it was around it, with a game that's selling like almost 2 million units on. Fine, that's counting the Nintendo 64 alone, because I guess if you count however many units the 3D All-Stars sold, I guess if you count all the Virtual Console ports of this, because this was on the Virtual Consoles for Wii, Wii U, it's on Switch Online, of course. I guess you count the DS version, count the Virtual Console version of the DS version, it probably sold much more. And also, if you count one other one, which is seen over there, yeah, that explodes, by the way, when you jump onto those pillars, all 4 of them. Nice job getting that. There was another place it was on. Are you familiar with the IQ player?
No.
It was, from what I understand, it is a Chinese-only device that apparently was made as a bit of a workaround against China's restrictions on game consoles at the time, or no, on the time, I guess. As we're fighting, who's this boss? Does he have a name?
I forget his name, or if he even has one. The Ancient Hands or something.
Okay, I'll have an indication if he has a name. We're gonna have a hand-to-hand fight with him. Actually, a little bit precursor to something we saw in Star Fox 64, in the sense that, you shoot Andrew's hands in that one. In this one, you punch him in the hand. You punch him in the hand. Well, I guess it's like Zelda, too. Zelda as well, not Zelda 2. There weren't enemies like this in Zelda 2. Were there?
Oh, well, there were... No. I was gonna say, like, the Bongo Man.
Oh, right. Well, in Ocarina of Time, you're right. You probably were taking that as an idea from this. Yeah. But that IQ player, apparently what it was a device that plugged into a TV. The hardware was in the controller. It had to take off on the N64. It had games in it, like 14 of them that you could get. Well, actually, I don't remember if it ran cartridges or whatever it was. But they had 14 games that were on it. Mario 64 was one of them, of course. So that's just one other release. As this. Alright, so what next? Oh wait, alright. Wait, you hit the wall. We hit the invisible wall.
Yeah.
Alright, so which are we going for now?
So we got the star at the top here.
Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, actually, one of the signs here, it says something about... no, I think it's they give you a hint in the sign about those special spots as far as the place you land where the numbers coming off.
Oh, yeah.
I think it says a case of when you're... I'm trying to remember, a light? As far as what it says. I was learning that word in school. I was like, what the hell is this word, a light? Or not a loft. I think it was a light. When you're all these numbers, when Mario's a light, what does that mean? It's like, I'm learning in school. I never get a sense of what that was. But one of the hints in there, that's something that kind of, as you're in the Sparky. Yeah, they do have a name, because I think, I'm trying to remember this. I think I went to something, I think, for that, we did Super Mario Sunshine, although I don't remember if they were in that. Yeah, there you go. Not too bad as far as how it goes. You just go up the top and get that. And you're in good shape. Okay. Also, I guess I'll ask this: what are your favorite? What are some of your favorite courses in this?
Let's see.
If we've seen it even.
I do like Womp's Fortress.
That's cool. Yeah.
Hazy Maze Cave.
Yeah. Yeah, in my case, I guess I'd say I like Cool Mountain as far as the way that's set, and I guess as far as some of the later ones. I mean, I guess I like maybe the other place we haven't seen yet, Lethal Lava Land, a little more than this place.
Yeah.
But I do like the atmosphere as far as Hazy Maze Cave. But also a weird case when we get to that, as we'll see, but still a case where I find that pretty appealing. Yeah, because it's one of the 15 courses in this game, which apparently, from what I understand, they were saying that there were going to be more. The original plan on this was... well, a couple things. First off, we may as well talk about the biggest rumor this game had, which is the idea that Luigi's in this.
Yeah.
There were a lot of manifestations of that. I think the most famous one was... that was the one about the... what's the one you heard?
The fountain.
The fountain.
In the courtyard, if you, like, press a certain button combination, you make Luigi appear there. Or there was a... and then on the star statue, like, some people said that if you look closely, it says L is real or something.
Right, I remember that. As far as it... there are a couple indications, but actually it's worth pointing out, Luigi was gonna be in this, so maybe I don't know. See, I don't know if they necessarily, if Nintendo and Shigeru Miyamoto and the team worked on this, if they necessarily came out and said or planted those seeds of the thought, or is it a case where people kind of thinking, well, wait a minute, it's a Mario game, there's no Luigi here, maybe somewhere. But yeah, apparently they did say the thought was Luigi was initially going to be in this. There was going to be a split screen co-op. I guess a predecessor to Super Mario Galaxy, maybe? I don't know. They were saying that, but it was a scrap concept, as is the concept of this being an isometric game. In particular, that was maybe the thought that they were doing. And the only other thing about that as well is that courses. Apparently, when they first demoed this in, I think it was Space World 2000 or 1995. Not 2005, no, it was way later. Yeah, the DS version had already come out at that point. They were gonna have like 32 courses in this game. This game was gonna be bigger, although I guess then they said, okay, question of how we're gonna be able to manage this. And I guess, given how this game is designed, I mean, I guess it doesn't feel like it's too little, I guess. I don't know what you think of that.
I think there's a good amount of levels.
I was gonna say, it still feels like you're doing a lot, because I guess you're doing a lot of things within them.
Yeah. Because
you're going to different areas, you're having different challenges, and even within each stage, like with Shifting Sandland here, you're going into the pyramid on top of doing all the other cases. Also, going in the sand area, and now going into Lethal Lava Land is going to boil the big bully.
Yeah.
Maybe. but don't be a pushover. Or maybe do be one as far as how it is. Alright, so yeah, where are you going to go first in this one? This is also the fun, I think, as far as just watching you play this. I did see you practice, yes, but also the question of saying, hey, when it comes to you running this, what are you going to do as far as your choice for that, and also... Oh, there you go. So yeah, I did see that as far as Mario, he does go doing the yell as far as that. He does lose a lot of health, 3 hits of that and you die, as far as how it is. But if you are on the ground like that, you can run. He runs faster, but as the instruction manual indicates, he says you can still control Mario with the control stick, so don't give up. Yeah, so you'd be a bit dangerous around here, but if you are dead on your game, you can make some great leaps. And that is one of the fun cases of the stage. Seeing like, can you make certain jumps?
Yeah.
It's like as the lava comes in or goes out. As we're gonna go see the big bull. Okay, so you're gonna go see the big bull. Here he is. Yeah, you basically play a bit of, I guess, it's like sumo, I guess. Until you knock him out. But in that case, he just dies. It's like sumo with body counts. Or sumo, yeah, like it's sumo and the floor on the outside is lava.
There you go.
Although, yeah, unless your health is low, yeah, Mario's not gonna die from that.
You gotta bully the bullies.
We're bullying more, so I guess it goes to what we're saying on the audio test, saying the question of, okay, well, Crusader64 said this about Super Mario Sunshine was practicing, saying Mario is thrown in jail, he got what he deserves. I mean, to be fair, he said that a couple times when it comes to characters who are in jail. He said that when we played Freddy Fish, Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds, when Nikki played that, saying, we had the hermit crab, he said, he's in a cage. He's like, what happened? He's like, but he has a fishing pole. He's like, where'd he get that fishing pole? It's like, he stole it. He deserves to be in that cage. But it was something where we were thinking, saying, well, okay, we're boiling the big bully, but you're seeing the as far as what they're going. They're, I guess, did they come towards us? I mean, well, sort of, I guess. So, question of how innocent of a character is Mario, which we'll see more. I mean, well, then again, I guess sometimes it goes to the idea that when you play a platforming game like this, sometimes question of it is innocent and appropriate for children, I guess, but you really think about it deep down. Like, wait a minute, I'm doing this. Although, I don't know. I mean, this is not the most messed up thing I could think of. I mean, I know you called Banjo-Tooie at some point. I won't give this away till we get there, but remember the thing with Mildred Rescue.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, you knew exactly where I was going with that one in particular. Which is, at first, it's funny. I won't give the idea as far as what it was. The thought of saying, like, oh, you're doing this to help as far as getting the jiggies you need, then you realize, wait, no, you're helping yourself and getting rewarded for that, although the game also is kind of having fun with that a little, because as you're also getting this is definitely the easiest of the regular challenges in the game, but also fun, so that sliding puzzle.
Yeah.
But exactly, that case of thinking, well, wait, the game seems to have an attitude about that. As you got 50 power stars. Yeah, Bowser's up there, you know. It's like, is he? Yeah, we only seen him once, but it's fine, it doesn't matter. You can just go this way, say, hey, I want to get everything. Or you can say, since you don't need all of the stars to beat the game, you can say, oh, I just want to go a couple. Like, hey, if I'm having trouble in a certain level, you can just say, I don't want to do this. In fact, you can, this one, actually, right, because it's 70 stars you need, and I never thought to do it this way. Yeah, he's supposed to roll on a log. He didn't have to do that. He said, fuck that noise. I mean, he just hit the wing cap. I gotta give you credit on that. I never thought to do that. That's great. That's terrific. That was a terrific case.
Yeah, that's one of the speedrun strategies. Well, actually, the top tier professional speedrunners, they do some kind of like triple jump over here.
Yeah.
And they like grab onto that corner and jump over.
Okay.
So that's like the...
Actually, wait, how can you do that though?
I think they started over here.
Okay. Oh, from there, and basically there's enough of a...
Yeah.
Oh, you can just reach that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known what... I wouldn't have thought, hey, you know, it's that tall, or it's tall enough for you to grab onto. But then again, you're right. People have done amazing stuff, including you. I mean, yeah, you see, it's funny. You could be fooling people and thinking you're a professional speedrunner the way you're running this game, or really any case as it is. So I understand that completely. And also worth pointing out, when it comes to the shell, yeah, the lava circle. And I love the idea of how this is, you know, indicating that way, kind of in a way giving a lot of opportunities to kind of play around, and in a way figure out some unique things that, I mean, nothing else. I don't know how you were when you first played this. It seems like this is a great game as far as discovery, in the sense that it gives you just enough information to kind of get a sense of what it's all about, but then it kind of like, okay, here's the shell. You've seen the shell, you can jump on it, and you can surf around, it's really cool. But then they give you here, it's like, oh, first like, oh no, I don't want to go in the lava. Wait a minute. Yeah. Go in the lava here, I'm say. As long as you don't hit the Z button.
Right.
If you use the Z button, yeah, take Mr. Eye out. Although, yeah, sometimes it's weird because, yeah, you're smart to do that jump there, and why is that?
Yeah, sometimes you crash into that if you just try to go up straight through it.
Right, I guess because, again, the way that the slope design is in this, I guess it considers it a wall and part of it, right?
Yeah, because you can pretty much climb a slope at any angle with the shell.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, if you hit a wall, it'll stop. And I guess the angle of that, sometimes it thinks that it's a wall when you hit it.
I'm wondering one thing, we can get this eventually, but do you know if the DS version changed that?
I don't know.
Have you played the DS version?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, for that matter, does the DS version even allow you to have the star gun? Or not the star, I mean the shell, I should say.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Because preview doing it to Super Mario 64 DS, it's in case we have multiple characters with different abilities, but I don't know if that means you can't have the shell. Oh, Mario plays the same way. I would think you'd be able to. And I don't know as far as some of the other characters if that changes it. Alright, yeah, you're in the volcano. But you can use the shell to come in, or you can make a specific jump and get in there as well.
Something here.
Okay. Yeah, the hardest part, I think, as far as getting 100 coins on this can be the bullies, although I think you have more than enough that you don't necessarily have to go after them. Yeah. Because the idea is that the bullies, you hit them, and then they'll bounce back, but you also have to be quick in the... Either be quick getting the coin, potentially take damage of it, or get it so they bounce backwards. So, okay, if you're going for every coin in a stage, saying, like, I'll walk right through you, and he's gonna push you back. So yeah, you thought you were invincible as far as that with your celebration and save, which we were. Jumping on bamboo, actually. Really realize that's I guess it is.
That looks like it.
But it's interesting, I guess, to think. Where was I on that? Okay, anyway,
Police.
Right, the bullet's going through. The way the coins are going. Right, if you're going for every single, coin in the stage, yeah, good luck. Honestly, I mean, just, that's probably the idea of, like, why it would be so difficult getting every single coin when you have cases like that where the coins can go away so quickly. Which mean, yeah, just shred those enemies. Mario Sunshine, see, it's funny, I know that game completely because I played through it 100%, finally, after years, as was twice. Once for the show and once for before we did it. But it's one of those things that I'm almost not remembering if Super Mario Sunshine also had a case where when it came to collecting... Okay, no, it did, because some of the coins you get, they disappear after... Right, it's when they are out of, like, certain enemies or out of...
Yeah.
Right, out of the sand, and also out of the lava, like the fire for the torches. I mentioned that as far as the one challenge for Serena Beach. I tried to get the 100 coins on. But and then afterwards I said, okay, the reason I did that because I remember you said when you're doing this, go to episode 8, I think it was, whichever one it is where all the doors are unlocked.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. But I said I was doing that one. I said, you know what? I kind of want to do that anyway. As far as I think I can do it. There you go. Yeah, if you do get that case of your power getting drained, you toss that. Mamma mia. And yeah, that is Charles Martin. I may as well go into cases of him because this is. I did meet him, by the way, last year during MagFest. No, shit. I didn't meet him at MagFest. Too many games. He's probably been at MagFest. But anyway, yeah, it's Charles Martinet. This is his technically third turn as Mario. But the first one as far as the mainline franchise and the first one that was on systems as far as consoles. Because the other two were Mario's Game Gallery, which was a game that had like activity studios you could play Go Fish with him. And he'll say stuff like, "Please give me your Luigi's." And of course, the CD-ROM version of Mario Teaches Typing. Now, I played the floppy disk version. I still have floppy disks for that one. The old 3x5 discs upstairs somewhere. But for the CD-ROM version, they had him voicing, where like this floating Mario head. I think the Mario Teaches Typing 2 had that aspect, where he said like, "Hey, you ready to Mario size?" The idea of saying, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna take Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing on her own turf and say, you know, we're gonna have Mario do it." Pretty interesting case. There's him a Toad here. Hi, talk to him.
Hold on, like that. If you lose it, you'll be injured easily.
Yep, if you do, you have to go back to where it is. But it's not looking for Peach. Toad, what are you saying? He's like over halfway done already.
Don't worry, we'll help. We got this.
Yeah. Also, it's worth pointing out, Toad sometimes has stars.
Yeah.
Talk to the specific one here, you get one. Yeah, as far as other stuff Charles Martinet did, he was Mario for a while. He now is an ambassador of Mario. The last new game he was Mario in was Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. He is still Mario, though, in, as he mentioned at, to me at, Too Many Games, which is going through Hazy Maze Cave now, he said, hey, whenever they have a case where they have a re-release of something, they have archival footage they can use. So, anytime they do a re-release of a game he was in, like Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 most recently, he'll be there. He was Mario until then. He also, as far as other stuff that was not Mario, I was just curious, one of the things he's done as Mario is going down the cave. We see Dory the Dinosaur.
Yeah.
She is the one who's swimming around here.
And this thing really scared me when
Really?
I played this.
Yeah, go into it. I'll talk about
First
Mario.
time as a kid, I did not like this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the eyes.
Yeah, I think, because like, I think what it was, it's just like seeing it just come out from around the corner, being in the water.
Sure. I guess the case of saying like, well, just you thought it was safe to go back and more, even that sound like the But yeah, Dory is very kind. So, but I understand that deal. Look, you come down, it's like, oh, I'm just going swimming. Actually,
Yeah, like, what is that coming out?
scare. So that's scary for you than Nunagi was from Jolly Roger Bay. I didn't know what Nunagi really was, honestly.
Yeah, maybe about the same.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but that is Dory the Dinosaur. You can also elevate for red points as it is. As far as Marnie's other stuff, well, actually we might hear him later this month if you're really good, kiddies. Or if I'm really good enough to get far enough, he's the voice of Oguro in Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. I want to show that because I know that's a game that is really good. I hope maybe Switch Online and Sega can say when we release that for it. Maybe, I don't know. But he voiced him in that. There's also Magenta on Dragon Ball Super. He was Parthenax in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, so he's in Skyrim. He also was Orvis in Ratchet & Clank: A Crack in Time on PlayStation 3. He's the voice of Goji Rokaku, the villain of Jet Set Radio Future from Sega. And he also was the announcer and the referee in Super Punch-Out for the Super Nintendo. And he was also his first role. He was a deputy in the 1986 TV movie Brotherhood of Justice, and I also mentioned the late-night Cinemax erotic films he was in when we played Super Mario Sunshine. I'll have to get the notebook as far as the case, as far as what he was in. I haven't seen him as far as it, but he was there, and I don't say that as I said this when we talked about a couple times before when it came to Lara Cody when we played Metal Gear Solid 2, and also Jane Green when we played Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't say this as a gotcha. I say like, hey, you know what? I'm just curious about the idea, like, hey, work is work, and then saying like, hey, what are the other cases of what they're doing? And sometimes maybe that's the case of saying being against type. I know even Martinet said that to me because it's one of those cases where if I'd have known, I guess I was gonna get in line as far as him. I might have brought my copy of Skies Arcade. He's like, wait a second, it's not Mario. But I actually said, I brought my 3DS with me. I brought stuff with boxes, and then Kazakh22 said, hey, do you have something he's voicing? I was like, oh wait, I have a game that actually our chat recommended to me. That being, what was it? I'm looking over the name. Puzzle Dragons X Super Mario Bros. Edition. And he's like, oh my god, I haven't seen this in years. And it's, you can thank Electris from our best chat on Twitch as far as that, because he recommended that to me. That's an awesome game. But he voiced it. So, but in case, like, yeah, doing other stuff that's not Mario. You gotta be careful also in here, but you're totally being careful as far as this being managed because of the gas, because it can drain your health or damages. And if he does die, he'll go, and it'll fall down or die. I guess it's better than him. I guess we talked about the drowning thing. The case where it's not like he's like sounding like he's choking to death, at least, nothing else. So I guess they said like, okay, we're not going to go to that direction. Right. The other thing I was going to mention is the only other voice in this game, that being of Princess Toast, Peach, is Leslie Swan. Her experience mostly actually is with localizing. She did do the translation of this game. It's worth pointing out. She's also translated a lot of games on Nintendo's, including Hey Pikachu for Nintendo 64, Hamtaro, Hams Unite for Game Boy Color, Pikmin for GameCube, which I know GameCube will be playing for us soon enough. Golden Sun, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, Mario Kart Wii, Codename Steam for 3DS, and she voiced Peach in this game as well as in Mario Kart 64. She also the voice of Mona and Cat Nana in WarioWare Mega Micro games from Game Boy Advance and some of the later ones. Actually, when I understood that, I kind of thought about the voices as far as I can realize. Like when she says like, "All right, hurry up." I was like, wait, yeah, that is her. As far as it, she's not Mona or Katarina in the more recent ones, but she was, I believe, until the last one she was in WarioWare Smooth Moves for Wii, and she also until WarioWare Do It Yourself from DS. She was also pretty present on Shopkins the Cartoon, or it's a cartoon. Shopkins, I think is the name of the cartoon. I don't know if it's called Shopkins the Cartoon. And also, she was in the movie The Royal Tenenbaums from Wes Anderson, interesting enough, as an archaeology teacher. It's been admittedly a long time since I've seen that movie. But next time I watch it, I was like, hey, she's in it. Kind of like how when we played Guitar Ring Man, Lisa Wilkerson, who is a couple characters from that, also the voice of Joy and Shenmue 2. She's in one of the last scenes in Lost in Translation. It's like, oh, I love that movie, and I actually put the DVD and was like, where was she? Oh, she's here. Oh, there you go. So sometimes that is a case of like, what have other people done? So that's also why I go into those voice actor discussion cases. But also cases where sometimes they do good work, even as far as, things like, wait a minute, do I want to be reminded of the adult animes I was in? Like, but you did a good job, I'm not gonna lie. Dan Green did put his all into that as much as he does in Yu-Gi-Oh! As Yugi. It's worth pointing out. So there's something to be said about that,
Yeah.
And with Lara Cody, going back to that, we played Metal Gear Solid 2. It was something where, with that, she did a voice in the dub of Akira, and also she was the aunt of Ket in Kiki's Delivery Service, one of my favorite movies of all time. I said, okay, and she's also great as Rosemary in Metal Gear Solid 2 as well. So we'll talk about that range and also the case of what she's doing. And as you're okay, you did handle no problem what's going on over there for they say elevate for red coins. Basically, this is going around that platform.
The speedrun for this level is crazy. They don't even use the elevator.
No.
They just do a series of like, triple jumps and wall kicks like through those poles to get the coins over there.
Yeah.
And then they do some kind of like triple jump off of an enemy to get up to those arches.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's really crazy what they do.
Oh, thinking about the pole cases, that is probably a very specific window you have to hit in order to hit on the side of those things.
Yeah, it's extremely hard.
I don't know, have you done some of those? I mean, you could with practice.
Maybe, yeah, I've never done it though.
I mean, you could absolutely speedrun this game completely as it is if you wanted to. I would think so. If you know this much about this game and have this aptitude of it just within, as far as how you're going, I mean. Okay, if you are averaging the case of this might be a one show. I'll say this. If it is only one show for this game, I delineated with 3 parts. If you want to do more with this game, by all means do more with this game. I'm not going to say to you, oh, you finished 1 part, that's it. Like, you handle this game however you want, for whatever you want. But I wanted the part to show this stuff off, or whatever it is. Or, I don't know, if you want to... Hell, if you want to pick something else for 2 parts, if it's something for that, go ahead. I'm fine with it. Either way, however you want to do it.
Yeah.
As we'll figure that. But yeah, that hit can also be a tough hit, but yeah, the rocks. They hurt about as much as the fire does.
Oh shit.
Oh! Okay, looks like he was kind of flying downwards. Yeah, but you'll be fine. Yeah, you have 18 lives. Actually, you do sort of get lives in this one a little easier sometimes than the other ones, because you can pick up the mushrooms as usual to get lives, but also when you complete a course, if you have 50 coins, yeah, you get a life. It's something I was kind of surprised in the first place. In fact, the manual, I have the manual here, I'll also link to the manual when I edit this. It said like, 50 coins, you get a life. Huh? I was kind of taken back, like, wait a minute, what weird voodoo is this? I played Mario for years, where it says 100, but then it's also a case of the rest, wait, you have to also, you know, finish the level. But then, other cases as well. So in that case, you can get lives pretty decently, or pretty quickly, and also, especially when you know a game like. I showed that when we played the Donkey Kong Country games. Like, I was maxing lives out on that with all 3 of those. Just because those are games that I played a lot growing up that way too, so you kind of are able to understand it. And yeah, you do have that case where you're starting, like, hey, what's your learning curve about the game going to be? But eventually, like, hey, you know what, I can manage this. And just, he's not going to get game over, but if he does get a game over for some weird reason where he says, like, I want to show the game over, basically what happens is you get yourself kicked back at the title screen. It's not honestly much of a penalty. You don't lose anything.
Yeah.
That is, unless I guess you're not saving after. Well, yeah, unless you're not saving after every star. But they put that as the default option, saying it's save and continue anytime you finish a level. Even when it says like, hey, you got the 100 coins, just do that. It says like, save is yes, it's defaulted. So in that case, you're not gonna run out. I mean, I guess it's one of those weird cases of thinking this game does have lives, but it's not really something where it's really. Honestly, even I don't even know if it's as much of a penalty, really at all, compared to the two.
Yeah.
Because I guess in those, I mean, Mario 1, I got a lot of game overs playing that, as was. And if not for the continue code, we'd be going back to the start every single time. I'm sorry, I can't do that. And I get to, okay, Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan does have continue. It is infinite. But it is also a case that if you do get a game over, and same also with Super Mario Brothers when you use their continue code, it's a case where you go back to the beginning of the world.
Yeah.
So in that case, you have to manage that. Whereas in this one, yeah, it's pretty much just going back to the title screen with all those stars you're getting are going to be set. Metalhead Mario can move. Actually, wait, yeah, you haven't gotten the metal cap yet. I just realized that. Yeah, because we are going to be getting more caps for Mario, because we did have the wing cap. In this case, we're also going to have this one. Let's see if there's anything else on the notes that I didn't go into, although, as I said, in a lot of ways, I think, really enough, I think we kind of covered a lot of it, as was. Let's see. Yeah, we talked the Shinnepack release, sort of, kind of. Talked the IQ. Okay, I guess then. Well, because I know you also played Pro Clash of the Goblins. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
And when'd you play that one? Did you also grow up on that, or how'd you come to that one?
Yeah, I played it on a PS1 emulator.
Okay.
Yeah. I was maybe, I don't know, 12 or so.
Okay. Yeah, in my case, I bought a used copy of it in 2007. The disc was not in great condition. I thought I fixed it sort of enough. I did, but I didn't play it a whole lot, and then I realized, wait, it doesn't work. And then I got Nocturne a copy on the Saturn, and she blind ran in the game, and you get the metal cap. You have this great remix as far as how it's going with this, and seeing the snippets fun. You can play Invincible and you run this, and you're under a water, you can walk. Yeah, but my case is something where that game, apparently the thought is, we don't know this, as you stand on that and all those cap blocks are set. The thought that this game stole a prototype idea that Argonaut had. Because they presented Nintendo with Yoshi Racing, which is Nintendo's 64 concept that apparently Shigeru Miyamoto quite liked, but it was something they said, we don't want to option this. And Argonaut was working with Nintendo. They worked on them to make Star Fox for Super Nintendo and also help design the Super FX chip for that system. But a case where then this game came out a little later and Jez Sin, who was head of Argonaut, he didn't say they came out and stole this. He said, this looks kind of familiar to what we had, although in all honesty, given how Croc operates, when we played it, or when Nocturne played it, it's a case where that game, unlike this one, where this is more of an open concept as far as kind of going to an area and like doing a bunch of things, that's more like a narrative level structure, or more linear level structure, I guess, if you put it that way. So there's some similarities, yes, but it is kind of a different beast both ways. And I guess also, the comparison, I guess, was made because, look, this game was a huge hit. This is a case of people looking at it and saying, this is how 3D gaming for platforming can work. There's a case where it's impressive on its own face of saying, hey, this is something we can do in some 3D that maybe other attempts earlier, maybe on like 3DO and things like that, maybe tried, but couldn't quite hit. And then everybody said, we can do this. To different degrees, yes, but also it's a case of saying how big a game you're gonna say.
Yeah, we're halfway there.
Damn. Okay, there you go. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, since you said you loved this one as far as his music going to, as far as anything you want to talk about on it.
Yeah, I like the way it's designed. It's kind of like a calm level. It's just like you're underground somewhere, just exploring.
Right, and the music, especially that chill remix of the Underground theme. Actually, as far as familiar Mario music, we heard on the title screen, we heard the Super Mario Bros. Theme. We hear the remix of the Invincibility theme for the Wing Cap, which actually it's based on the one in Yoshi's Island. So it's actually good to play these two concurrently, as the case. But let's see. Let's see. I don't know. I think so far. Trying to think. What are some of the other remixes of Mario music that are in this that were already present? Is this these? The Underground, and then the Mario theme, and the Invincibility?
I think so.
And I guess technically the one of the Metal Cap, which is a remix sort of the Invincibility theme as well. Yeah. But a lot of them that came from this, and then they remixed later. Just trying to think. I just kind of realized off the top of my head, I said, wait, hold on. This is that way. Okay, so yeah, we're going down here again. And you also look at the maps as far as how they are. They give you a little bit of sense of like where the circles are. Yeah. Actually, in all honesty, I was confused when I first played this, saying, hey, which safe area to go to? Oh, you are totally safe here with the metal cap. You can breathe under the gas. Bye-bye to the bad way. I think also has a name probably because of Mario Party 3. And I'm Monty Mole from Super Mario World is where he debuted, I think.
Yeah. Okay. He looks like Sir Swoop. I don't know if that's his name.
Sir Swoop, you're right. That's it. Thank you. That's the name.
I know in Paper Mario.
That's right. Yeah, you got it. I knew it was something for that. Oh yeah, the hanging. Also, God help you if you try and... Okay, I was gonna say that. Great job as far as that. God help you if you try to get the 100 coins here.
Oh yeah.
Because it doesn't put it above the cage or above the where you hang on.
Oh man, it might actually just like spawn on top of you and then you fall or something.
I think I've seen that happen as far as other people. Because you're supposed to hold on to the top of that and hold the A button as you go along. But Kevin 96 doesn't need to do that. We don't have time for that, apparently. Although I think there are cases... Are there cases where you actually have to use the hang outside of here? There you actually have to do it? I thought there is... Well, we'll see. trying to see. It's one of those cases where I'm thinking, well, you know what? Like, based on how anybody plays this, you can kind of decide, like, okay, I don't need this to do that for something. Or which one are you going for next?
We gotta go back into the toxic maze.
Okay. Everybody said this game is pretty forgiving, and I would say also, even for a game that's 30 years old, I mean, I guess it's aged, yes, but I also get the sense that sometimes people talk about this, I mean, maybe this is a thing to bring up, which is that games aging. I don't know what you think about this about games of any kind, especially with 3D. It's like games in 3D that haven't aged well, or where do you get that distinction for?
Yeah, I guess I don't really care too much about graphics normally.
Is it just graphics, or is it also other cases than just that? Maybe that's it with 3D, as far as where people kind of question that.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, fine. It keeps coming back to tonic trouble. I'm sorry, I don't mean it to, but just the case that even as far as that, thinking, well, I don't know. That feels even playing that didn't feel like it was horribly out of date necessarily, but then again you think about something like this that came out 3 years prior, and you think, I don't know, I'd rather play this one. You think like, well, it maybe looks crunchier perhaps, if you want to put it that way, but I don't know. But then, I don't know, maybe I'm also one of those people who looks at this because, okay, I was there when this game came out, so the question of, at the time it being mind-blowing, we get enough stars, Nips is back, so go and have another rodeo with him. Maybe it doesn't really matter. In the sense of, I don't know, the case of looking back and saying, this is amazing 30 years ago, which it absolutely was. And of course, with the advent of technology, the way everything is going, you're doing stuff now with modern games that you never think, like, yeah, I'm still in a hurry, you know that, right? But it's like, okay, no. Just let me go, it'll be fine. And you can still pick Nips up here as far as it after you get the star. Yeah, okay, I know what you're gonna do, probably. You gotta take him into well, okay, if you take him into a level, it just disappears. It's
yeah.
Back. But I don't know, I mean, you say we're gonna take him to lethal level.
Well, Mips is actually an important part of the 16-star speed.
Right! Yeah, you want to talk about that. Go into it.
Yeah, I don't know if I could actually do it here, but what they do, like in order to get into the 30-star door, to get to the Bowser in the Fire World, what they do is like put him down here on the border between the door and the wall.
Yeah.
And then they like
do that.
Spin around and grab him again. To like, because what you have to do is get Mips through the door.
You almost have him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still there though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's still there. So.
If you like put him down here.
There's a case where you have to get him through the door, you get yourself through, and then I think you pull him out through the door if you hit him right?
Yeah, you have to get through the door with Mips.
Okay. It goes to the idea of how the skips in this game work. Yeah, because as soon as you said that, okay, there you go. So you basically have even to try. Have you ever done this before?
No.
It is specific, and I don't remember also if this is one of the glitches they fixed in the Shindo Pack release. Speedrunners hate that Shindo Pack version because of that. You know, I'm gonna assume yes on some of that.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
There's one thing, yeah, we haven't shown yet, the backwards long jump, which is, yeah, that version fixes it. Like, no, we want to not have that. It's still there, so.
I'll try one more time.
Yeah, go ahead, try as long as you want. If you want to get this to a second part, go right ahead. If you want to do this as far as I'm shown, do it. I don't mind. You're in the driver's seat, Gemini96. You know that as far as it. And whoever's playing the game has a decision on what they want to do. You want to spend time on this? Go ahead and do it. And it is worth pointing out, just to give an indication of this, since, as I mentioned, I got this at launch. It is a case where this is... Okay, I don't know. I mean, it was when it came out, so I don't know if there's like the initial run of cartridges, but at least the first case where I got it on... Actually, I got it the day before, because Toys R Us... They half broke the street date, sort of, but not really, because it was a case where they said, okay, later in the day, on the 28th of September, they said, okay, you can come and get it. It's not like, oh, they gave it to us like a week before, or something like that. But that was my case of it. And also, I guess, the fact that the release date... Okay, before I'd say that, this is one of the new skips. They found this like a month ago, or 2 months ago. Basically, behind you, I think one of those railings, you're basically able to...
The backwards
you saw that?
The backwards long jump?
I think it is that, but I think it was something else. It's on that, because you saw that. I think I mentioned that to you when I saw it. I don't even know if it's necessarily just that. I mean, there is a backwards long jump way to get in there into that star door.
Yeah.
But I think there's something else they did. So it's amazing the fact that even after all this time, people are still finding all these tricks to this game. It's truly a game that keeps on giving, as we're going to board Bowser's sub in Dire Docks.
Yeah.
I initially thought it said rocks, but no, it's docks.
This is another level I really like.
Oh yeah. Talk gush about it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What is it about it?
the music, just the whole atmosphere. Really cool.
Oh yeah. The music, as I mentioned, it is absolutely beautiful here. There's a reason why this might be my favorite piece of music out of the entire game, and that's saying a lot. And I would also say this, I do think it is one of those cases where... I said this sort of when we were at Jolly Roger Bay, but also is a case where with this one, let's do it again now. It's something where it has... When I played this the first time, I knew it was really good, but I don't know if I necessarily indicated that this game does slow down a lot with the subs here. But hey, it's either way, I understand it. 1996, you get it. But still a case where it has this emotional resonance to me now than maybe it didn't before. I mean, you beat it. Yeah, you have to get that specific star to do it.
Yeah.
The water goes there and you go and fight Bowser. Or you can say, oh, I want to go to Dire Dodge. Your pick. Is there a Bowser in the Bowser in the Lava World, Fire World?
Yeah, Bowser.
Fire Sea.
Fire Sea.
Okay, thank you. I needed to get the nomenclature right on this. And this is, yeah, I do like the Koopa's Road music. Actually, one thing I guess I'll mention is I mentioned this when I played Super Mario Sunshine. Since I used the 3D All-Stars collection for that, it does have the soundtrack for that. And actually, I do have the soundtrack for this game that was sold to me, which is kind of an interesting case. I also have the one of Mario Kart 64, as well as the one of Star Fox 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. Although the Banjo-Kazooie one is nowhere near complete. The one for, the interesting case is the one for for Mario Kart 64, it does not credit all the tracks. And even some tracks, like for the, completion of the races, they didn't cut it off completely, so there's like 30 seconds of dead air after it finishes, for some reason. But also does have all the character voices from the last track. And it also does even have the case of when you get the, 4th place trophy thing when the music goes bad and you have the... I'm trying to remember, was it you or was it Crusader 64 who hadn't played Mario Kart 64? I think it was him.
Yeah, I played.
Right, because he said about that game, quote, decisions were made. I showed him what happens when you get 4th place. And he's like, wait a second, why is the music going sour? Why is that bomb cart following you? Why is it pulling you up when it goes over the hill? I said, and on that soundtrack, they actually have the voice. They picked Martinez's voice as far as Mario going the oh, whoa, 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 when he gets blown up by that. And they even keep in the explosion sound, number one, and they also have him going, Mamma Mia! As far as it's like, okay, there you go. That's the case of what happens when you lose as far as getting 4th place in that one. Which I don't even know if they're that savage in Super Mario Kart. Actually, believe it or not. Aside from demoing for Switch 2 Chronicles and stuff like the last year for that, aside from demoing Mario Kart 8 and World from Switch 2, did not show Mario Kart. I haven't showed yet. I gotta get on that, but I'm one of those people who wants to show the Super Nintendo version first. Unless there's other people who want to show a different one. Actually, should we do Mario Kart anyway? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of straightforward.
Yeah.
I know how to do Super Nintendo, that's easy. That's also one of those cases where I can't do that one alone. I don't think I can do any of them alone. I'll basically take bets, like, hey, who wants to run on some of these different versions? I know there's cases of people who really like some. Actually, the only one I guess I can show single player is Mario Kart DS, because I have it on Wii U, but it's also something where it didn't have its multiplayer. No, I know the multiplayer is a huge part of that anyway. But either way, we have Bowser here. His trick here is he slides on as far as the platform, but he also stops there. He also spins around faster. And he also shoots fire out of it as well. But if you do toss him that way, the good news is that he just keeps coming back. But because of that, he just slides that way. But I love that effect.
Yeah.
It gives you the sense like, okay, even though this is not final boss territory, which usually for Bowser it is. Usually, yeah, you're surrounded by a lot, but always is that case. But not in this one. It's kind of like the middle case itself. I was going to point out, if you press the button when you're not spinning the control stick, Mario does have a different line. He goes, "Here we go!" And also on the Shindo version, this is the other reason I think people don't like the Shindo version, because he doesn't say the "So long, Gay Bowser" thing on that. Oh, in fact, you did it. That's exactly it. And I'm not going to lie to you, that is exactly how they did it for that demonstration that on the Nintendo 64 tape.
Yeah.
So you absolutely recreated that perfectly. But also on the Shindo version, as you're going to crawl on that kid, he says, instead of the "So long, Gay Bowser," he says, "Bye-bye." No, he says, "Bye-bye." And people are like, why did he change the line? I don't know why they changed the line. They said something about that. I don't know. Or maybe they just said, well, we have this. Actually, there are, I think, a couple of lines that are different, not just in that Shindo version, but also the one of Wave Race 64, which you never got any of those here. And unless you run the Japanese apps for the Switch online stuff, you're not playing them. But yeah, I even showed that with Wave Race, because you know I love Wave Race to death. But also something where they're like new lines. Like, wait, there's new lines in this game that weren't in the other one? They even changed stuff with the music, sort of, like they remixed some of the tracks. It's kind of interesting. With this one, they didn't really, as far as the Shindo version. It's really just kind of bug fixes. It's kind of some of the different voice lines. And then the only other thing is the Rumble Pack usage, which basically is the same way a game I know you also keep dibs on, code dibs on, Yoshi's Story, or might be dibs as far as depending on how Nocturne is, that she's wants to do it or not. Because Yoshi's Story, the Rumble Pack basically rumbles for everything. Even like when you select something on the menu, and it does the same in this one as well, which was kind of interesting to think about that. It's one of those cases where I joked before saying, hey, it's like, hey, you know, it'll rumble just if you breathe. But I don't know, maybe that's like the Nintendo EAD way of doing it, because they made Yoshi's Story as well, as far as I remember. And actually, for Yoshi's Story, I do want to indicate one thing as far as that one. Are you okay running that on Wii U?
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking that is because the Wii U game, you're probably wondering, why would I download on Wii U if I already have it on Nintendo 64? And the reason is, we were going on this before we started, saying, what's a good controller for this? If that runs the control stick only, I don't know, maybe just me. I got the sense that none of my Nintendo 64 controllers are able to be played with that game very well anymore. I don't know, maybe there's something I'm looking into wrong. So I got the Wii U one and said, hey, that stick on the, either on the gamepad or on the Pro Controller, it's going to make a difference as far as it does. It definitely does. But it is also a perfect porting. It's not the Switch one, which they fucked up, and they still haven't fixed that. I said, if the Switch 2 could fix it. Like, no, it's not fixing it. There's no fixing that, apparently. And in the case of the Medics, there's like no fixing that. Actually, I probably should have tortured him with that last week instead of Sonic Heroes, although, in all honesty, I was not thinking of, you know, of getting him that way when I put that in. I said, I want something to talk over, but then I realized, oh wait, what's going on that? Sorry. Because he was one of those cases as far as saying, like, hey, he thinks we can come down from Yoshi's Island. I mean, it's a different case, and I mentioned, I know Nintendo positioning a sequel to Yoshi's Island, I think, was the big mistake they made. Above anything else, and honestly, maybe the game suffered from it. And then when they said, "Oh, we're gonna go back to it again," I mean, I'm gonna have my choice words on that when we do the next part of Yoshi's Island, because I get to talk about. Did you ever play Yoshi's New Island?
Yeah.
You know how that game
Yeah.
starts, right?
I don't even remember.
Good. I'll talk about it next month in a few weeks, and I'll be really angry about it. But well, okay, and it's not even that bad a game necessarily. It's just that what they do with story, I had a big problem with that. I'm not necessarily big on the music, because the way they do it is the emphasis on the kazoo. I'm not against that idea. Just the way it sounds discordant. If you know what I'm talking about, as far as that one. It's another weird one because that's it was ours that made that. The people who made. Fine, I know. I'll say this: they made Balan Wonderworld. I don't know if even this like the. Actually, were you with us when we demoed Balan Wonderworld? When EdWack did?
No.
Okay. And he has how many fucking copies of that game does he have? Well, like how many? No, I guess.
Keeps pulling them out. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I guess for conscience, I don't think I actually mentioned that because I remember the reason I bought it because it was on a massive sale when they had an Amazon day. It was like $20. Like, okay, because it was the return of Naoto Oshima and Yuji Naka as far as together. It was kind of something a spiritual successor intended to Nights into Dreams. It's celebrating 30 years this year. You play that?
No.
Oh god, it's so good. I'd love Sega to do another re-release. Because unfortunately the only digital one, unless you have PS3, is gone for good. But anyway, it was supposed to be a take on that. It doesn't play like that, which is okay. But it's something where it's weird how you collect these costumes. You have only one button for every action. You can hold 3 of these costumes at once, but the costumes will erase themselves. In some cases, it like takes away abilities for anything, including for certain things you might need, like jumping. Even the point where all the buttons on the controller, even like the triggers, will trigger jump or whatever that action is.
Yeah.
But it's a case where sometimes you get into cases where if you don't manage your costumes right, you'll be in that way of saying, I need to jump, I can't jump. And apparently in 2-player, from what I understand, the game is not designed for the second player to be able to even make good forward progress unless you route that maybe more than a game like this, honestly. And then the Switch version, it's worth pointing out, apparently I guess on the Switch it was heavily GPU intensive, but it runs at like 15 FPS pretty much the whole time. EdWack bought a copy, he bought 2 copies because he said, alright, $20, and also he said, I think this game's gonna be worth something someday if I don't open it. That didn't happen, I guess, which not necessarily unreasonable, it might, because Square lost their shirt on that one, massively. It sold horribly for them. It basically it was a big black eye as far as Naoto Oshima. It was a big black eye for Yuji Naka. It also was a case where Yuji Naka was revealed he was involved in insider trading when he was working on that because he had an inside perspective about Dragon Quest 11, I think it was. I don't know if Dragon Quest 11 was out at the time. Point is, he was an indication that he was convicted, he's in a jail cell now, as far as that. So if people say, hey, that game's so bad, someone should go to jail for it, but they did. Although it wasn't because of the game. But point is, he picked it up, he said, okay, I think it'll be worth something someday. He demoed it as far as, like, I have it on Series X, as far as how it is. It's also on PS5 and the PS4, and it does on Xbox, it runs on Xbox One. But it didn't sell that well, but I guess they made enough copies that, you know, people have it. But he just kept buying these, I think because he had, like, Best Buy buy either buy 2, get 1 free, buy 1, get 2 free, something. And he kept picking these up. I mean, I think, I'm trying to remember, it's like 3 of the people in our circle won as the last place prize a copy of that. Because it was Kale, he was on the show last week. It was Max, who we know, and then it was AG42. And I think they all had the same attitude saying, you know what, okay, well Max wanted to lose it. He's like, I'm trying to lose. That's the idea as far as the tournament EdWack polls, saying, I want to try and win the last place prize. And actually, did he get Balan Wonderworld or did he get something else? I think he got one of the Rabbids games was on Switch as well. Or maybe he won both cases. Or did he try to win Balan Wonderworld and he didn't?
I think he got it.
Okay, so I guess he got it. And I even say to Kayla, like, hey, you gonna play Balan Wonderworld? Like, oh, why would I play that? It's like, well, I should have pulled that out. Like, let's play the good version. Because, hey, at least on Series X and Series S and PS5, it does run at 60 FPS. And that's how we're going to show it as far as the program. But you're right, he keeps getting copies of this thing, I guess because, I don't know, I guess it's tradition. You're right. I mean, yeah, I mean, because I'm thinking, well, if I was to do, look, I'm not going to copy his case as far as something like that. But I'm thinking, well, I guess if I was going to give away something like that, I don't know, I guess you just get something that there's so many copies around that it's like costs like next to nothing, like paying a pittance for it pretty much. Or I would think maybe cases like sports games, because some cases like if you want cheap gaming, you buy sports games because cases where you have cases where the roster's upgrading. So in that case, you can get them for dirt cheap. And sometimes you get great stuff out. I mean, I'm going to show 2 sports games later this year. I'm going to show Looney Tunes B-Ball for Super Nintendo, which wasn't necessarily super cheap, but it's not expensive at all. $20. And World Series Baseball for Sega Genesis, which is a game that doesn't go for much, but also something where it's really, really good. So in that case, okay, I could like stockpile, like, I don't know, hundreds of copies of something like that and do that. And it's like, okay, I guess we'll do it on Battle Wonderworld, which is fair concepts. And I guess I gotta show Battle Wonderworld at some point. Apparently, even to the point where I'll say this, Switch 2 doesn't fix it. You think, oh, Switch 2 is gonna enhance this thing. I went through a whole series. Oh, it doesn't play the music here.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that. Okay, but it doesn't play the great, Dar Dar Docs and Dollar Pain music. Okay, point is you got 70 stars, you can go to the final boss. Now, what the fuck is going on there?
Okay.
Oh, look at the text there. What's going on with that?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I guess it's because the way the meshing is.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that in all my years of playing this. Good lord. And that perspective, I guess here is. Oh my god, lovely.
As we pole dance.
Oh, that is so lovely. You know what? I don't know if I want to say this. Would you? I don't know. I'm tempted. I'm half tempted to say this, half not tempted to say. You know what I'm gonna say? Say somebody goes to a strip club and say, hey, you know what? I hate this fucking techno music you're playing. Put this music on. I would do that. I'd be the fucking person who would do that, clearly. But it was a question of like, I don't know. Because I said this last year. I said, you know what? Hey, I went to like a video game raid they had near where I am. Like, well, actually, I think they did play this. People love it. So, I guess that case of, you know, creating that atmosphere outside, you know, an area, I guess. Or in an outside area. I mean, I guess, thinking about this, 30 years ago, I don't know if you necessarily would have had a case of game music being, I guess, not necessarily mainstream. I mean, I think it sort of has been for certain cases. But cases of thinking, well, you know what, you want to go to a club and put this on. I mean, Yuzo Koshiro, who did the music for Streets of Rage, he did that a lot. Even back in the day, he did that a lot. But I could get a sense of something like this. There, something to vibe by and, you know, yeah, a pole dance. Well, I guess Mario is doing that perspective, saying like, swinging down the pole. There you go. I like that. So yeah, that idea. So hey, you know what that's gonna look like. So, okay, there you go. I like that you indicate that. Also, it is kind of hypnotic. I'm not gonna lie. There you go, because you can just spin around.
He's got the moves.
He does have the moves. You're right. That's the idea of Mario. It's like, hey, who initially said it needed to be erotic? When you say pole dancing, it's always thought, oh, that's gonna be not necessarily. It's like, I'm just swinging on the pole. I like it. Right? I guess the idea of the childlike whimsy, which this game kind of brings out. Let's go roll this music. God, you're right. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's beautiful. Great job, Mario. Great job, Gemini96 for indicating that. Oh, pole jumping.
There you go.
Or you could like pole jumping or pole vaulting. Yeah, okay. It's true. Alright, so yeah, you got one more Dar Docs. Pardon, what's the last one?
The
Like the caps, ...
Oh yeah, we can't get it. We don't have the invisible cap.
Right. Yeah, that's a unique one.
I don't think you can exit when you're in water.
Okay. Yeah, basically what he's trying to do is when you press start and you're not moving, you will be able to get a menu that just lets you to either keep going on, exit the course, or... Actually, the other thing as far as the camera, I want to ask you this now that came up. There's the option of, when you hit the R button, that switches your camera view from Lakitu being kind of close to you, or then the Mario camera is much closer to you.
Yeah.
But the other option is stop. Have you used that one?
Stop.
Yeah, basically what it does, I was looking into this. The manual goes into this as well, and I also was looking into earlier. What happens is, instead of having the Mario cam, you hold the R button. And what it does is it stops the camera in place. You can, at that point, and you switch it from the start menu when you're standing here. What happens is it basically locks the camera. You have to press the analog stick to the right to get the key to stop. Hit A on it. You hold that button down, the camera stays put. So you could, this might be a new method as far as you to go case like that. Keep the camera there, do these hard star cases with the camera all the way down there. Or get burned. Well, if you do get in the water, you also get cases of being able to get your health recovered and also get the fire off. But cases that you can kind of swim downwards there and say, hey, you know, I'm gone. You can get them off screen. I had it when I was doing an audio test before you got here, saying, hey, can I get the star behind the cage with Chain Chomp and Bob-omb Battlefield? Can get that without looking? And the answer is actually I kind of did. Actually, does the camera method work inside the castle when I have it set? Let's try. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's get over here. Turn around. Let's try this. I would say, yeah, I was able to get it without looking. Okay, that's funny. But I had to kind of feel my way, as it is. Although, not a case, I guess, where you necessarily use it that much, but it just gives you the option of saying, hey, you know, I guess if you don't want camera control, maybe a perspective of thinking, you know, we were going to have this as an isometric game initially. Yeah. I don't know if that was where the render came from, perhaps. But either way, that's something as far as what they have. I don't know if I've ever, well, yeah, I don't think I've ever does that. In this case, yeah, we have a nice mode up there. Count on those, you bring the water. Yep. Actually, the only other case as far as something that had that, I guess with Nintendo 64, it probably was this. They wanted to show what the tech could do as far as how it was. So they said, well, let's give you different camera methods. Because I know Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, they give you like a cinematic mode where basically is like, camera, it's kind of like Resident Evil, which at the time I didn't know that, oh yeah, it's like a fixed camera and what the movie, the way that was. So that's what that game was. As we have the dance cap. You're doing this flawlessly as far as coming down, you're saying like, I don't need to take damage. Yeah, I was gonna say that. That is always one of the hardest parts when it comes to doing a jump like that. I was like, yeah, I know. Look, I know you have this clearly. But you know this game. This is probably. I'm gonna assume this is probably like a nice relaxing case for you because you have no exactly.
Yeah.
This is not like Zelda 2. It's a case where it is not in the question. Because although even Zelda 2 you made look like nothing. You still, I don't know. It's a case of maybe natural gaming skill. We're talking about that for everybody. Everybody's in the chat as well saying, what is that skill? Sometimes it's a case where it comes to something like, hey, I can kind of nail this thing. You got the star there. And the advantage cap.
Alright.
And as you mentioned, there is one more star in Dire Docs. It is, I think, the only star in the game where you need more than one to use to get something. I think it's the only time you can actually mix caps, isn't it?
Yeah, I've always just done it with the invisible cap.
Oh, you can just swim down there and you have enough time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because you can put on the metal, although actually, because okay, as far as the cap's length, as far as how long it runs for, the wing cap's the longest, followed by the advantage cap, and then the metal cap. But it's also a case where, I think, I'm trying to remember this, if it handles, it like resets the timer on one when you get the other. Because usually the way I do it, I will usually go the metal cap and advantage cap way, but if you can do it the advantage cap way only, that's your case. I'm like, yeah, I've actually never seen it before. I guess it's just a case because it lasts long, you just swim right down. I get the idea that you see Mario doing the breaststroke, I guess getting that time down when you hit A, is that right?
Yeah.
Because honestly, I mean, I do that as far as when I swim in this game as well. but also a case where, I don't know, I get the sense that just looking at you doing it, it seems like you're timing that A button press perfectly as he goes, like boom, boom. And you can also hold A to do the kick, which,
Yeah.
I don't know, is that faster when you, it's not faster.
No. Yeah.
On its own.
Yeah. But yeah, for the swimming, like as soon as his feet touch, that's usually when I press it.
Okay, got it. I guess like if you're doing the breaststroke in real life, it's sort of, I mean, I had my days of swimming when I was younger, so in that case, it's sort of even now. Yeah, you're right. There you go. Good job. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, there you go. That is, I guess that is like, you do get more time. I mean, I don't know, maybe the case I figured is like, alright, we'll go the metal cap way, because then, oh, you just land on the ground, you can walk. But then again, yeah, fair enough as far as that. And obviously, I'll tell you this, probably next time I play this game, I probably will try a lot of the stuff I'm seeing you run, as far as Jesus Christ, we've gotten through like 9 of these already.
Yeah, one more in Big Blue's Haunt.
Which one were we not getting out of there?
The, you have to defeat Mr. I in the attic.
Oh, right, you need advantage cap for that, right, good point.
And then we'll be done with the basement and the first floor.
Awesome, okay. We're not even 3 hours in and you're this far. Good lord. Yeah, he might do this one show. Which is fine, I have no problem with that, but I'm definitely impressed. Not that I expected anything less, but still, it is quite a thing to see. I do remember doing that, saying, hey, you know, you have to just jump up there and then get over there to the blue wall. There you go. And also, I guess the only other thing I'll indicate is that actually some of the... Not everything in this game is a 3D model. The ones that are not are Mr. I and Pokey. They are actually sprites.
Yeah.
Which honestly I didn't really know until I kind of looked into it more, and I guess also a case where the way it's rendered, you kind of don't think it is. I think what it does, it probably does that thing where, I'm trying to remember, indicate to me what it is I'm thinking of on this one perhaps. The idea that, you know, when you create something as far as like a 3D element and then it's basically kind of facing you the whole time, I think it's doing that. It's just showing that. I love that, which is saying, hey, you know what? You can go through the wall and grab on the top and go up here into Wet Dry World. And as I said, I didn't see any part of the practice he was doing on this one because I was out of work that week. So in that case, I'm going to be curious to see how you handle this place.
This one's pretty fun.
Yeah, go into
You
it.
can change the water level depending on how high you jump into the picture.
Yep.
100 coins is pretty easy. They give you a lot of coins in this level.
Yeah, I think they give you like 106 or something. But one thing I'll say is I think Nintendo Power did lie about this because they suggest that Chucky over there you can kill them. As far as I can tell, that's not true.
Yeah, I've never seen that or... Yeah.
I think I mentioned to you usually, I was like, no, that's not. I said, I don't think it's right, but I think... It's sometimes, I guess, interesting sometimes to see, like, wait, what did Nintendo Power get right and wrong? And I guess it was maybe a surprise, because, I mean, as I said, Leslie Swan, who also did the translation of this as the voice of Peach, she did write for Nintendo Power, it's worth pointing out. So in that case, it was, I guess, kind of surprising, saying, like, hey, you know, Chuck, you can kill them unless there's some kind of, I don't know, ROM hack where they say, oh, they give you some kind of, they put a flag on him or something like that. Yeah. It's like, I think they said you could punch him in the back, well, maybe they were conflating that with, like the bomb thing up there. Yeah, but as far as Chucky, he's the wind-up toy there. He's the feet plate. If you walk on the feet plate, he throws you backwards. You can use that to get up here, or you can just use the wall kicks as far as how it goes for that. But if you haven't thrown you up higher like that, up here you'll be fine. If he throws you anywhere else down there, you're gonna fall. You're gonna be crashing down, and usually that's half your health gone. It's usually high enough to fall if you have that. And this is not a game that we're pointing out where you die from where any fall distance can kill you. So it's not Banjo-Kazooie, and it's not Conker's Bad Fur Day. We both have cases like that. And so insanely, we'll get this. We'll get to this when we get to Conqueror's Bad Fur Day. But for that game, it's so short as far as the fall distance damage, just for any case of fall damage. And then when you fall further, it is an interesting sight seeing what happens as far as when that goes. But also in case of saying, you know what, I don't know necessarily. Eventually, I keep seeing it. Although honestly, I'll tell you, that's a game. I was under the impression at one point that you get a different ending if you don't die in it, but I don't think it's true. In fact, I figured it's not true. First, I thought maybe it was, given what the plans on it were. We'll get to that. We'll get to that one, and I guess also, although there technically is that game. There are technically 2 sequels to it, sort of, kind of. There's the extra campaign of the Xbox game. And then there's... what was it? It was something was created for... Remember Project Spark?
No.
It was for Xbox One. It was a case where... it was... I think it was sort of their answer to Little Big Planet, a little bit, in the sense that you had tools that you could use to create environments and characters and worlds of your making. One of them was, I don't know how accessible it is now, probably isn't. It was actually something of a sequel to Conqueror's Bad Fur Day, a little bit, sort of, kind of. That was the concept. But it was kind of like a preview of something. Oh, we'll get to that when we play that. And then also, whatever that weird thing Microsoft did was Spyglass, I'm thinking. The way they redesigned him. You ever see that?
No.
We'll get to that when we play Conqueror's Bad Fur Day. It's weird. Oh, then again, that's also a game, as is often come up. He was not supposed to be an adult-oriented character originally, as was. In fact, they even released 2 games where he wasn't. So it's kind of a surprise when they unveiled that and said, oh, by the way, we're going to turn it into the game that they did. I mean, for, I guess, unique case, that definitely made sense as far as why they did it. But then thinking, well, we played I don't know, did you play Conqueror's Pocket Tales on the Game Boy Color?
No.
I haven't either, but it was a case where it was kind of that perspective. It was in Diddy Kong Racing on Nintendo 64, and then also, there was the game they were making that was going to be kind of going after this, a little bit. And it was impressive what they were doing, but it was also something that kind of languished a lot as we're going to go to the top of the town. And as you're seeing there, you did get the water going on based on, as mentioned, how high you get stuff going. But if also you get the triangles there, the pyramids, change the water. Actually, I guess a little bit like the water temple in Ocarina of Time. People tend not to complain about this. Oh, even with that one, when we figured how to do it, in fact, it was actually on a lunch break with Crusader 64, we figured it completely. The first, wait, I thought I missed something. At least at the time.
Here we go!
Great job. So, alright, we're next as far as in here.
Alright, so I think we can go to... We can go to that other part of town.
Okay. Yeah, and that's, as you mentioned, he did hit express elevator hurry up, but you don't have to go there. You have your choice, really, of kind of what direction you go. In some ways, I guess I understand why some of the later Mario games would do the other case of saying set the level specific for it. But there's also something to be said about, I guess, thinking about this, open world gaming at a time when I don't think myself or really anybody had a concept like, or that was even coined, really, yet.
Yeah.
But just a case of saying, just go around and play, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree.
Because, I mean, Grand Theft Auto had not come out the first, like a year after this. But even then, it's just a case of saying, oh, it just almost seems like, I guess sometimes people call it maybe a sandbox, maybe they called it a... Because like with Super Mario Brothers, when they first indicated that, they weren't calling it a platform game. They said it was
Action?
an exercise game, I think they said, as far as how that was. I mean, maybe that case of thinking, well, what is something going to be coined as when it comes to this? And saying it's basically just, I guess, a sandbox of going around. I guess, because I know Shigeru Miyamoto, a lot of the cases of him and also a lot of the team there, it's all sometimes about exploration. In fact, actually, a lot of the games I know that you've either played for the show so far or will play for the show. Also, tend to go in that direction. Demoed Legend of Zelda Link to the Past last week. Pikmin is a case of that. All those games. I guess we'll see if... Well, there's the suggestion or the rumor that they're doing a Switch 2 version of Pikmin 3. Although it's also a question of surprise not on Pikmin 4. But what would they do on 3 different than they didn't on Switch 1? Just up the graphics?
Yeah, I guess so.
And up the frame rate? Although even then, I mean, I had Pikmin 3 on Wii U, but I don't know if even then it really... ran pretty well as far as on Wii U. I will do Switch because honestly I didn't get the DLC of Pikmin 3 on Wii U quick enough. Actually, it does that before it does the game. Or anything off of that eShop. I was kind of surprised. And it wasn't like 2 where it had licensed stuff. Like, 3 didn't have licensed things, did it?
No.
Okay, but they made the DLC into the Switch version. I guess we'll see what goes on, because I didn't hear about that and I didn't think about it because I know you love Pikmin.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd gotten to Pikmin before I met you, but it was also something that, especially understanding your aspect on that franchise, that's when I was, okay, there you go. Which kind of maybe helped me appreciate more. Actually, I played it because Nocturne has the GameCube version. I didn't play it much. I played it. I actually really like this. And she was kind of intrigued as far as that afterwards, but also a case of thinking, well, you know what, other stuff that she'd want to play. She fell into Xenoblade, I get that too. But then kind of getting a sense of some of the cases with Pikmin for that, and also that unique idea, and a lot of stuff with that, with what Nintendo tends to do, or has tended to do, especially on this console. A quick race through downtown. Okay, so that's what they call it, it's like the downtown.
Alright, yeah, so this one... We need the water level to be down here.
Yeah, right at the bottom. And usually when it comes to getting it higher or low, basically hit the pyramid thing at whatever point you really need it. That's usually it. I don't think it's a case where you usually have to hit the one at the bottom, and then it's like, oh yeah, it goes to the top, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's whatever you need.
Okay. I also love the idea that Chucky is just walking around here, just kind of having the time of his life. It's a case where, yeah, we're just, I guess, either not acknowledging him or we're, I don't know, yeah, we're busy. We got too many things to do. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you bounce down there. Yeah, but you also avoid damage by either doing a kick like that on the bottom or doing a ground pound.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in that case, yeah, this is nothing at all.
And that's Wet Dry World.
Damn. Okay. That's 11. Okay, so wow. Yeah, you're doing this one show. I'm convinced at this point now. Yeah, yeah, where do you want to go next?
We do Tiny Huge Island.
Alright, yeah, the easiest to get coins out of, because this is the most coins of any of them. You can almost get 200 of those. It's your choice on where to go, and also how you want to get yourself being big or small.
Yeah, I usually just enter as big, so then you just basically go wherever you need to get to.
Yeah, smart idea. I guess because also in a lot of cases it's impossible to get to certain areas when you're tiny. In this case, actually wait a second. It was usually okay, you got him even while you're on fire. Because first I was like, wait, you hit the one and there was no sound effect, but I think it was like the coins were bouncing on the ground when it happened, so I think that's the reason why. Okay.
Tip top.
Okay.
Jump up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I usually just jump on the box, but that's another way to do it that I just looks cool seeing. That's like, hey, you know, you just go through the wall, who cares? You also have the bigger cases of the enemies, and also the nice case as far as getting coins here and why it's easier, which is because depending on how you kill certain enemies, they give you more coins.
Yeah.
And when we get to 100, we'll see that. Oh, I see what you're doing. I kind of forgot that one, even though I was like, yeah, it is at the top. So next up
We
is...
got the rematch with Koopa the Quick.
Right, and this is also the case, as you mentioned on the audio test. Well, okay, it's not going to factor here. He's over there. I mean, are we technically killing him if we jump on him here? I also find, well, I'll mention this when we get here eventually, but I guess the idea, because you have the tiny Koopa, I guess we're not killing, we're killing Koopa the Quick, is that the thought there?
Yeah.
I mean, although, I guess then it's like, wait, it wasn't actually there.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's ever really kind of thought about that, as far as, or if other people just like thought the idea of the, it is with the Koopa, like, well, it's Koopa the Quick. Oh no, I'll tell you what happened. It's not Koopa the Quick. The idea is you crush him, and then he appears as, you thought you killed me, you cheated.
Yeah.
You tried to kill me instead of beating me in the race.
Yeah, I won.
Or punch him away. That's even better. I like. Okay, he lived. We can assume he lived. We didn't see him explode into coins. He probably is fine. I don't know, they talked to me, he's like, I got punched away somewhere, I don't know what happened. Like, hey, someone who looked like you. I was like, no, and I was like, Daddy, you come over here with, I don't know, a different hat. No, Luigi did it. Yeah, long time no see. Alright, so you have to race to Windswept Valley. This is a way harder one.
Yeah.
I'm always in trouble with this one. Let's see how you handle it. Right there. I guess since you got ahead of him, although he is running really, really fast, you're able to hit it there. I think I have another question here. It's like, yeah, you got him. You fantastic hit there. Because there's the fly guy there. I don't know if you're able to get over here if you jump on him. Does he outrun you? Have you ever done that?
The fly guy?
Because you'll like do the spin and jump on him.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen sometimes people hit it by accident, but I don't know if it's a case where that's actually a viable strategy here.
Yeah, I never tried that.
I don't know, because I don't know if you'd run fast enough, given the way that Koopa the Quick runs.
Yeah.
Because even then, he was like right behind you. You didn't know if you ran that perfectly. In my case, also because of the way the wind is on the walk over there, and also because of the way the cannonballs will sometimes hit them by accident. But in that case, also when they're tiny, they just absorb you, and they don't hit you though. Which is something I actually didn't recognize initially when I first played this. That's also a smarter way to go, honestly, just because sometimes making that walk across the plank
Yeah.
is not easy. You're basically looking for any of the little holes around, because usually they'll be in. Oh right, at first it's like, wait, where is it? Alright, you have to go and hit that switch and make the blocks go. Oh shit.
Slipped off.
Mamma mia! I mean, honestly, for that, the collection of that star is always the worst part of that one.
Yeah.
either way, you're just showing, yeah, it's not easy to jump things up there. But yeah, you can make it. If nothing else, like, hey, if you're questioning, like, what's your skill in the game with this, let's look at Gemini 96. It uses play as far as an indication, like, how do you do all this stuff as far as it. Honestly, I think I'll probably end up using it that way myself, looking over and saying, hey, a lot of stuff that I did differently or didn't have as easy a time doing as you are, now I'm kind of getting the aspect of what to do. And I guess it's an interesting flip, because compared to when we played EarthBound, I don't know that game as well as you do. I do now, because of you, but also for this one I do, but then also in case of seeing it anew, and also seeing what's your perspective as far as how it is. Basically, I guess bringing your eye really to a game, your eye or anybody's really, which I think is very helpful. Just as far as just in general, saying, as you mentioned, giving any of the games you play, I guess that unique identity you won't always get anywhere else. All right, so what's next on the list?
We've got Wiggler's Red Coin.
Right. Okay. This could be potentially dangerous, but
These get 5s.
yeah, I do love that, which is something I think I found by accident. It's like I just think it's fun to pound, and then I realized, oh wait, you get more coins to it. I'm trying to think of something else now in Wales, and since this is Koopa the Quick's home, I think they said, maybe the sign says it. Is he in any other games? I thought he might have been in one of the RPGs. Maybe in one.
Don't think so.
Which is, I guess, surprised. Well, okay, aside from Super Mario 64 DS, but I mean, I guess that's a given. No, I'm kind of curious about that. In that case, yeah, Beach the Koopa. Oh, yeah, fine. That's not Koopa the Quick. Although I don't know if it's fine. I'm curious. I think he is only in this one. Although Lakitu, it's a different Lakitu because in this case that one is attacking us. The other ones are the brothers who are helping us with the camera. Although there's so many coins in here, even if you do miss a couple, as far as that, it's not going to be the end of the world, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nuts how many coins they give you here. Okay, so let's see. I think it is probably just this. Well, I guess I'm kind of surprised. Oh, in that case, you punch him, which actually, yeah, you can't do that in any of the other Mario games. As far as it. Let's see. Okay, so. Yeah. Okay, yeah, just these. Alright, okay, the only other case of this is not really even a Mario game is Picross NP Volume 6. Apparently he's a puzzle. That's it. Although, which one is that even? Because you played a couple of the Picross games. With the NP?
Like the Mars Picross on Game Boy.
Oh, it's a great game. When they put that on Switch On when it was static. And you played the Super Famicom one? That's on Switch On as well.
No.
Well, actually, the game itself is by the people who made EarthBound. Which was actually kind of cool to find that. Okay, they were in Japan. Oh, okay. When I'm saying NP Volume 6, okay, they were Super Famicom releases that were part of the Nintendo Power Service, not the magazine. That is. See, and this is not even the Satellaview. You familiar with that?
No.
That was the online thing that Nintendo used as far as like the Sega channel the Sega had here, where you could download games to it. There's like a remake of Zelda, BS Zelda. Sounds really strong as far as context that way, but no, it is like a 16-bit remake of it, which I think has been figured as far as people finding it. But okay, so across NP Volume 6, they're able to be downloaded as Super Famicom memory cassettes, apparently. I don't know if it's a case where they were, because I didn't actually not know. I think I maybe heard the concept, but I didn't know it was necessarily something separate from Satellaview. I don't know if it's a case like some of the Satellaview things where people were able to figure how to preserve those. And the idea, like, how did they get to do that. Given it was like a download thing, in some cases were in certain capacities that were available. I think certain times they were available. I know the Sega Channel was that way for a while. And they used that for the case of games that were not released here initially or at all. One of which was Body Count, which is a light gun shooter on the Genesis. And then also Pulse Man, which was the Pokemon they did some re-releases of. And then Alien Soldier, which was from it's from Treasure. It's insanely hard, even as far as Treasure stands. And actually, Mega Man the Wily Boy did not get a physical release here initially. They only released it through that. So I guess that was the idea of what was going on with the Nintendo Power Service. So I guess then the Picross thing, because from what I understand, even back then, Picross was huge over in Japan. Here it wasn't, but now they make tons of them. They keep putting them out.
Yeah. And
I love the fact that they're doing that. I love the Sega one. I know they put out ones for SNK and for Capcom recently. I did want to pick those up. And then there's that Namco one they did. Yeah, Jupiter's making a killing on those, honestly. I think they've made... I think it's like in the double digits of the numbers that they made as far as on the Switch alone, not counting like 3DS and DS as well. So I think like DS in particular, I guess it was like the return of it. People saying like, no, this game is awesome. To be fair, I came out one late too. When did you play Mario Bros? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, it came out on Switch online.
Oh, that's when you played it?
Yeah.
Okay, I played it because St. Aspartame, a friend of mine going backwards, he said he swore by that game, and I was definitely curious about it. And then when 3DS Virtual Console was, or the eShop was shut down, I think that, oh no, it was before it shut down. It was way before it shut down. But they had, I think it was a game you could get like a bonus. I said, let me get this. I could not put that game down. I adore it. Although to be fair, I also didn't play it the way you play that game, which is I could not beat the time attack for the life of me in the case where they don't have a guide. I probably should give it another shot. We should show more of that, because they did demo Super Picross, the Super Famicom one, that puzzle showcase they did. It's really, yeah, those are cool games. They're really cool games. Well, I guess for some of those, what would Scope look like? I guess it'd be some running through every level.
Yeah.
I think some of those actually went pretty long. How long did the Sega one run you? I think you went through that for... That took you quite a bit of time, didn't it?
I haven't finished it.
I was gonna say, because there's so many puzzles there in that. So if nothing else, since they make so many, it's something where you're never gonna run out, I guess, of content, really. I'm also curious, I guess, about what the Capcom one is looking like, and also, I guess the SNK one, when it comes to all the obscure franchises that they're nodding to. I mean, some of the famous ones, I know they indicated, with the Capcom one, they make the next, but then other stuff. Well, it's like with the Sega case, it's like, I look at all these things, like, oh wait, Quartet, what's that? Oh, this is on Sega Master System, because that's the big, for Sega, for me, that's the blind spot. Sega Master System is a massive, massive, massive blind spot for me. Alright, you did hit that down, and you're going in here to find Wiggler.
Yeah.
He's like, you flooded my house. What am I gonna do? The ceiling's ruined, the floor's soaked, and he's so mad. So, in this case, he has a good reason, but he's like, wait a second, the star's bad luck.
Yeah. Well, Wiggler, we need the star.
He looks so cute with his eyes, though. He's like, I can't taste him now, I'm really mad. Although, actually, wait, he doesn't like turn red, does he?
No.
Yeah, knock it off the second time you did that. Okay, he's jumping. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen him do the jump. Oh. Alright, there you go. Alright, fine, I don't need it anymore, but I feel better. I see stars from it, you feel peaceful. Come back to visit any time. Okay. There you go, there's the star. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. On the test, he ground pounded through. I didn't know you could punch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you'll see stars down in hell. Is that the thought? Jesus, that was fucked up even for me. I don't know where I have this. You know what? Actually, you know what? I do have this. I might have this upstairs. I'm trying to...
Maybe he does deserve to be in jail.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe he'll probably come back. He says, like, actually, no, because, no, even King Bob-omb, he says when you beat him, he says, if you want to see me, actually, no, I guess they don't die. because he even says, hey, if you want to see me again, select the star from the menu.
Yeah.
Hi, Toad. By the way, I found this somewhere. Yeah, where'd you get it? Well, actually, I don't know, because I mean, people brought this up with Super Mario Sunshine, saying, okay, this is maybe a little more interesting, because what do they say with Super Mario Sunshine when it came to Tanukis?
Oh, the Tanukis.
We love the Tanukis.
Evil Tanukis.
Yes, and their criminal racket that they got going on.
Yep. They're the Mafia.
Yeah, but they also have those nice straw hats, so nobody ever notices who they are. But I guess in this case, because the story context is they're trapped in the castle because of Bowser. So I guess the idea is that Toad's there, he found one, so they're still stuck. He can't leave. So it's not a case where I guess he's holding out. It's like, oh, I found this, but we're here. So I guess it's not Jesus Christ. I didn't know you could even go in that way.
Yeah.
Wait, don't you have to usually go like around as far? No, you go underneath, isn't that right?
Yeah, there's a little opening in the side, and you go through this little maze.
I've never went the top way. Shit. Okay. I guess they intend you to do that. Either do that, or I guess she's doing the wing cap there, or she needs to get back through that way.
Yeah, the intended way is to go like in your gear. And
That's what I thought. It was like at first it's like,
around.
wait a second. How would I don't know if I ever went that way, the wing cap way. I knew it was in the top. There you go. That's amazing. And now 30 star. Okay, I didn't know this either, which is you can do a nice slide, and that way Chili Bully is gone. We did hardly know him. Yeah, Chili Bully. Although it was mentioned a question like, wait, well, we need the stars, you're right. And I guess they're Bowser's cases, like they're the case of, I don't know, they're in the way. Unfortunately, we have to do stuff with them. We also have aspects of the snowman, which you can also run around like Mr. I and drop down coins.
Yeah.
But we'll see that all later. I'm trying to remember. I guess you're probably gonna have to do it here. I don't think this is one we have tons of coins to pull from.
Yeah.
You have those things which you also do need to jump on in some cases, but also the case with another don't, because we're having to jump on flower guys here.
Yeah, you spin up into the air.
Right.
Yeah, this guy.
I would say, yeah, him.
And then get the shell.
Oh, you can't do it on foot? I thought you could.
You can. Oh yeah, you can.
There you go. I guess it is easier on shell because we're running faster. Alright, so yeah, also you have the water here. It's different than the other water because it's cold water. If you go in that, usually when you are in the water, you can just go up to the surface and recover your health. Not in that water. In fact, if you're in that water too long, you just die.
Yep.
Even on the surface, actually, I think
Even on the surface, yeah.
I think even on the surface they have the drowning enemies. Like, how is he drowning? He's not drowning, there's air there. Yeah, and Big Bertha from Tiny Huge Island, he's not there either. Yeah, he can eat you. But yeah, you didn't deal with that. Yeah, compared to... wait, it's Big Bertha in Super Mario Bros. 3 as well, right? The thing that eats you as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran to hell with that when Nocturne I played that. Although Nocturne can handle that fine. But yeah, she's like you with this game, in the sense that she knows that one completely as far as how to run basically every aspect of it.
We got some coins in here.
I remember, can you leave this area when you come in?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if you could or not.
Open cannon.
Right. Yeah, because that's the case. They tend to hide the bomb buddies around. And even though it's a case where, yeah, you don't see the cannon opening, it's fine. Yeah, if you're going to be getting stuff in here, you're going to need that. so far as the coins. I'm trying to remember, as far as the ones I think gave me the most trouble on coins, I guess it was Jolly Roger Big, because there's so few.
Yeah.
And they mentioned, I think, actually, it was Shifting Sandland. Didn't Sandland, no, TikTok Clock for 100. That was the one. That was the one. I first had to go with the red coin. No. I knew it was something out of that one. Man, I think that was the last star I got out of this entire game. What was the last star you got out of this when you first played it?
Oh man, probably one Rainbow Ride.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Rainbow Ride, that's another one. I mean, there's even that other special one that's not Rainbow Ride, but it kind of has an element of that, sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought that would have been the last one I got, but it wasn't. That's also one of the hardest stars in this game, no question. Although even then, I don't know necessarily if any of the stars in this game, if even the hardest stars in this game are as hard as the hardest stars in Sunshine. Although some of those weren't as bad. I guess because I had practiced so much, also because they had new teaching as far as this, so that helped a lot. Alright, so yeah, you're 7 points.
Here we go!
Awesome.
Here we go!
Yeah, we're going pretty well. Yeah, oh yeah, you were shell shredding for red coins. I kind of forgot. It's like, wait, I know you're going for red coins. I saw that as far as the case of that, as with the snowman's being mad. Oh, I see. Either way, perfect. That's even better. Yeah, you're normally supposed to walk along with the penguin there because he notices you're up there. He's like, hey, wait a second, you're a flea. You need it blown off. I was like, oh, no, just shoot the can up there. Perfect. I love that. But if nothing else, it gives you a lot of different options about how to run this. And how to get a sense of, hey, can I do this? And the answer usually is, yes, you can. Clearly, it's amazing. Okay, I've never been up here before. I know what you're saying as far as the slope case, but wow, look at that.
Yeah, that was one case where you can use that second jump on the slope for.
See, it's funny. I never thought to do that, but it's amazing to see that. My God. I'm trying to remember if you're in this methodical as far as how you handle this when you did on the practice. But it is pretty amazing. This is an amazing sight. I'm loving this so far. Okay. So what's into the igloo?
A little shortcut you can take there over here. Kind of,
Yeah, what do you think?
it's more difficult than that other one though.
Oh, right. I think I've seen that, which is, okay, you come up here and then you go over there and it's right up there. Okay. I think I've seen that, but I don't think I've done it before. There you go. You got it. Now look at that. That's great. Yeah, perfect. You had to do the slide. It was like I realized, yeah, I didn't slide into this specifically. That I had to do that. That's the way it feels right. Makes sense. I got it. There you go.
Snowman.
Okay, I like that. Also, you have his foot out as far as the ice. So it's like, yeah, part of his foot is still out there, so he's fine. In the igloo and out. Okay, so yeah.
You see Lakitu in the mirror.
I love that attention to detail because the idea is that it is Lakitu as a physical being. And sometimes we talk about that when it comes to camera control, saying when you do the camera angle, it goes. It's basically the case that he's hitting onto something.
Yeah.
But if nothing else, this game gives a story reason. It's not like Sonic 06 where it's something where that happens. Have you played that game by the way?
Yeah.
What did you play it on?
PS3.
You poor soul.
I know.
It's worse on that even than it is on 360. But
Those loading times.
Even on the 360, they're bad. But still, on the PS3, they're even worse. But the point is that game, you do get caught, but it's not a case where you have, I guess, a physical manifestation, really. It's kind of, and this one makes more sense. Also, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Whereas Sonic 06 was, still can't believe it's 20 years out from that game. It is, although, give the fan community credit on this one, saying we built it for that Sonic Project 06. And it's amazing. It's incredible what they did with it. It's a case where you're kind of surprised Sega hasn't hired him, but then again, also give Sega credit saying that we're not going to cease and desist this because clearly they did an amazing job, and there you go.
Yeah.
Alright, so Tall Mountain, what do you want to do here?
Alright, so we can start at the top and get the monkey.
Okay.
Get the star first, then go through.
Perfect. Okay.
Here we go!
Alright, we just scaled the mountain pretty quick. It also has a really tiny picture as far as jumping into.
Yeah.
Alright, Mystery Monkey Cage. Yeah, you do have to release. Actually, he's trapped. No, he's not trapped in it, is he? It's just his cage. Right, it's his cage.
Yeah, he leads you to it and
Right.
he opens it.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna send him in a second. We're pointing out for the Nintendo Power Awards celebrating the best of 1996. This game, by the way, was voted as the best game of the year by Nintendo Power subscribers, understandably so.
Yeah.
Understand it. But also, the monkey we're about to meet was actually voted as the reader's favorite sidekick, I guess. Even though he's only in this level. We're like, yeah, you know, we like the idea of this guy. You also hear that nice perspective on the soundtrack for it. You hear like the sound going on there. Yeah, this is Ukiki, that's his name. He walks around, he just kind of does that. You can go grab him in the back.
Alright, we'll free him.
Okay. Well, actually, wait a second. He was joking about... Actually, he didn't do the other thing, because he can take your hat. Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Isn't there a case where he's not at the top of the mountain?
Yeah, he's lower down near the rolling log.
Right. Isn't he there? Is he there all the time outside of this one?
Yeah. And when he's down there, he'll steal your hat.
Right. Well, there he is. Look at that. Well, isn't it a great case of like the mischievous and the sister monkey in the game? We had the name of the monkey in Tamba. Am I forgetting his name? You play Tamba?
No.
I'm blanking on his name. I should not be blanking on his name. We played this a year ago. Charles. Right. Because they re-released... Actually, they just re-released Tamba for the Switch 2. They did a Switch 2 version of that. And they did the re-release of it for Switch and PS4 or PS5. I don't remember if the PS4 version still ever came out. And they re-released Tamba 2, The Evil Swine Return, about a month ago. I might owe that one another shot. I didn't like it as much as the first one, although that was a game I discovered because of my chat. They said they wanted to see it. And in that case, I downloaded the PlayStation 1. I think you'd like it. It's kind of a... It's like a Metroid... Actually, it is a Metroidvania, actually, in its way. A little bit. Where you have a lot of interconnected areas. And you have a lot of... Is it mission? No. I think it's missions. Yeah, I think that's what they call it, missions. We did go through all of them, which do challenge some perspectives as far as looking around the environment. It's a good one. And it's one I wouldn't have discovered at the time I did, if not for it being requested of us. And it's also one that I'm glad I got the way I did because both those games go for some money on PlayStation. The new ones, not as much. And on PS3, you can download both of them for cheap. Alright, so where to next?
We're gonna do the mysterious mountainside.
Okay, yeah, that is an interesting one. I actually, for a while, I heard... I think it's another one of those I think I saw in some video demonstration of the game. I think it even might have been after the game came out. It looks cool. Where is it? I didn't know where it was. But yeah, there's also the case of the Monty Mold. I believe you kill them in the row there, you can get a life on them, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Not you need, but also be careful of him because he'll blow you off.
Yeah.
But I think it's only if you really get too close. I think you can blow your hat away.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It's a slide with these nice star cases, and also the 3-up move from Super Mario World, but, well, you gotta be careful there.
Yeah.
It's like Rainbow Road from Mario Kart, where there's no guardrails on any of this. And also, take that turn. Yeah, you saw the death side there, right? Yeah, if you don't take that turn, you're gonna fall in the pit and die.
Yeah.
So if nothing else to say, alright, the Princess Secret slide was a little bit of practice, but in this case, yeah, you gotta be ready on this one. In that case, perfect. Fantastic. And that is 100, Jesus. I still am amazed that you're running this in one show, although as I said, you got 2 more parts for either this or anything else if you want it. You tell me what you want as far as if you want to show something else with this. If you want to speedrun it, whatever you want to do, if you want to play something else, you go ahead. As I said, just to give a sense of this, I just also said, well, I'm just gonna, I always overestimate when it comes to potential multi-part games. Anyway, just to get a sense of that. So I don't want to leave anybody in the lurch saying, oh yeah, if you don't finish it in 2 parts, you're not going to finish it. Like, no, we'll figure it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't know. I mean, I said that when I did Wario Land a few years ago. I said the time as far as going 100%, I said it was 8 hours. I said, I know this game really well. I can beat it like 3.5. And I did. So in that case, maybe like this one, something like, okay, I know that game up and down. Still waiting for a re-release of that. Nintendo, please, I'm begging you. Switch Online, Wario Land 1 and 2. They're not re-released. I'd like to see them. Yeah, 3 and 4, which are really great games. But those other 2, you ever play? I know you played Wario Land 4, but did you play the other ones?
No.
Okay. 1 is actually the most traditional to a certain extent, and then 2 and 3 kind of go more the puzzle way, and then 4 is kind of an amalgam, and then... Okay, they are releasing one of them next month. Virtual one, which is amazing. You laugh, but it's amazing. And I did get the... Oh, you're going down. First, wait, what happened? I forgot that had like a float of water. I would say, yeah, next month we're gonna have that for the Switch Online case, and I did get that Virtual Boy device. I hope I can stream from it. I really do, because I'd like to show it. As you savagely said, texting me saying it's the Kirby shield break thing. Like we're all gonna have eye strain at the end of this. Well, I don't know. I mean, okay, I won't necessarily force the case to be like, I don't know if it's gonna be a case, but I'll say this: Wario Land on Virtual Boy. If there's one game you're gonna play on Virtual Boy, it's that one. It's so good. It's one of those cases where I wish it had gotten re-released sooner, maybe in another case, unless you emulate it, just because it's a fantastic game. It plays with the background and the foreground really nicely. It controls well. It's really good music. It's fantastic. I guess it goes with the idea that there's some amazing games on Virtual Boy, honestly, where that way I'm kind of glad it's going to be the case. I mean, how many times have I talked about how good Teller Box is? That game's terrific. And we'll see how Jack Brothers is, because I've never played that. It costs like $3,000. And Virtual Bowling, which is $10,000. Yeah, which is only in Japan, so I said, oh, yeah, Jack Brothers is like the most expensive game on the console. But no, it isn't, actually. This is. And the debut of Shin Megami Tensei in this country. It's like, wait, it is? I didn't even know what the concept of it was when it came out. And it's not even an RPG. It's like a top-down... yes, adventure game, a little, from what I've seen of it. And we'll figure that as far as it, so... yeah, looking forward to it. I'd love to show it. I mean, I'm hoping that device lets put an HDMI cable in or something. I don't know how they'll do it. Or maybe it's something where... because Nintendo still hasn't said it, but I don't know, maybe it's going to second as a dock? But I don't know how it could. Or if it's a case like the Virtual Boy itself, if it has like an AC adapter. Because the Virtual Boy, have you ever played anything on it or seen the device?
No.
Okay, because the way the Virtual Boy worked, the thing they're saying with the controller, saying, hey, you know, you need to use the Joy-Cons for it. Well, actually, yeah, I guess so, but I guess you could use the Pro Controller, I think, at least. Because they have 2 D-pads as far as the side of it, but also the idea is that on the back of it, You can slide. Yeah, the back of it, you basically can slide like a power adapter onto it. So in that case, it powers it as you play. But I guess if it's not going to be doing that, what's going to go on with it? And we'll see. Listen, I'll have the answers next month. I'll give you all, everybody out there, of course you and everybody else we know, a full rundown saying what is this going to look like. Alright, so it's the red coins on this is what we're going for now, yes.
I'm going for the 100.
100,
and then the last star is the blast of the lonely
Oh
mushroom.
boy, that one. But you got that no problem when you were playing it. But it's all about, I guess the thing with the cannon is you really, maybe more than even something like Pilotwings 64, you really have to pay attention to what that angle is. And that one's so specific because if you miss it, you're going to die.
Yeah.
Unless, I don't know, is there maybe some situation where you just miss and you don't slide off? I would think maybe you're going to go too far. Or hit the side of it.
Yeah, maybe if you like just hit the earliest part of the mushroom, maybe you can slide and stay on.
Maybe. I mean, I think I usually either overshoot it or I undershoot it. Usually whenever I do it. And there's a Ukigi down there by the water.
Yeah.
He seems to like it down there. And I trying to remember. No, he's in. Isn't he in one of the Mario Party games? I think he came back. And I know there's the suggestion, I know Nintendo Power subscribers or readers were asking in the mail section at one point. I think they said, is he supposed to be the same as Kiki from Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening? And I think the answer was, I think in that case, no. As far as I'm aware of. Although then again, that's also the case with it. Because of the way that goes, it has some other tie-ins as far as some other franchises. And I do love that it does that. Okay, my mind's blown now. Apparently they're the same monkeys from Yoshi's Island. I didn't know that.
Oh.
I don't know, I mean... Fine, it says, okay. I called them grinders, which is what they are called in that game. Hold on. Okay, I guess, let's see. So, Mario Wiki's saying... They're saying that they gave different names across languages. They looked a bit different. They might have not been the same entity, but merged later, starting with, oh, Super Mario 64 DS, so I guess they indicate they're one and the same. Okay, and... Alright, I was not aware of that. Okay. Okay, so they've, alright, so I guess then if that's the case, they've been in, like, a lot of the games. Like, all the Mario Party games, the Yoshi's Island games with DS, and New Island. Even a game, I guess I should try and see if I can figure out getting a copy of this thing. Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. The only game, by the way, where Waluigi is the villain. Officially, as far as the case with the story, because he steals all the music notes, and then Mario's to get them back. And I guess also the other thing is that it means that... What does that mean in terms of myself? It means it's another weird GameCube peripheral that I can then plug into the Switch 2, to see what can I play with this thing. I mean, I have the Dance Revolution pad for original Xbox. I played Soul Calibur 2 with that thing, which is... You can do because it's like a D-pad, or it is the D-pad, and you have all the face buttons. So in that case, you can play that. I mean, honestly, I guess in that case, it's something where... How about this? I'll tell you, here's the interesting trifecta. I think Soul Calibur when it comes to me playing those games with weird controllers, which is... I've shown you... Actually, were you with us when I showed playing that game with the fishing rod?
No.
Oh, yeah, right, because you can use the fishing rod for Dreamcast to play that. And it does actually recognize when you use swipes as far as, like, your high slash. There's Soul Calibur 2, which you could use the DVD... Well, I'm thinking ahead. Soul Calibur 3 or 2 if you have it on the PS2. It has digital controls, so you can use the DVD remote to play, because it has all the buttons you need, as it is. And then for the Dance Revolution case, as far as that pad, On Xbox, you use it for that. And I think that's it. And the GameCube, well... I don't know about that. Actually, wait a sec. There's one avenue on Soul Calibur 2 I haven't tested, which I should because I have a Switch 2 for this. Soul Calibur 2, GameCube, you Switch 2 with bongos.
Okay.
Which you can't move, but that's the... Okay, so basically if you ever played Soul Calibur without moving, you can do that. That's what 103. Jesus. Okay, so we only have 17 more to go. Yeah, you're beating this game in one shot. And we're not even 4 hours into the show. Good lord. Have you ever run this game this quickly and swiftly? Just out of curiosity.
I don't think so.
I don't even know if...
I've never done it all in one go.
Okay.
Oh, maybe if all my times put together, maybe I did it this fast.
I don't know. I mean, it was a couple cases where when you... Okay, you practiced. I know he practiced, so maybe that's the idea. The practice really, paying off, because I know it wasn't just 4 days that you did the entire practice on this game. Alright, so you're getting Rainbow right out of the way to start, right?
Yeah.
This is the final course of the game as far as number. I don't know if this is the hardest, but this also has some of the most demanding stars in the game. Because you're seeing how open this place is.
Yeah.
I do like that. Okay, he does have the spinies. Do they even come out as spinies or just like little worms?
Yeah, I don't think they walk around.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I was just looking at it. I just realized that. You're riding on the magic carpet, but also, the other thing about magic carpets. Yeah, when you're off for too long.
Oh yeah, if you when you step off of it, it will disappear after a few seconds.
Wasn't it Crusader 64 when you were demoing this part of it or you were practicing this part? Didn't he say either he didn't know that happened or something? I think we had a lot of perspective discovery when it came to your practice on this. Actually, as much, honestly, to a certain degree as when I did Mario Sunshine, really. But just the case of being like, wait, I never knew this was a factor. Wait, I never knew this was a factor. And of course, Chasm22 saying this is stressing me out, which I could guess, But also, I guess, potentially very thrilling, but also be careful against the blue fire. I guess also this area that they themed this, I think, well, this and also something else we're going to show a little bit. After the Mario's Rainbow, what was the name of the board in Mario Party 1? The Mario's Rainbow...
Rainbow Castle?
Rainbow Castle, that's the one, right. They indicate that as the easiest one, but it's also, interestingly enough, the one board in that game that has the harshest penalty if you have to run into Bowser instead of Toad. Because they're on a swivel as far as, in case the Toad's there, and then he says, like, okay, here's a star. It's like the Dark Star. He said, like, it's fake? He's like, no, it's not. It's totally real. That's 40 coins. That's the biggest penalty of any of the star cases. And then, of course, with Mario, you have it going, oh, no! Yep. It's like, Jesus, I felt that same way as far as him doing that, Well, it's also the case where the other one's kind of funny, where in the factory he says like, "I made you a coin. That's 20 coins." You pay. Okay, so you get. So it's basically you pay 20 coins to get 1 coin. So in that case, it's like you lose 19 coins. I'll have to figure out what I do. It's ouch. As far as Mario Party, who's involved with that? Which one do they want to do? And then also what that's gonna look like, and also depending on which one we play one or parts of Superstars. What medical assistance do I provide to people to start because of the analog stick thing? I'm trying to remember. I might be with you when I said they're never releasing that first one again because of that analog stick thing. Was I wrong? Jesus, I'm surprised they did. Number 1, but also number 2, the case that when they made Superstars, they said, okay, they have this rotate the stick games. Well, it's a different stick, so fair enough. It's like, oh, Jesus, oh wow. Like, okay, now I was feeling the stressed out case like Chasm22 there, but Jesus, look at that. That's awesome. Oh no!
Yeah, I fell anyway.
That was, I was rooting for you there, seeing that. I can get where that's kind of thrilling.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you get that nice forward momentum going on as you go to the big house in the sky. So Mario's not dying, despite what it sounds like. Actually, I don't know. Whose house is that? I guess...
I don't know.
I'm trying to think if they ever established this. Although, I guess if these are worlds within Peach's castle. Okay. I guess a little narrative question here. I know the idea is that Bowser took the Power Stars and trapped everyone in the castle, but I guess are the worlds in the castle really peaceful? I don't know. I mean, because I guess it's not like Banjo-Kazooie where, it's Grunty's lair. As far as there is a definitive answer as far as what's going on with that. It's not, I guess DK Isle and Donkey Kong 64 is kind of the same thing, a little bit, and that you go to these different areas, and then, I guess K. Rool's minions are taking over. So I guess it's more like a takeover of this.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if it's Mario, fine, if it was Mario's Rainbow Castle Mario Party, does that necessarily canonize this and say, well, okay, this is the big house in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're gonna get in that question when we do Sonic Labyrinth next month, because that's the case where based on the story that Sonic has a house, it's one of two games that indicate that, the other one being Sonic and the Super Rings for the Wii. And also the case that, for that game, we'll go on this when we get in the schedule, the case it's the smartest and dumbest plan that Eggman's ever had. He says, I want to get Sonic to run slow, because he always outruns me, which is smart. He then has somebody sneak into his house and swap his shoes out so he runs slowly. He can only spin dash. And somebody says, well, why just kill him? True, but then, but I don't know, I guess Eggman doesn't, see, it's funny, I guess, I don't know, honestly, when it comes to that, Eggman never, I guess, not that he doesn't try to kill Sonic, because I guess in the earlier games, I guess he does, in the sense that you die to him, you lose him, you die, and he's laughing. But, honestly, as far as the way the story goes, I don't know if Robotnik's plan or Eggman's plan is ever really to kill Sonic, except for stop him. Yeah. As far as the games we played, I mean, you want to blow up Station Square with the missile in Sonic Adventure, but it's something where Sonic wasn't even in the periphery as far as that. I guess the question was who's going to really have the perspective of saying, I want to kill Sonic. He's already thinking like, well, no, I want to stop him. He's going to get in my way.
Yes.
I don't know if, in fact, I don't think any case of Eggman trying to or successfully killing Sonic, as is. So I guess in that case, it's a weird case saying, well, if you can go into his house, you can do anything, I guess. But then I guess saying smartly, well, okay, make him not run, I guess. And that's not even like a traditional Sonic game the way it goes. And that's another one that's not going to take long. It's also a game that when I was doing my practice, it was a case where I actually never beat that game legitimately until like a month ago. Because the end of it gets a little cryptic on where I have to go, and I was like, where do I have to go? Okay, now I know. We're going well on the Rainbow Ride so far. And I think this is another one of those that give you a decent number of coins. I don't think it's not as many times you're down, yes, but or Big Boost Haunt even. Still, I think it was like 120 something, so you still have a little bit of breathing. And I think I get a sense for the most part you have more breathing room for this than I guess in Super Mario Sunshine. And I don't know. I'm trying to remember how Galaxy handles it. Because Galaxy still has 100 coin mission, doesn't it?
I don't remember if it had 100 coins.
I don't know, maybe it didn't. I'm a little, sort of rusty, well, not rusty, I'm sort of, I guess I'm a little rusty, I guess the way to say.
Yeah, I don't think they had regular 100 coin mission, I think they just had purple coins.
That was it, okay. So they basically had that, but then they repurposed it as something else.
Yeah.
But I heard really hard stuff unless you're doing co-op. Well, I don't know, maybe. How hard are those games? Are they really two? I've heard
Yeah, some of them get pretty challenging.
two.
Yeah.
But you still think it's Sunshine's the hardest of the 3D ones. Of what I played so far, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the case compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I would say Sunshine is still the hardest.
In some ways, I still found it satisfying when I ran. I know people's like, hey, it seems like it's not enough of a reward to go through, but honestly, I don't know. I did feel pretty good as far as that. Maybe just because of, I don't know, maybe that atmosphere is what it was. Maybe also the case that it's one I not 100%ed for all those years. And also, I guess then, I don't know, it just maybe felt satisfying, just kind of the journey being the destination. While I understand people saying, hey, you don't get anything for, well, you don't get much for completing it, which is fair, I guess. Or compared to how Galaxy does. Because Galaxy basically is the game. So, there's that. Oh, there you go, top of castle is that.
Yeah, I'm missing a coin though.
Oh no! Is there not one in the castle?
I'm pretty sure I got them all.
Oh no. Are you looking where is it safe to jump?
Yeah.
Or is there anything to kill here? Oh, warp!
I didn't know that warp was there.
Oh, thank God we...
I forgot about
Whoa! Okay, I've never seen that. Okay. Look at that, alright. Alright, the bomb, you can get the bomb, I guess. Perfect. Oh, no, you got that one already?
I guess so, yeah.
Or that one?
This one. Got that one too.
There's another... I thought it said it got to 100 something, 120 something. It's not just 100. There's a fly guy, but... Oh, can you wait? You can ground pound him, right? And then you won't go in that state, I don't think. Assuming he comes to you. That or... I don't know if there's a Goomba over there in the distance, I couldn't tell. You can goad him over, I guess. Yeah, where'd he go? Is he... oh!
Over there.
Oh, there he is. At first I was saying, he's coming back, right? There he is.
Oh, they
Oh no!
hang on, there's a Goomba up here.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you're right here. Somewhere. Oh, there's coins there. Wait, is there coins there? What's up? Yeah. There we go. Okay, there you go. At least you got it. Oh no! You're gonna die, aren't you? No, you're not gonna die. You're fine. Okay, good. Stops. Thank God. Yeah, the donut blocks. They're in this game. At first, I was like, wait, is he gonna stop that, or are you gonna fall and die? I don't know, because it pauses everything eventually as it goes.
Yeah.
It seemed like it wasn't, as it was. Like, oh no. I do wish I had like the. Well, I probably do from Shadow Heart's Covenant saying of Kevin Switch saying he's stressing me out. Like that was clutch as hell. Good lord. Good job. Whew. Coins amassed in the maze. Okay, good job.
Alright.
Alright, so Big House in the Sky, I never knew that warp was there. That's awesome. Okay. Although I guess then you do have to go up a little bit in order to get there. Unless there's a special way to jump to that maze, which I don't know if there is.
Yeah, I think this was something that was discovered a few months ago where this star can be completed without the carpet.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that how they do it?
Yeah, they I'm not even sure how it works, but they do a series of like wall kicks while pausing on certain frames, which extends the distance of your jump. And they're able to just like jump up to the house.
Oh man. And I find it amazing still that after 30 years, people are still able to find new things about this game. It's incredible, really. Because I don't know in some ways. I don't even know if you're probably the better arbiter of this. What is it the case where even EarthBound has been this well understood and this well, I don't know, developed over the years, in the sense that they keep finding things out about it?
Yeah, it's,
I would think.
even like, yeah, EarthBound, I think it was just 3 or 4 years ago, they discovered how to extend the RNG manipulation to get further into the, to manipulate more of the RNG in the beginning of the game.
Okay, is that what you use when you speedrun of that?
No. I did the any percent
Right.
manipulation, but then in the glitchless category they have this manipulation where you can carry it all the way through to the second sanctuary,
Okay.
and basically just force all the best outcomes to just defeat all the bosses in the shortest amount of time without any kind of grinding or anything.
Okay. So I guess that's the idea then. I mean, I guess then, I don't know, how much do you think the fact that of the 2 games you played for the show so far, actually I don't even know, I asked this last week, I said the idea of what Link to the Past speedrunning community is. Do you think maybe because of the reputations the game have of that it gets people to kind of find new things about it?
Yeah.
So on.
Yeah. The more popular it is, more people want to speedrun it, and more people working on it, so I guess things are found faster.
Right. I mean, I actually, interestingly enough, going back to Mario Kart, honestly, I think the one that people seem to have busted the most as far as that, I think, is Mario Kart 64. For cases of them trying to find skips for shortcuts of things that I never would have thought. I mean, even some of the shortcuts in that game are insanely strange anyway. And I don't know what you experience on Mario Kart 64 knowing, like, the shortcuts in that are.
Yeah.
Some of them are so specific that I'm kind of surprised they didn't found it.
Yeah.
Think of that one in Frappe Snowlands, where it's the case where you turn around, you go on the bridge, you basically drive, you hop onto the land without touching the track, and then you go past the line, and after you go past the line, you get Luigi to pick you up, he puts you on the bridge, you completed a lap, and you do that twice more, and you beat the level in, like, depending on how quickly you do that, you can do it in, I don't know what the shortest time on that is. In my case, I can run the course in minutes. But other ones, I think that are like so specific, like the Calamari Desert one, where you have to have the star and you go through the tunnel and it counts as a second lap.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
But then there's other cases as far as how that one. There's something I think about the way that one in particular is programmed. And I don't think any of the other ones are, which I think is a really interesting thing about it. And I guess also with this one. No. At first I was like, wait, you're gonna hit the fly guy.
Mamma mia!
Alright, swinging the breeze. Yeah, it's the one here. Is it? Yeah, it is the one here, right?
Yeah, we have to go across the thing up there.
Okay. What happened?
Yeah, something blew up. I don't know what that was.
Actually, it didn't sound like the bomb blow.
Nah.
I was wait a second.
Was
hold
it
on.
the donut block? No.
Wait, yeah. Actually, no, maybe you're right. No, nice jump there. It's like the hot rope jump. Good job. Actually, wait. Does it? Maybe it is the donut block. Does
Yeah,
it, like,
I think
make a crashing noise.
Yeah, once they fall enough, like, they blow up. That's what it is.
Oh, it blows up or it just collapses in?
Or yeah, something like that.
Maybe it does blow up. You know what, I'm not gonna take that case. As we're going somewhere over the rainbow. Definitely better case than the. I guess I'm on the hook to show this because I mentioned it so much. I don't have it. That Wizard of Oz game or the Super Nintendo. I mean, I love the Wizard of Oz so for that reason alone. As you just long jumped into him, I can. Hey, I don't care if it's the case whether it's good or not. We get to talk about the Wizard of Oz. The other one's like on DS, so I don't know if I can show those easily. But it's like a platforming game where oftentimes Dorothy jumps through the platforms and it's like, what can you jump on? She sometimes just goes right through. The Tin Man can't jump. The Cowardly Lion is amazing, but he also is a case where if you die with him, he's gone the rest of the game. It's like Zero in Mega Man X3. And then the Cowardly Lion, the other one, the Scarecrow. He has a pitchfork, but I think it's weird. I don't know. It's strange from what I've seen. It's from Seta. We've been playing. They also made a game on this system I've heard is kind of interesting. Chopper Attack. It's like a helicopter combat game. I saw the Retro Pal stream, and it was something that was kind of hilarious. I kind of want to play it. And it's one of those ones I missed, mostly it doesn't go for a ton of money. So it's probably one of those cases where Tuna Games comes up with one of the weird Nintendo 64 games. Or, I don't know, I guess Kazum22 is going to say, we gotta finish your collection. But, I don't have that. Okay, I have to use them now, but... Yeah. And also, Japanese, there'll be a question as far as some of those things. Because I don't know how some of those are. But I was always curious about Wonder Project J2. It's the only other game of that X on the console. Mission Makers being the one we got. Where basically this game where you're like this bird, you're kind of helping this young robot girl, I guess, learn how to be, I guess, a good person or something like that. But I guess the idea is like very expressive how this kind of anime-ish vibe that I found appealing when I saw it in Nintendo Power. Keeps coming back to that, I guess, for this game. I guess also probably fair to mention this. In issue 100, I mentioned that last week as far as this was their pick for the best game of all time. Because it was also the only unanimous choice we made as far as saying when it came to what is our favorite game. Oh, wait, he tossed it in!
Finding the cannon.
Okay, but yeah, it didn't count, and you are going to go Silver over the Rainbow through the case of that. Alright, there you go. Yeah, definitely smart to do that here so you don't get yourself tossed off.
One left.
There you go. So only 9 more. Wow, look at that. Alright, so where are you going next?
Let's do the Superstar over here.
Okay, my god, this is one of the most annoying, but you made it look like nothing. Why is this one an annoyance?
So yeah, this one here, you have to fly around and get 8 red coins. And if you fall, you end up back in the courtyard outside the castle.
Right. I think it's also a case that, since you're so good with the wing cap, I think that's what it is. I'm very impressed watching your way of how you run a wing cap. I don't know, honestly, if I've ever met anybody who's as good at running a wing cap as you have. I think it's understanding the physics of that, also playing this game so much. But I always have trouble with that, so I think maybe that's my problem. I mean, I don't dislike the wing cap, it's just that it's not... I mean, I guess I was good enough to do it. To get 120 out of this game, still, even outside of that, something that... I don't know, I don't know, maybe because of the fact I know what the penalty is. That's the nerve-wracking. But yeah, if you're one with a wing cap the way he is, you're gonna be fine. Or we just practice. I think this is exactly how you did it on practice, which I think is the right way to go. Take advantage of the fact that you shoot out with this, you go for the fly as soon as you get right there, start to fall, I should say.
This cannon here gets more right.
Right. Basically just keep going higher and higher, I guess is the idea. That one, oh my god. Yeah, don't leave the cap behind. Oh, good fighting it in the clouds where you couldn't see it. yeah, feathering that thing. That's. Oh right. Also, they consider the cloud as a like the. Yeah, as a like the sand. Those are pointing out when you're with the wing cap, it's the only case where you can when you do a triple jump for standstill. There you go.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh no. Yeah, let it go back. Okay, it doesn't go back to the courtyard, only you do. But in that case, you're fine. And since the wing cap does last a while, yeah, it shoots you back.
I thought I saw it blinking for a second there.
What,
The wings.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, hey, don't take anything for granted there. Yeah, because you do see it blinking and it runs out, but yeah, there, on this level, you're absolutely right to do that. Is Mario over the rainbows at the end of this one? Look at this. Flawless, oh my god, great job. That's, that would be my Poison River for this one, honestly. So I guess it does continue the trend of saying, hey, really hard stars or shines in the case of that one is being done somehow first try. I still don't know how that happened. I know you were witness to that. Thank you for being witness and cheering on as we're going into Tick-Tock Clock.
Yeah. So Tick-Tock Clock, depending on where you enter, depending on where the minute hand is when you enter, either all of the pieces of the clock will be stopped or they'll be moving at different speeds.
Right.
And usually it's good to just have everything stopped so you don't have to worry about any of the conveyor belts or moving parts.
The problem is when you have to have them, it goes to, we'll go into later parts of it. If you stomp on the thwomp, that's going to be interesting to see what you handle that one. Because I think that's the one you have to go to the top of it.
Yeah.
In your case, you're going for which one first? Oh, you're gonna try to get that one? Awesome. That's the one that spins around. Which one? Oh, they'll tell us what it is. Get a hands. Yeah, we didn't need, actually, you know, we didn't get a hand. We didn't need it.
Yeah.
This for me is probably the hardest level in the game, although I don't know. What would you say? Would it be Rainbow Red? Or this one? Or something else?
Yeah, probably Rainbow Ride. This one does close second.
Yeah, I mean, maybe also because this one's more enclosed in, so maybe that's what gets me going. And also, I guess, I like the idea as far as the aspect of going in with the clock, but also the case of saying, you know what, the thought of having to do the fall as far as that's the case about that as well. But yeah, you didn't, well, you was walk, I guess you, yeah, it sort of rolled in the cage. Yeah, but the key is right, is basically you just know when to go in. The pit and the pendulums. Actually, the red coin was not too bad, although, actually, I'm trying to think about this. Can you have the clock stopped again under coins in this one? Because, okay, that's the one, as I said, the last one I did. I don't know, I don't think you can.
I think it is possible to get up to the top while everything is stopped.
It is? I guess because of the way wall keeps you go.
Yeah.
Have you done it? I'm gonna assume yes, but I'm not gonna assume.
I've tried it, I've never done it. I know that it is possible though.
Okay. Yeah, that's a skill. That's the thing about this and why it's also worth showing this. Well, we're gonna show this thing to show anyway eventually. But also the case of why, when you have somebody who knows what they're doing with this game, clearly, it's a thing of beauty to watch. Awesome. So yeah, we're almost. I still can't believe we're getting. I still can't believe you're gonna be runs. Actually, I guess here's a question: what speed run for 100%?
The speedrun? I think it's like... Is it like an hour 40?
Hour 40.
Something
Really?
like that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the red coin one is not too bad, but you do have to stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna assume there are people who've found out how to do this without stopping it.
Yeah, it is possible.
I'm just gonna say,
Yeah.
have you ever done it?
No.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I could do it. I mean, as I said, I showed my skills as far as Mario Sunshine, and not that I'm like bad at this game, but also a case of saying, okay, I'm good enough at this game, not, you know, pretty good. Not Gemini 96 number 1, number 2, not a master at this one. Yeah.
Here we go!
You stop time for red coins. They even tell you, like, yeah,
Yeah.
probably do that. And they do give you hints, by the way, as far as getting a sense of when the mini hints. I think there's a sign here and or you talk to Toad.
Yeah.
Alright, so which one are you doing?
I'm gonna try to stop on this wall.
Okay.
See if I can get up there.
Okay, alright. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see this. Because my initial thought was saying, well, no, I have to have everything moving. But as I said, if you can do it while getting up there, I'm glad to see that, because if nothing else, it makes it a little easier. You don't have to worry about everything moving. In fact, I'll tell you, so far, every case you've gone in here, this clock is not moving, it's broken.
Yeah.
But it's well, no, you can break the clock in terms of coming in here without moving, but also saying, let me see if I can just get everything. That's what I was doing. Yeah, in that case, that is one of the few lives in this game that does come towards you when you activate it. Yeah, Chucky is horrible
Stay
here.
away from him.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, I forgot where they were. There you go.
Okay, so this is the part that's a problem with.
Yeah, that, because you have to go up there and bounce. Well, I guess you a wall kick to get up there, but also knowing where the triangle is set. Oh, there you go. Never mind. Not that trouble. Not much trouble for you. You got it.
There we go.
Had you ever gotten that one before?
I think I have it up here. Yeah.
Okay.
But then when you get to the swamp, you have to do like a triple jump wall kick.
Okay.
We'll see.
It's so weird seeing it all stopped up here. It really is, but I like seeing it. You normally have conveyor belts you have to deal with here. They're all moving. Those are...
Couple coins over
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what it is. Oh, life. That's nice. It seems so much more pleasant now as far as it... No, that's not good. Okay, now... Oh, I see what you
And
mean.
you can't. You normally ride this hand over
All the
there.
way over.
So. those 10 coins up near the plot.
Okay.
Or at least we can get 100 coins. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay. Oh, okay. Actually, that's better than I thought. All right. Okay, see, that's better than I thought it was. Okay, you made the 100 coin thing look like nothing. Thank God. Okay. Awesome.
Here we go!
Actually, yeah, this doesn't look bad because you're in a save point. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And now, if we could just, what we have to do is triple jump and warp jump over here. Yeah, that's it. You gotta watch out for that.
I guess you can hang there until you go away. Can you not?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you got this. Jesus, okay.
We pushed it
Oh,
off.
okay.
Just quickly get over here. And there we go.
Oh my God! Wow. You ever done that before?
That's the first time I've ever been able to do that.
There you go. Applause to you, my friend. That is amazing.
There you go.
There you go. Feed compilation when they do another one of those. Jesus Christ, look at that. That's amazing. Fantastic. Okay, this is why it had to be him. I knew, for a lot of reasons, this had to be him for this game. But for that alone, like, that's the and also the other thing, I'll say this, as you have one more to guess. And that, yeah, we're going this entire thing without having the clock run at all, which is amazing. Okay, before the show, I said to him, and I said this last week, I said, hey, let's figure a controller, because I know the way the Nintendo 64's analog stick is, it does not necessarily age very well as far as how some of those controllers work. Even more, I have my Switch controller over there from the 64 saying, hey, I don't have the problems with the Switch Online anymore with the way the audio-visual sync is going. So if you want to use that one, go ahead. I think you texted me saying, hey, do you want me to bring my cartridge? If you want to go ahead, and I said, I got my controllers, that set, we were testing every single one, he brought his own, and he has the one that's specific for that he really ran this for, so in that case, that was... That's why it matters as far as this game. Because in order to pull any of this stuff off, I think you basically have to have it pretty much perfectly set, and that is the smoothest run of TikTok clock I think I've ever seen in my life. My God, great job, Gemini96.
Thanks.
And, alright, so, yeah, he is going to be beating the game in not even 4.5 hours. Wow. Okay, there you go. And 100% of it, so there you go. Good job. Okay, now normally it's a case where you have an endless stairway if you come here without 70 stars. You have to do a backwards long jump to get past it, but in this case, no, it's not. It's we're at Bowser in the sky. This is it. We're already kicking off 2026 with a bang. Think about this, the case that we had last week's show as far as the stuff Edwack and Nikki did, and then the party, and then now this. Oh my God. And I guess next week Dollar Fin you with Buster Move 2. She's the one who beat that game as far as the player versus computer, and I could not. So let's see how that goes. We'll do that next week. We'll talk about it a little bit. Yeah, the great look over here as far as how it is with like the purple and the blue in the sky over there, but also the case of, yeah, the sense of finality, something like that. Here we go. And honestly, this is not too bad as far as how getting the red coins are.
Yeah.
Just gives you just kind of keep an eye on this. Yeah. There's Womp again. So yeah, he's back. Actually, I'm trying to remember, when you ran 100 coins on Womp's Fortress, you didn't use Womp for that, did you? Except for like pounding, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I know with Womp, a little late to mention this, because if you jump on his bandaged back 5 times, you get the coins off of him.
Oh, yeah.
So you can maximize your points that way. But in that case, you just found a different way to do it, which nothing else shows the idea of just how open, again, this game is, and how it's really, I guess, conductive to a lot of playstyles. A lot of people say, uh-oh.
There it goes.
Oh, no!
There you go.
Yeah, but you have 45 life. Yeah, because 0 counts as life in this one. In fact, I think this might be the first Mario game that did that. Exactly. No, it's not. Super Mario Bros. 3 did it, sorry. I remember now. I was like, wait, that game did it. But he said he's not getting a game over, no question. Unless he intentionally says, I'm gonna walk off and get a game over now. No, I don't. No, well, you're not. Oh, wait, no. Oh. At first, like, wait, you're not actually taking my advice now, are you? Well, actually, it wasn't advice. It's saying, like, I don't know if you're gonna do it. Like, no, I don't think so. Hey, it's his play. He can do what he wants. Who else do it? I'll get a sense of that. I do like the game over as far as this. It is hilarious. Actually, one thing I didn't mention when you were on the title screen when it came to, what was it? Getting so set. Actually, I ripped this page up by accident. Anyway, the way that the setup of that screen render, because at the beginning of the game, when you first boot it up, you saw Mario with the Mario's head. That was how they showed it at the Consumer Electronics Show in 1993, as far as the proof of concept, saying, hey, you know, we can do something 3D with Mario. They hadn't announced Nintendo 64 yet, which was known at the time as Project Reality. No. Yeah, it was Project Reality. And then it was the Nintendo Ultra 64, and then Nintendo 64. It was a 3D polygonal Mario head as far as that they had. That was kind of the first thing they showed, and so that explains also, I think, the reason why they said, hey, no, we're going to show this in the game, saying, you know, Mario's head, and I guess also the Mario Jesus typing case as far as how that is. Nice. Despite how that looks, you can run up it, which I do like that touch. Kind of like Lego blocks. Right there, the hearts. Yeah, yeah, recover. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. It's, it's the Cats 22 thing again. I was just about to say, as far as how the hearts go, recovering health. You want to go into how that works?
Yeah, you walk through them and it'll fill your life up.
Yeah, the faster you go, the more health you recover. But it's there permanently, so you can use it. There's Goomba, but yeah, he's fine. We'll see him later. Final stretch is windy, but yeah, as long as you just keep running and don't stop him.
Final coin him under here.
Yeah.
One fall.
Yeah, 4 hours and 18 minutes, not even. And he has all 120. Great job. But there's one more thing we gotta do. Fight Bowser, and you have this great organ version of his music.
Yeah.
And I guess great lighting as far as they reflect it. Hey, here you go. Yeah, just fine. Looking for something to fry my fire breath with.
That's when your friends are all trapped within the walls.
Right.
Never see the princess again.
Yeah, not with Gemini 96 controls. We'll be fine. Yeah, this one's a little more difficult. Yeah, feel free to go into aspects of that. A nice hit. It didn't look like he was gonna hit him, but you got him. Oh, right! I forgot you're doing this. Awesome. I think that looked like it could have potentially been there. But yeah, you're not even giving it a chance. Yeah, 'cause you have to hit him a couple times here. And then he gets angry there, and then he turns the arena into a star. So your distance is further. This is the hardest toss, no question. And because you don't have as much of a place to work with. And also he's a shockwave when he jumps. You have to be And he still has the case where he spins around fast, like when we're in the lava area. Nice. Okay, there you go. Time. That is 4 hours and 19 minutes. Jesus Christ. Wow. Great job. We got him. You got him. No, you really beat me this time. Can't stand losing to you. And also, you get this when you get 120 stars, because he actually apparently didn't know they were all where they all were.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I missed. And now I see you return the world. Ooh, I hate that. I can't watch him out here. Till next time, keep that control stick smoking. Alright. There he is. Great job. Wow. That was one hell of a run. But we're not completely done. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. Honestly, as far as a 30th anniversary celebration is, I couldn't think of a better way for this to go. It's so good we show a show. We show it in a full show as far as completion. Look at that. But of course, he said we'll never see the princess again. No, we're gonna see her again.
And the water's back.
There you go. And we'll deal with what's up there on the roof in a minute. But that being said, I always thought, based upon this, that Peach was trapped in the picture there.
Yeah.
I don't know if she actually was. She's just trapped in the walls. There she is. Also, the Toad's here as well. Okay, this is another remix of classic music. Forgot. Peach's theme from Super Mario Bros. 1.
Mario! The power of the stars is restored to the castle. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you.
Also, thank you, Gemini96, for leading us through this one.
Yeah. It's great. This is great to be here. Great game.
Here we go!
Listen, everybody.
Beautiful.
Let's bake a delicious cake. For Mario.
Actually, also probably the second emotional hit of music on this one.
Mario!
And what a great reward as far as the end of quite a journey on Super Mario 64. Now we do have a little more to go as far as other things you want to show from tonight's show. And also, with you beating this in one show, how if you want some of those other cases of, I guess, what I had planned as far as other shows to this, we'll figure that. But I guess while we're going through this, I don't know if you want to go in your final thoughts now or you want to go a little later on that one.
Yeah, I guess I'll talk about it now. It's,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a lot of good memories associated with this game. This is probably like, I don't even know, at least the 20th time that I've played it, 100%. So, yeah, it's one that I always come back to, and there's a lot of good memories associated with it.
No, absolutely, I understand that completely. It is absolutely a beautiful case as far as how this is. And if you're watching your play in particular, this has been a thing of beauty. Thank you so much as far as that. Also, as I said, I knew you had to get a sense of this because of, as you mentioned, your knowledge of this, your personal connection. And it was something where I said, yeah, absolutely. I knew this was the case of it. And in some ways it kind of, I mean, it does what I guess a lot of cases when other people play games on the show really do for me. When I played a game before, it's something where it kind of makes me want to look and see, okay, what else can I glean from what I saw, but also in case it was something new that I never played before, in case that, yeah, I want to play it, as is, because clearly the passion that comes off of you for this game, or for Edwack with Beethoven up the Cannon Paper last week, or Nikki with the Freddy Fish game she played, or any case, really. It's something that's really infectious, and I do love that as far as this experience of game. I think in some ways, I'll say this, at this point in my life, that's kind of where I really appreciated the idea of where discovery games come from a lot of other people. Why I'll put you in front of stuff that like, what is this stuff, whether I know it or they don't know it. It's the case of saying, like, what are all these other experiences we can have? Sometimes hilarious and maybe not for the right reasons or interesting for nothing else for a story. But then, of course, the heavy hitters like Super Mario 64.
Yeah.
Clearly a game that defined a generation, and it's not an overstatement to say that, as far as how it runs, what it does, and that even 30 years out, it's still as fun as it was when it came out. It still is fun to come back. It was a great time to come back to this one. A great start for the Nintendo 64's library, no question. Of course, the perspective of, yeah, thank you so much for everybody, and then Mario himself has a tone message. Yeah, there you go. There are the Key Brothers. I think it's only like one signing off. But one more thing. We have a delicious cake.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mario, and thank you so much to Gemini96 as far as there is our tea time, as far as how it is. Actually, one other thing I want to ask quickly, as far as I mentioned the soundtrack of this game. We heard this a little bit when you're in Womp's Fortress, the lullaby of the Piranha Plant.
Mm-hmm.
There's a piano version that's on the soundtrack of that. I don't know, is that in the game? I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know if it's one of those cases. I don't think it is where if you're on the screen, because we're stuck on this. It's a Nintendo game as far as this era, so the only way to go back is either turn the console off or do a reset. Yeah. But I don't think it's like Mario Kart 64, where if you wait 10 minutes on the race results screen, it changes the music a little bit. As far as it actually adds like new piano chords to it. When we get to that game, I'll probably use that when we end the show for that one. But there you go. That is it. There is our beautiful cake. It looks delicious. So in that case, you hit that reset button. You get a nice transition, which I actually never saw in a game on any console until this one, as it is. But there you go.
Hello.
And with that, you have your perspective of Mario A. You went, but there is one other thing. We saw that in the cinematic. You want to tell everybody about it.
Yeah, so in that cutscene, you may have seen Yoshi up on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you get all 120 stars, this cannon opens. You can use this to get up there.
Mm-hmm. You can also wall kick up there, but Yoshi will not be there if you don't have 120.
Yeah. Come up here, get some mushrooms, come on up here. And Yoshi.
There he is. Alright, so it's been so long since our last adventure. Yeah, it would have been 5 years as far as this. They told me if we waited up here, just I'd see you, but I'd given up hope. Who told you that? Well, it's true. You beat Bowser and restored the stars of the castle in record time, too. Save the Prince and you can do it. Now I have a special message for you. Thanks for playing Super Mario 64. This is the end of the game, but not the end of the fun. Maybe not the end of the play, depending on how it is. Want to keep playing, so we have a little something special for you. Hope you like it. Joy, so says the Super Mario 64 team. Great job, Gemini96, for that one.
Thank you.
So, in terms of Yoshi, he gives you two things as far as this. First off, he maxes your lives out to 100. And with Yoshi, we'll see him next. We'll figure that, but he's in a nice loop over there in the waterfall. You get something else as far as this one. You get a new triple jump.
Yeah.
It's a case. The thing about this triple jump is interesting. It has unique properties to itself. It's something where when you use it, you go into an enemy, it will kill them.
Yeah.
As far as the goal. You're invincible when you're using this. Also, if he does that triple jump off of this castle and he lands on the ground, he will be fine. He will not be hurt.
Yep.
And I think, was there something else? Is there something else about that triple jump that I'm missing?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
At that case, they say, hey, you can use that for the purpose of, I guess, playing through other areas. And actually, there is one other thing, which is actually, if you go to Cool Cool Mountain, there is one other detail that's unique and you get 120 stars.
Right, the big penguin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big penguin, the penguin we raced before, he's become big in only a couple of hours. At that case, you race him, he's faster. I'm trying to remember. I think he gives you a different message when you go visit him, is that right?
Yeah, I believe he does.
Okay.
have out here. There's nothing else to do, but you can just take a little victory lap, I guess.
May as well, yeah, as far as how that goes.
So I can see the thing there.
Or anything else you want to do as far as how it is. And also, you can technically see Bowser again. He's still here, so if you go back to those areas, he'll appear, but I don't think he'll remember that, oh, by the way, I was defeated by him. At least I don't think he will.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, I have to select that.
But it's a pretty quick case. So I don't know how Super Mario 64 DS works as far as how that goes. Yeah, Big Ping was, but it's particularly big now. I was a little flourish that jump, by the way. Here he is. He's getting a little wider. Yeah, what's up, pal? I've been on the slide lately. It's only been a couple of hours, so I'm out of shape. In record time, what happened as far as that? I'm always a good race, especially the old sledding buddy. What do you say?
Alright, let's do it.
Okay. He does go faster, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah.
But also because he's a bigger target, it means that he can potentially push you off. I've had that happen a lot.
He's definitely faster.
Yeah, but no match for you. Well, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, crawl toward him. Hi.
He doesn't even fit on the screen anymore.
There you go. You broke my record. Look at that. I can't give you a gold medal, but there you go. Here is a star, and since you already got it, it is a case where it is empty, but then it becomes full when you get it. Good job.
Alright.
Okay. Okay, so I guess for that Gemini 96, a couple cases. First off, is there anywhere you want to go as far as having music to talk over as far as the end of the show? Your choice. I mean, you
I know where
went
to
through the whole game. You go wherever you want.
Gotta go over here.
Go to Dire Ducks.
Yeah.
Sounds like a smart idea to me. I would have picked the same thing.
Let's go.
Okay, there you go. Look at that. Right, because you get to show Mario going to sleep. I forgot about that. We have not yet shown that. Okay, so there you go. My God, what a run as far as it. There's good old Mario Cam as well as far as how it is. Or, yeah, position wherever you want, do whatever you got to do or want to do for the purpose of that to get them set. Look at that. Look out there. Look at that vast ocean as far as it's. And yeah, that was amazing, Gemini 96. I cannot believe it, but it was quite a case.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, is there anything else you want to go into on this game that we have not yet mentioned or you have not mentioned?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, so alright, with that, he completed one show, I did not expect that, but it's also a case where I did delineate other parts. I don't know, are there other cases where you want to do something with this game that we didn't do for another case, or if there's other stuff you want to do?
I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm tired. We'll see him going. Yeah, Mario's gonna go to bed. We're not going to bed yet. I don't know, what are you thinking? As far as that, and also I guess I'll ask other questions as far as what your next games are going to be on the show. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I feel like I've done it. I did everything I wanted to do with this one.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess maybe I could pick like a short game I could do in 2 parts or something.
Sure, I don't know. What are you thinking? Actually, one thing we can do, since it is a case where it is not a long case, I should probably pull up the dibs lists. Because you have the biggest dibs list of anybody, which I appreciate that. Because the question like, hey, he's been off on the show from some time. He was getting ready. He was getting ready. He was saying like, hey, I got a list of games. He gave me a full list, saying, hey, what does he want on his list? Mm-hmm. There's a couple cases as far as what we have. We have Bloodborne, which you mentioned. Like that's a case we might do a scope show. Yeah. There's Dungeon of Daggerith, which you mentioned. They're the Final Fantasy games as far as the Final Fantasies. You have 6, 8, and 10. So far. Mm-hmm. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. There is Pikmin 1, 2, 3, 4. Potentially hate Pikmin if I get 3DS going. Donkey Kong 64. Yoshi's Story, Nocturne also indicated that, but it's also the case I'll talk to her as far as what that's about. Maybe she's like, hey, you want to do it. Castlevania for NES, Mother 3, Mother 1, Legend of Zelda, the original, Willow, also for NES. There was a case also in Super Mario World. There was a question of Nocturne 1. I don't know. That's the case to use Super Metroid. Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, you demoed last week. Chrono Trigger. Yeah, you did call it Chrono Trigger. Banjo-Tooie, which we'll do at some point later. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Yoshi's Woolly World for Wii U. Chill It for PlayStation 2. Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Doors. We're pointing at Super Paper Mario. We're pointing out also Crescendo 64 relinquished Paper Mario 1.
Okay.
Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It is getting its Switch 2 version in a few months. We're pointing that out. Kirby the Forgotten Land. Shadow of the Colossus. Kirby's Epic Yarn. And that's what we got from you so far. There's a lot of cases, but I guess we can ask that, like, if there's anything on that list or anything you've been thinking yourself that you're like, hey, you know what, you want to show as far as this is concerned, or cases of things you want to get set for, because also it's a case where if you want to take time as far as something like that, that's fine too.
Yeah, I think I could probably do Pikmin in 2 parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to do Pikmin then?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. It is a case where, at first I was like, wait. Okay.
Mamma mia.
I do love that of Mario, him saying, like, night nighty. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia. It's so good as far as that. Okay, so, because I know you love Pikmin. Pikmin is a case for that. How do you want to run that one?
Oh yeah, let's see. We could do the Switch version.
You want to do that one?
Yeah.
It's your choice, because it would be the Switch, it would be GameCube, or the Wii version. I have the Wii version as well, as far as it, but yeah, it's your choice on how you want to run that, because you're our resident expert on Pikmin.
I do like the GameCube controller though, maybe the GameCube.
I mean, actually, question. You have the Switch version, but have you run it? Does it play? Is it like Metroid Prime in the sense where you can put the GameCube controller in? Does it map button for button?
I've never tried that.
You can, and I have the adapter for it if you want to do it. It's your choice on how you want to do it. And if you do want to do the GameCube version, we can do the GameCube version. It's your pick as far as how that's going.
Okay.
Yeah, but either way, however you want to go, it's your pick. We can try that. I can bring. I have since I have the adapter for it. You can put the GameCube controller into that. I don't know how well it maps. It probably maps the same, unless.
Yeah.
Does it map the same as far as the way the buttons are concerned?
Yeah, I think it should map the same.
Okay, it's your choice on how you want to do it. You want to do GameCube, you want to do Switch, as is. So, all right, there you go. You heard it here. So next time Gemini 96 is on the show, that's gonna be next month. We're playing Pikmin. I know you've wanted to do this one. I know this is a game that means a lot to you as well. As far as audio tests for that, the only version I have is on the Wii. I don't know if that's going to be different from how it is, but you see the way I'll play around just to see what that's going to sound like. And also, the reason I have the Wii games, I actually downloaded the Wii version of 1 and of 2 because at that time, those were the cheapest ways to get both games. And the Wii game of 2, it does still have the licensed products. I guess when we get to 2, I don't know, you want to do it on the GameCube? Or is that a case where you're thinking on 2? I know it's a little early to ask that.
Yeah, I guess 2 would be good on the GameCube to show all that, yeah.
Okay. So, I'll get a sense of that. So, alright, next time Gemini 96 is on the show, that's going to be next month. There's going to be Pikmin for the GameCube or Switch, as is, but still representing Pikmin 1, released in 2001. A game that is celebrating this year. Actually, that's another anniversary you set me up for, so great job on that. I appreciate it. That is 25 years.
25.
Pikmin. There you go. Perfect. Another Shigeru Miyamoto game. All right. Also, next time we come back to Mario, what are your thoughts on that, just in general? Because there's 2 aspects: 2D Mario and 3D Mario. Actually, the third aspect is the RPG. I think is going to be Paper Mario. But as far as 3D, it doesn't get old hearing him say this, does it? Where do we go for 3D? Because we usually next would be Super Mario Sunshine. We played it already, so would it be Mario Galaxy? I guess next.
Yeah.
Galaxy.
Okay, and then I guess what about 2D? Because as far as the 2D stuff, just going on that a little bit, the 2D games I've done, I did Super Mario Brothers, the original, last year. Nocturne did Super Mario Brothers 3. Super Mario Brothers 2, both of them we haven't done yet. Or I did the US version 2 years ago, and I don't have the recording of it. The Super Mario World, it's on Super Nintendo, and I guess other ones kind of in the periphery. I don't know, what do you think we should do for 2D Mario next? I know for you, it would probably be World.
Yeah, Mario World.
Do you think that would be the next one to do? I mean, since you called dibs on it, I won't touch it till you.
Yeah, I would do that as the next Mario game, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be the next case. I guess probably for my next Mario game, I probably will do Super Mario Bros. 2, the US one. As far as the Japanese one, we will do it. I'm going to run the Famicom version, but I'm going to actually not do that until I have off-screen beaten that game 7 times. Because in order to get Worlds A, B, C, and D, you need to do that as far as the Famicom release. I got it. It'll be my practice. That's an insanely hard game, so in that case, I'll have to be set for that one. But that's the idea as far as that. Okay, so I just want to get a sense of that, and also like what your next game is, and since you do have a case of that. Pikmin, alright, let's talk then on schedule. So I guess part of that on schedule is going to be, when do you want to do Pikmin next month as far as starting out? As far as weekends, just to give you an idea of that, it's basically anything except the second one, because I'm going to have to do a Friday show for the second one. But any other case is open currently to you. So, your pick. I mean, whenever you feel you're ready, if like, hey, you know what, I want to get a sense, we can get that set, and I'll also go into schedule of what we have running. So basically, it'd be, if you're running Saturdays, it would be February 7th, 21st, or 28th. But it's also a case, remember, I can do Friday shows, but close enough, he's 5 minutes away from me, and vice versa. So it's a case of that. Time is set to you. You tell me what you want. We'll figure it out, and we'll definitely appreciate the idea of your contribution as far as that. And also, one other thing is just to mention on Mario 64, as long as I think of that. At some point, we'll look at Super Mario 64 DS. I don't know if you want to call dibs on being in on that one, if we did this one. But we can figure that as we go down the road.
The 7th would work for me.
Okay. What time do you want?
7 is good.
10 p.m?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Alright, so there you go. So there you go. On schedule, let's start that. But for the case of that, Gemini Mage 6 will be back next month on February 7th for Pikmin for the original as far as that. So, alright. With that, a great time as far as the show so far, as far as its last order of business, is going to be schedule. And I'll also go into aspects of how editing of the show is going to work because I'm a little behind, but I'll get into that in a second. So next week we're going to have a Friday show. In fact, the next 2 weeks we're going to have Friday shows. Next week, Dolly Finn in our chat, she's coming in. She's going to be involved for our sort of 30th anniversary celebration of Bust-a-Move 2. Have I shown Bust-a-Move to you?
No.
Okay, it's a puzzle game from Taito. It's a case where it's our viewer request this month. Like first mentioned, we played Taito Legends 2 last year, saying, I love Bust-a-Move. I get the sense that people don't know this game. It's a case where we'll be using the hilariously named and really long named version that's available on all the consoles. I've run the Switch version, that being Puzzle Bobble 2X / Bust-a-Move 2 Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3 / Bust-a-Move 3 as tributes. I love the name. It's great. It's also a case where it's the first retro thing of gaming announced in 2023. I remember telling you about it. It's a fun game where it's like a spin-off of sorts of Bubble Bobble from Taito. You're basically shooting bubbles around to clear the areas with these cute characters, but don't be fooled. This game gets really, really hard. Dolly Finn in our chat, she beat the game completely for me, and I appreciate her doing that because level 3 is a massive difficulty spike, and she was able to get through that. It took time for sure, but she managed it. She might be helping as far as that part. And I remember when I told you about that, it was a case where I remember this very vividly. Crusader64 came in, he said off of nothing, he said, you know what I wish there was a re-release of? Bust-a-Move 2 Arcade Edition on the PlayStation. I said, Taito's has announced that they're re-releasing it on the Switch and all the other consoles, and it's out next month. And he just did this. He said, shut the fuck up! Because he had his phone as far as that. He's like, yeah, they are doing that. And so, we both bought it. And so we're going to be celebrating that, looking through all the modes. We're going to have a lot of fun with that. We're going to give Bust-a-Move its due. It's a case where it has been around a long time, since the early 90s. But also something that, when I heard the case that people maybe don't remember that. Like that, my first suggestion saying, let's change that. Not that we're a huge show, that's not the point. But just getting a sense of saying, let's get it out there, let's talk about it. And it's a really fun game. Not easy, but it's a great time. We've demoed it before on the show. In fact, Dolphin was on with me when we demoed it. But next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's going to be on January 16th. Week after that's also going to be Friday's show. That's going to be on January 23rd. Coming back to Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Speaking of Mario games that are going faster than expected, the fact that I completed over half of that game last time, I'm kind of gobsmacked by that. So next time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to complete the rest of it. I'm running the Super Nintendo version through Switch Online, as is the case. We'll beat that, and then for the part in February, a date to be determined, we will be coming back to play the Game Boy Advance version. I'll show off the aspects of it that are unique. I will show off the extra levels. I will be 100%ing those extra levels. I finally figured out how to do it after doing this practice over a couple of months. So in that case, I'll be ready for it. But next month is going to be the finale of the Super Nintendo game. It's going to be on the 23rd of January. And at the end of the month, we're starting our Super Bowl Game Saturday Scoping Sessions initiative. This year, taking games that are really long that we want to get a sense of how do we control this for the show. Maybe ask all of you in our chat, maybe ask guests, see what the best way forward is. To give some representation of games clearly deserving of it. Our first entry is going to be for Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. I've wanted to show this game for quite a bit of time. It's a really good RPG. That's a game that I think a lot of people would really like. It's a case where, unfortunately, it has not been re-released much. It was only released on the GameCube as Skies of Arcadia Legends, where it has some extra content, but it also is a case where it made some changes to the graphics and the audio, which sort of makes sense in the sense that the audio was compressed because the people who made it on Dreamcast, they begged for this to be on 2 discs on the Dreamcast because of the music alone. Sega eventually relented, but then when it came to the GameCube, said, no, we're not doing it this time. And also, they dimmed the graphics because, since we're playing on the Dreamcast, the graphics are unbelievable, but it's also something where there are some pretty intense flashing light cases in the battles that they toned down on the GameCube. But since I have it on the Dreamcast, I'm going to show it that way. It's going to be a look as far as the idea of we're playing as air pirates. The idea is you have Vise and Ica, their childhood friends, who are part of their team, the Blue Rogues, and their land is being taken over by the Valiant Empire, one of whom, Vigoro, is voiced by Charles Martinet from this game, it's worth pointing out. So give a look at that perspective, and I've been wanting to show this game off for a while, and maybe get it out there. Maybe Sega will say we can get a figure on a re-release. I wonder if those elements of the graphics maybe are the reason why. Maybe cases of emulating, because there's issues with emulating Dreamcast sometimes. But point is, we're going to have that game going. It's quite good, and I think a lot of people... I know you said that you love RPGs. This is a case where everybody I know who loves RPGs in our circle, which is most everybody, this is a winner. And I'm looking forward to showing that. And then February 7th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're starting Pikmin for GameCube or Switch, but we're going to run as far as that. Gemini96 is going to show his perspective in this game. I cannot wait to do that. Then, as far as the other shows ordering, I think on February 13th, it's going to be Friday's show, I think we're going to play Sonic Labyrinth on Game Gear. That's going to be a viewer request. That was Elect versus Indication, because we talked about Sonic 3D Blast, a game that's celebrating 30 years of itself this year as well. We might be doing that later in the year. But, he was saying, I'm not huge on this. You ever play Sonic 3D Blast?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you play it on?
The Mega Collection, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Sega Genesis version. Yeah. Got it. Okay, which is... I don't know. The Saturn version is mostly the same, except the differences between the special stages and music. And the PC version is different because the special stages are different in that for some reason, even against the Saturn. But like Bruce also said, well, I like Sonic Labyrinth, so like, hey, maybe that's a case of that. It's like, well, let's take a look at Sonic Labyrinth. It is kind of an isometric game like Sonic 3D Blast. As I mentioned, Sonic is slowed down in this one. Robotnik sneaks into his house, steals his shoes, or swaps them out for slow shoes. We said, hey, I can still spin dash. So we're going to go through that. I'm going to run that through Sonic Origins Plus. It's worth pointing out. I will, though, be loading up Sonic Mega Collection Plus at the start of the show to have a reading of the instruction manual. The reason I'm not using the game through that is because we're talking about flashing light warnings. On the Game Gear, it had some... It was flashing constantly when you got power-ups. And on the Game Gear, that tiny screen made sense as far as that, but when you blow it up to a TV, it's strong stuff. Mm-hmm. So in that case, I said they cut it down for the other version, and it's ported well. So in that case, we'll show it that way. Then the week after that, I guess it'll be the week after that or the week after that. So either the 21st or the 28th, I don't know. I'll finish Yoshi's Island. I'm going to show off the Game Boy Advance version. That's going to be a show completely dedicated to that. And then scoping session, well, I'm going to talk to Nocturne. I was talking to her recently. She was saying, I said, hey, I've got openings coming up. She wants to show something for it. She's thinking maybe Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We sort of demoed the first one. She loves that franchise, and I get it completely. Of what I played, I quite like what I played too. She might be doing that. We'll figure that, but if not, I will probably pull out BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. You ever play that?
No.
It's from Arc System Works. It's a fighting game I know Electris in our chat loves. It's a case where he said, I love this game, but it's also a case of a story where it's so complicated, it makes Kingdom Hearts look like it makes sense. And also something where it's a fighting game where pretty much you have to go through with all the characters in order to kind of get a perspective of it. And it's pretty good stuff, and the voice acting is great. And it's something where I've wanted to show this for a while, but it's what do we do as far as the scope of this? So I'm going to put that to all the chat as far as this. We've been playing on the PlayStation 3, it's worth pointing out. It's also on 360. I think it was on the P. I think it was on the PC. I think it was on the PSP as well. We're on PS3 for that one. Then in March, our next Nintendo 64 game is going to be Snowboard Kids for Nintendo 64. You ever play that one?
No, yeah. No, I haven't.
It's fun. It's kind of, I mean, the easy way that people describe it is saying it's Mario Kart 64 if it took place on a snowboard, but it's a bit more than that. It was the first game by Atlas on Nintendo 64, posted by Rockteam, or Rockteam as they're known. It's a case where you're these kids in the Canadian Rocky Mountains as the story of the manual goes into. I'll have to read the manual aspect for the story on this. But you go around, you pick up items, and you basically snowboard down the mountain, doing stunts along the way. It has a really great style to itself. It's another, talk about deeply underrated games on Nintendo 64. Both of them, but especially this one, as far as, because we're starting the first one. It's really cool. I don't know if I'll need more than one part for that one. I'll see what it's going to be. But I'm looking forward to showing that one, and it's a lot of fun. And good for, you know, I guess the Winter Olympics coming around. I mean, I do have a game based on the Winter Olympics, that being Nagano Winter Olympics 98 from Konami for that system. But I don't know if I'm ready for that one. I know this one a little better. And actually, I don't know what winter game I want to do. If it would be that one, or I've heard Winter Heat on Sega Saturn is really good, but I don't have that. And then also Pikmin will have the second part, I guess, the finale as far as it. I'll also say this, if, actually, okay, I didn't realize this. I actually technically penciled you in as far as potentially 4 parts of this fucking game. Wow, I really overestimated. But, okay, I said just in case. So, alright, if in Pikmin's case, if you do need more than 2 parts, just in case, I have a case of that for April as well. But the finale, I guess, will be March. But if it's not, it's fine. April, we got it. And in that case, if it's not, I'll figure something else to pull out for that. As I said, I don't know if Snowboard Kids is going to be a case of me needing more than one part for that. It might not. I'll have to figure that. I have to do some practice on that one. And then our scoping session for March is going to be our next look at Kingdom Hearts, that being Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. We're running the Xbox One version in the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD collection, or the 1.5, 2.5 HD collection. It is card-based as far as how it runs. It is the next game of Kingdom Hearts. We played the first one, but as far as story and making it make sense, we're playing this one. We'll explain what's going on at the end of that game. And we'll take a look as far as, because actually that's a game I do know this. We're going to beat that game twice for the purpose of the show. There are 2 stories for that. So it's going to be a bit of an undertaking, but I do want to get a sense. It's been a while since we played Kingdom Hearts 1. We had a great time playing Kingdom Hearts 1. Another one, talk about personal connection as far as with the Electris in our chat. So I know it's been a while. We've got to figure to come back to that. Then April, we have our April Fool's Day game. It's a case where after Plumbers Don't Wear Ties last year, and after me having the novelization of it this year as far as gift last week, I don't think I can say, oh, I can pull out another bad game. And I unfortunately still have not been able to find a reproduction copy of Crazy Bus. I've looked everywhere. He knows the story on Crazy Bus. I hope I can. I mean, if I have to emulate eventually, I guess I'll have to do it. But I said, alright, we're not going to do that. I said, I'm going to pull a game that maybe is question whether it's bad or not, but we've played so far, it seems like it's not a bad game at all. And it's a game that actually our chat mentioned in cases where maybe laughing about it, saying like, is this actually worth anything? I picked up a copy of this, so we'll take a look at this. Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. They made a kart racing game of Digimon for the GBA. It is kind of interesting what I've played of it so far. We have our first look at Digimon. We've talked that franchise a lot on this show. We haven't touched it yet. And I said, this seems like an interesting case, saying maybe it's going to be diamond in the rough. It's also a case where it's kind of short, so depending on how it goes, if it is short as far as like an hour or two, from what it looks like, but I have to practice it more. I will also have little previews of 2 other car racing games from Game Boy Advance. One being Mario Kart Super Circuit for Game Boy Advance, and the other one I'll pop the Wii U in. I'll show off Konami Crazy Racers. I don't know if you played that one. It came out at the launch of the console a little before Mario Kart Super Circuit did. It has a lot of characters of Konami's, including connections with Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid and Gabari Goemon. Okay, that's cool. There's a little bit of a bonus as far as that. And then as far as other stuff, potentially open show for you if we need more Pikmin, or I'll figure something else. If we need another Party Snowboard Kids, there's that. If I have an open show that month, I will do World Series Baseball for Sega Genesis. Actually, I think, did I say Looney Tunes B-Ball I'm doing in March? I don't think I did. That's a fun one. It basically is NBA Jam with Looney Tunes. And the idea is as you're walking around the court, you are able to pick up gems, you get money. And you can use that to buy power-ups for certain things. You basically get one where it's Vegas, where if you do a layup from the free throw line, you like triple your points. You have other cases where you have special defense based on characters. They can get the ball stolen. There are actually a lot of codes, not similar to Mortal Kombat, in the sense that you put a button combination in, you can change different characters, you can call the ball to you when it's out on the field. It's like a dog. It's good stuff. It's such a really fun game. And I wanted to show this for a while. And then scoping session for April, don't know, I'll have to figure it. And then in May, the only thing I do know is I think this is going to be on Memorial Day weekend. We're going to have our annual compilation show. We'll get a classic game compilation. This year, it's Midway Treasures 3 for the GameCube. That being said, there's only 9 games in it. There's not a whole lot of extra material, so what I'm going to do to buttress it is I got a bunch of games of Midways from Nintendo 64 that are arcade ports. So I got a lot of stuff that I know chat wanted to see. The 3 Cruisin' games, Cruisin' USA, Cruisin' World, and Cruisin' Exotica, as well as War Gods, Mortal Kombat 4, and many, many more. And that's going to be that case. And then the only other case I know is June, on June 20th, we're going to start Cool Spot. We're going to play Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. You ever play that?
No.
It is a platforming game that is starring Spot, the mascot of 7-Up. It's from Virgin Games, the people would go on to make EarthBound Jim and Aladdin, and also, as Sean mentioned on the show last week, Wild 9 for PlayStation. It's a great summer game. It's a case where, yeah, you're going on the beach, you have this great music going on, and it's not even a case where you're necessarily getting 7-Up as far as power-ups that much. That's an interesting one. I want to show that. It's also taking a view request that month for AG42. And as far as the rest of the year, we're going to figure as far as what other stuff we got. I know Chasm 22 wants to start sweeping in at some point. I know Crusader 64 is starting Cordelka at some point, and we have some other perspectives coming up. And of course, more of the scoping sessions, one of those a month, as far as how they are. And if you do want to figure as far as squeeze in on one of those on Bloodborne, say the word, I can make that happen. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be it then. So thank you so much, Gemini96, for leading us through Super Mario 64 brilliantly.
Yeah, thank you.
I had such a wonderful time. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm looking forward to Pikmin for next month for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for sure. All right. Thank you so much also to everybody out there for watching the show. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, a great night, a great week coming forward. And yeah, we're able to dream of spaghetti ravioli and all that with Mario, of course. So I'll see you next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Dolly Finn for Bust Move 2, or Puzzle Bobble 2. It differs on the region. Yeah. Using, of course, Puzzle Bobble 2X / Bust Move 2 Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3 / Bust Move 3 as Tribute. I am also more obligated to say that entire name every time, especially now that I've been set to memory. But that is our show next week. Till then, keep being awesome. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you again, Gemini96, for everything tonight. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Keep that control stick smoking.